I just made it, huh? Back at it again. Oh, slowly but surely, we're getting there, friend.
Check it out.
What up? Just in time for translation? You damn right, baby. The time has come.
Check it out.
Namaste, people. Namaste. Let's go. Iskandar buff? Yeah. How good is the buff, by the way? The rare 30% or is it the cooking 20%? I like how I can't fucking repost tweets as much as I used to anymore because apparently Twitch thinks I'm botting, which is pretty hilarious. I never thought I'd see Summer Nito buff after this many years. Same. Glad to see that she finally got the love she deserves. She's now more powerful than any one of you imagined, combined with its strength. All right. Yeah, I'll turn on a couple of the overlays so y'all can mess around with it until the reading comprehension begins. We got about 30 minutes ish. We got roughly about 30 minutes before we get FGO readings. So that means I need to get some water. I need to get all this shit ready. Oh, by the way, do you like my thumbnail? My thumbnail's pretty lit right now. Here's my thumbnail for today. Pretty funny. It's 20-30% charge, gives party ignore. Is it a party ignore defense? That's kind of. It needs more KEKW. Yeah, I was thinking of like covering the entire KEKW, like replacing Umisachiko and Habanyam, but I was like, nah, I shouldn't go too far.
Yeah.
I can't take it.
I made sure to put all my money emotes, right? The money grubbing emote, the news emote,
Check it out.
the happy emote, and the discuss emote, and then the KEKW at the corner, the Blackbeard special KEKW. It's a party ignore 3 turn. That's pretty lit. That is pretty awesome, to be honest with you. How big is Nito's buff?
Check it out.
I know Nito got it good, but I just don't know the numbers. How you doing, RC? Welcome to stream. Salutations, friend. I hope you're doing swell. How's Skill Driver of Darkness doing? Finally have an upgrade? Indeed. Did you enjoy the upgrades? What are you thinking of the new upgrade we might get next one? Now I saw the Proc's death after damage. It's pretty lit. Actually makes her not quite loopable, but at least she can get some refund, which is nice. It's doing great, just waiting for Gouda Gouda. Oh, on NA. That's gonna be a little bit wild, friend. Just give it like a couple more days before Gouda Gouda. We got about 30 minutes till the translation begins. I'm just kind of be here trying to get y'all consolidated, you know. And if you got any questions, you're more than welcome to ask. It now skill seals. Good. Is it a 5-turn water side? That's kind of lit. Doesn't she have a proc? Doesn't she have a proc capability that if she's on water side, she gets better? I distinctly remember that. Is this true? I'm just glad to see Nito Assassin get a buff, because now there's a reason for you guys to roll for Nito Assassin 2. Because she's pretty powerful. She's a really good tank, too. Like, first and foremost.
Can I help you, sir? There are electrical forces with you tonight.
Yeah, didn't she have an ability that allows you to increase something if she was on water field? I guess not. Then probably her next buff will involve, if she's on water field, some shit can happen. It is silly to add waterside field and not have waterside field buffs. How you doing there, Abdul? Were you hyped? How hyped were you? I mean, listen, I didn't even think we were gonna get a buff. So the sheer fact we won video games. It's just straight simple. Now my daughter's the most powerful character on planet Earth. That's, you know, recognized on data. Hello, Strong. What up, Azazel? You're early? I am. Usually, this is my usual stream day, but I did have my schedule changed, so I no longer stream at these early hours. But I'm on vacation, so at the same time, Famitsu's right around the corner, so I gave you guys a early bird special. You know what I'm saying? However, I do want to get some water. I got some water. Let me get something. Let me get something sweet so my brain doesn't get omega fried. What should I get? Chocolate? Oh, bro, I got just the item, baby. took a little bit, but I'm back. Got myself some coffee and some of that brain power, the ice cream. Got some frozen ass ice cream that's gonna be thawed out while we're reading. And we got some hot coffee. Hot coffee. How you doing, Azazel? When's the X video? One day. One day you will receive the X video. My daughter has now 30% charge. It's kind of disgusting. That is correct. My daughter has officially transcended. On the board. On the damage chart board, I believe she is the best single target in the game. Excluding data expunged. But, I mean, let's be honest. Data expunged means she ain't into data. So, officially, my daughter is on top of the leaderboards, baby. I hope y'all motherfuckers are ready. Oh, that's... yeah, that is so weird, because I have to do it like that. Or else this doesn't register. Oh, it might actually be for me to get a third monitor. Oh my, shit. Kinda whack. I really was excited for Iskandarbot. Not only did he get a charge, but he basically said, no Sherlock, no problem. Got you, brothers. Yeah, he's got a shield, whatchamacallit, huh? It's pretty lit. I just need a couple more... I just need a couple more gold and I'm done with this. That is the one thing that I don't like about FGO currently, even with the 90++ node, is that unless you really have like all the gold mats and silver mats and bronze mats, it's so hard to finish store. It's kind of dumb. Hey, you're farming too? Hey, I'm farming as well, friend. There's another reason why I farmed this node, but yeah, most likely I'm just topping off the gold. Like I said, chat, hey, NA players, you should start farming statues. If you haven't farmed like 500 statues, you should start farming statues. How is Jane Summer and Korean Summer and Liv Summer coping feels like? I mean, it's pretty strong. I believe in your copium. To give you a copium, right? Space Beast Erushkagul has a voice line for all of them, right? She has a voice line for King Protea, Passion Lip, and not Jane. Summer Jane is 100% copium within copium, but the others, Space Ishtar did get a voice line for them, and she specifically does not have one for Melt, unless it's in her second Ascensions or whatever. So you can use that to your copium container. SFN so close indeed. Also, the Famitsu article is like 10 minutes away. I hope you're ready. What about Summer Koyan? I don't know about Summer Koyan. The reason why I think it is Summer Koyan is because Dobrik Yanikichichi came, right? If Dobrik Yanikichichi is coming, I genuinely hope at least one of the Summer Koyan, at least one of the Koyan scans come. If not both, right? And they can definitely do the Koyanska of the Light, Koyanska of the Dark. But they can also do the Summer of Yaskaya, right? AKA just 2-in-1 variant, which will be pretty cool. Because if you guys don't know, the 5-star craft essence here indicates not only Dobrik Yanikichichi, but Summer Yaskaya as well. My space goddesses now has new friends. That's right. She, essentially, Space Ishtar is a relative of, Space Summer Reshkagul. West Summer daughter. To be perfectly honest, my daughter can just be a costume and it'd be perfectly fine. I genuinely think my daughter getting a costume in this summer event would just be the best case scenario for me. I think Summer Koyan's coming with a pink jet. Damn. Trubs, which drops CE are better? Cause I'm after the Starcather one. What are you talking about, Anubis? What I would say is by the end of the road, you should definitely get both of them MLB'd, right? I hope you got both of them MLB'd. If you haven't already seen it, there might be an Easter egg of in the Wanted video in the past Annie. There's like so many Easter egg in the Wanted video, dude. What do you mean? Is this gonna be Summer Servant Universe? Something like that. The location will most likely take place in a Servant Universe. So the fact that you said Servant Summer Universe, it could actually be in the summer dimension of the Servant Universe. Right, so who knows? What do I have to do? Lawful and Wild Beast. I mean, I got time, but... yeah, I'm farming specifically for the eggs. I need maybe 400. I think I just need 400. I need 800, never mind. Damn. I need about 800 gold, and then I'm done. Rest of it is just purely just transmitted to gold mats. I gotta do the challenge quest too. Maybe I should do that, huh? Oh shit, I didn't even do some of these quick starts. Let me get these in my pocket. Devency, I haven't both MLB. I'm trying to see if I can get another one of both. I mean, you can definitely try. You can certainly try, friend. It's gonna be rough, but I believe in you. Yeah, Yeah, because if you see the twin tails, you can clearly see Brobrykia, Nikichichi, and Koyanskaya. So 5-star CE has been the target currently. So people are thinking that maybe the 5 stars might get a swimsuit chance. Besides Burgess, of course, right? Because Burgess already got a summer outfit, so. I'm just trying to slap all the gold CEs. So even if it doesn't drop, we can pray for it. But I don't know. This CE is not too shabby. You're not gonna see it after you're not gonna see too much after this summer. Yeah, because while it is a good 10% Arch 10% Buster, 8% MP strength, cranking does a lot of good stuff. Vitra CE does a lot of good stuff on it, so. It's just one of those things, you know? One of those things. Early stream action? You damn right it is, baby. Let me at the stream. As in about 5 to 10 minutes, we're gonna get the Famitsu article. So we're just kind of early farming to kind of get things going. So wait, Analog, what's the quote-unquote Easter egg? Tell me the Easter egg of what it is. We are vibing. Currently, we are. I hope everybody is currently being chillin' and enjoying their anniversary resties and, you know, rewards left and right. I heard a lot of things happened over, you know, over the cases and whatnot. I heard y'all got butthurt. I heard some people got butthurt. It is what it is. Inescapable, vengeful ghost. Oh my god. Ghost. If you look at the video where Nito is shown on the desert, a pink jet flies past her. No servant is shown around with a jet, though. There is a servant with a jet. It's just that it's not pink. Whatchamacallit? Lancer Alter. Berserker. Berserker Lancer has technically a jet.
Nice.
And, Sarabata, hello there. And then, and then, I mean, to be perfectly honest, NFF Service definitely can have a carrier jet or 5, you know? And if you guys are talking about the jet, can't we talk about the fucking Brynhilde and Sigurd riding on a car? Like, where's that noble phantasm? That logic is a little bit silly. You know what I'm saying? But I get you, I get you. Writer Sigurd confirm. I don't know about that, but it's one of those you probably know it by seeing it, right? Oh, by the way, make sure you guys collect your profits before this event ends. Did I get all the event shenanigans before I do this challenge quest? I probably don't have time for challenge quest. Oh, I should do this one before the event ends. Yeah, other than that, I'll probably just like headbutt. Hey, what's the best gold map? Actually, instead of doing 90 plus, I might just do a mini servant festival and just headbutt this node. Ooh, it's 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. There it is. All right, it's time for us to quote unquote read it. Oh, well, I'll buy that shit when it's on sale. Oh, do I need to bring my credit card again? I hope not. Use everything. Make this shit cheaper, will you? Oh, you stupid bitch. Ah, shit. I might be wrong. If so, I might have to go back. Oh, it's wrong. Yeah, give me a second. I gotta go get my fucking... Get my wallet! You gotta forgive Trubs. Trubs made sure Trubs don't get out of control. Ugh. CZ, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, past Trubs always makes things difficult for future Trubs. But it's in a way his love, you know? It's to make sure that Trubs don't fucking start using Pepega credit on everything. Good morning, CZ. Let's get this reading started, shall we? Good morning, y'all. How was your stream? How'd things go? Yay, I can read it. Hooray, chat, hooray. Fuck, why do I gotta log in again? Bitch, if it did not register, I'm gonna be super pissed. Aha! We're good. We're in. There we go. Alright, Chatterino Cappuccino, we are officially in. So let's get this reading started. The Famitsu article came in and now we are on the translation action. This one is the 9th year anniversary, of course. So we get the cutest patootie catooties. Look at all that, huh? It's very cute, isn't it? Oh. Whoa! That almost, that almost doxed me. Sorry. You're not. Oh, that's very aggravating, but it is. Yeah, by the way, both Fate Stay Night and Famitsu article is out, so We're not doing Famitsu Article at the moment, Fox Crystal. We're looking into more important things. Oh, yeah, by the way, chat, before we start all this, assume spoiler warnings for the following. LB7, Ordeal Call 1, Ordeal Call 2, E. Flare Murray, E. Aqua Murray, and, what's the fucking event? Grail War that has Preto Mayos, aka also summer, right? 2023 summer. Spoiler warnings, okay? Giga spoiler warnings for all of this, because this is very important, and this is talking about the events that have been passed throughout the days. Shirano Bergerac, the Monte Cristo. So here's the interview with Mr.2. Error occurred. Alright, let's go. They gave us like 40 Saint Quartz. Well, the whatchamacallit, the anniversary campaign officially started. So if you guys haven't finished the main story, if you haven't gotten all the way to Ordeal Call, you'll get free Saint Quartz. Alright, Mr. Kano Yoshiki interview. That's very upsetting that I can't fucking do that, but it is what it is. An unexpected error occurred. I don't know why that is an unexpected error. It's kind of frustrating, actually. Okay, let's start reading. サプライズを全力で届けた9年目の FGO 運動運営校。まず9年目で振り返って思いを聞かせてください。So there's always going to be the interviewer and Mr.2 answering. So it says, let's go back on your 9th year working on this and tell me how it felt, your, feelings and your emotions. 終電イベントを発表した通り、来年はいよいよ第2部終章以下、特にナムロブと規制してない章は全て2がやってきます。未年特別などたくさんのサーベントを育てて最終的に絆を深めておきましょうといったことを教えていましたが、それを進めるための運営期間でした。加えて9年目は個人的にはコラボの年になったと思っています。様々なコラボの形がありましたが、ゲストライターの方々にもご参加できることが多かったですね。オーリーディールゴールにも達成して FGO を改めてとしての不公平がられる一面になったと思います。So, as the year anniversary event stated already, next year we're about to go for the final chapters of Season 2. As I've stated from the very beginning of the year, and even year before that, I wanted to make sure that the people leveled up a lot of their servants, and in the very end, have their bonds deepened as much as they could. Is the whole entire that was the whole entire year of us pushing that narrative. Was the 8th year into the 9th year. On top of all this, the 9th year moving forward was definitely, personally, was a year of collaboration. As you can clearly see, a lot of the writers and the collaborating types were all around, having guest writers joining us and having additional ordeal having additional ordeal calls fitted in. I believe ゲストライターをご参加できた方が多い方ですね。オールディールコールを達成して、せめて FGO としての服を広げる1年となったと思います。I believe, yeah, getting Ordeal Call more expanded. I believe FGO-wise, we were able to expand its narrative 1 year, 1 year more than ever we could have. So essentially, TLDR, the 9th year was about Mr.2 pushing everybody to try to get their servants leveled up and their bond leveled up. Simultaneously, personally, he feels that the 9th year was all about the year of collaboration, which it's true, because if you don't know, we practically had so many collabs with so many different writers, including the Guda Guda. The back then Guda Guda, so it's pretty awesome. It says there was a lot of collab. So yeah, the interviewer asked, there's a lot of collab for certain. Was this planned from the very beginning? So Mr.2 says 予定はしていました。もちろん5年の時点で9年で 5周年の時点で9周年はこんなことをと具体的には計画していたではわけじゃないんですが、サーベントと準備期間もするし、1年から1年半前からにはある程度固まっていました。そこはタイプムーンさんと確実にスケジュールを決めていましたので、そのため8周年を終えたタイミングでゲストライターさんに参加していただいた聖杯戦線が大きなイベントとなり、その後のフェイトサムライレムネントやコラボや総称2が来るなど、魔法使いの夜以下魔法用のコラボとか展開がセットで見えていたのです。そういった取り組みをうまくゲームとして開発させていくことができて大きなテーマになった年ですね。So, the interviewer asked, there was a lot of collaboration this year. Was this planned from the very beginning? It says the plan was definitely there. Of course, it wasn't like was planned super pre-handed, like we knew exactly what 9th year was going to be at our 5th year. That wasn't the case. It wasn't super solid until about a year and a half ago on each market. But to an extent, we were preparing ourselves with the servant lineups and simultaneously had things kind of dotted down to an extent. So we started to more solidify this plan from about a year to a year and a half ago. And we made sure that we discussed with the Type Moons, the Type Moon people, to make sure that our schedule was in order without any problems. And that was made. And that's why, starting from the 8th anniversary timing, there was a lot of the guest writer joining in, starting from the newest Holy Grail War, Grail Frontline. Became a big event, and on top of that, we had the Fate Samurai Lemnant collab, and then Sosho 2. And then on top of that, have Mahoyo, aka Witch on the Holy Night. Collaboration setup was kind of based up on it, just kind of, stacked up on it. そういった取り組みをうまくゲームとして展開させていくことが大きなテーマになった年ですね。So it says that practically kind of became the theme of this year, and making sure that the game functioned and stably moved forward on these big tournament events was this year's motif. 9年から FGO 自体が加速したというか厳密になったような感覚があるのですが、それは10年も続いていくのでしょうか。22年頃からイベントを修復するタイミングを変えたことや期間限定イベントの解消の延長、各イベントコスに追加する機能を増やしたりことで、そう感じしていただけかなと思います。あえて密度を上げていく方針にはなっていて、特に9年に限ったことではなく、今後も続いていく予定です。Okay. So the interviewer asked, right? From 9th year. I feel like FGO has sped its course, or not really sped its course, but more dense in content of sorts, is how I feel. Will this continue 10th year and onward, or was this 9th year special? Yeah, by the way, if you guys don't know, Fate Stay Night Remastered is available as soon as Famitsu was also available. So, also, I believe it's 10% on Steam. It's 10% on Switch. I don't know if it's 10% on Steam. 10% on both? Good, good. Starting 2022. Starting 2022, we changed what we were going to do with rerun events, simultaneously increasing the due date on the events, and then starting date and their end dates, and added additional event functionalities and other sort of things. I feel like to an extent we have accelerated or even densified FGO to an extent. We wanted to make sure the capability and fun was increasing, and it's not just the 9th year. That was it. We want to make sure that we would like to continue this motive and this direction for the years to come. So essentially, TLDR, the interviewer asked, I feel like starting from the 9th year, right, which the end of the 8th anniversary is technically the 9th year, he felt like FGO started to go faster, more denser, more in depth, right? And so Mr. 2 says, ever since we changed our direction towards rerun events, normal events cost 3 weeks, and then each event has their own special circumstances right now. He feel like they have increased the density of the FGO to an extent. They don't want to make it just the 9th year's motive, but the 10th year and onward as well. Alright, so Mr. 2 says something special here. It's highlighted in blue. 来年は10周年という肝でもあり、さらに終章という大事なポイントを迎えに行くこともなるので、チームとしても非常に楽しみであり、気を引き締まる年になっていくかなと思います。So it says next year will be our 10th year, our flag point. And on top of that, we're going to have our final chapter. It's a very important point that we're going to be welcoming. And as a team, it is very, we're very excited to see this happen. And it's definitely a year that we need to pull everything we can as possible. So essentially, Mr. 2 is preparing himself for the 10th year. And I do like a little miniature point here. Right here. He doesn't say end of a chapter. He says it's an important point. The last chapter is a very important point. So it's very interesting. I like that. I like that. It's a nice way of saying, hey, FGO's not ending. Not anytime soon. Yes, and then so here's the interview. You don't think FGO is dense? He meant dense as in like there's more shit to do on events. Like, if you don't know, a lot of the FGO events now, there's at least like a 1 to 2 gimmick every time of FGO now, right? In the event-wise. That's what he's explaining by dense. Dense as in not slow. Dense as in thick. Like, thick. There's a dense amount of content. And that content to him is also reading, right? Reading, lore, and content, reading, lore, plus gameplay. Which is like, you guys will get to see it in the Guda Guda, right? Like, for instance, the summer event, right? Summer event, you guys got yourself the little feature, you know, raising your little booth so you can get free shit. In the next event on NA, Gura Gura, you guys get your tea action, right? So you guys are gonna get to make tea. So you gotta farm shit to make a specific tea that you want to get the specific items that you want. And then afterwards, you've got a couple of events, including the Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day has all voice lines now. White Day now has voice CEs. And on top of the voice CEs, I believe you can stack 2 people together on a background. And that's what he's saying in the interviews, that things have gotten more intense. Things have gotten more dense, more thick, more strong into content. So, moving on. Yeah, because if you don't know, starting to 22, right? Mr.2 does say that starting from 2022, which technically is you guys on NA, all the events are now 3 weeks. There is no rerun until we get a vote, right? And then on top of that, we've gotten additional event functionalities left and right. And I'm not gonna lie to you, the lore does get a little bit easier to read as the year goes on. We're gonna be able to be reading easier, because a lot of people definitely didn't read every single summer lore, just because people got sick and tired of reading, because Nasu and the others were just cooking. So here it is. It says, when it comes to event restoration, aka rerunning the event timing, what was your motive? Why did you change the timing of the reruns, and why did you change it the way you did? Back in the day, we usually just reran an event roughly around 1 to 2 years later, but2年後というタイミングで復興していましたが、それぞれのユーザーさんが期待していることもになると思うので、一度今までの運営を変えようと思ったきっかけです。Oh, interesting. Usually, yeah, we ran it 1 to 2 years. That was our timing. And I'm pretty sure the user base started to expect it. And because of this, I wanted to change up the development style just a bit. Was the start of all this. As a developer and as a staff member, we definitely wanted to bust out something new, more new. More new than keep constantly running reruns. And if they wanted to run a rerun, we would definitely want the user base to have a strong feeling towards it and give us what they want us to specifically rerun on. I think giving this as not only a surprise to the user, but a surprise to us as well will be a very intricate part, was our core target. それも含めて皆さんの想像しないところでいろいろなサプライズを行うということを心がけた1年だと思います。It says on top of that, we wanted to definitely surprise you all to where you didn't expect, where things you didn't really expect to be able to be improved. That was the year we definitely wanted to go forward this year, each year. Now that we've gone to 9th year, now that we've gotten to our 9th year, I believe you guys feel like some of the timings are starting to get aligned together, and you guys are starting to anticipate, correct? It says, we want to make sure that we act as a development staff of FGO, but simultaneously in a good taste, give you guys full of surprises and have fun, so it'll be entertaining for all of us, all of us overall. Okay. So, the interviewer asked, why did you change the rerun timings, and what was your intentions and meanings? So, Mr.2 specifically talks about usually the pattern was 1 to 2 years. We had a rerun or two, but I believe people started to expect it, aka started to stagger for it. So we also wanted to also change up the dev styles as well. As a developer and creators of these games, we wanted to make more new things, and I wanted all of us to make new things as a fun little gimmick. And simultaneously, if the rerun was a necessity, we would want the users to pick out the event that they all wanted in the most. And then that could have been that is technically our surprise for not only us, but for them as well. That was the core target. And our job now is to make sure that we give you guys surprises where you guys don't see or even vision before. Was definitely the year that we tried to pull off. Like, for instance, we get story for Grail Front, right? Even though we know that the story of Grail Front was gonna come, we didn't expect it to be that much of a banger. At the same time, we got, like, you know, events, collab events on top of events on top of events. Simultaneously, character that didn't exist for like 14 years fucking comes into FGO, and it's kind of wild. So yeah, 9th year was definitely a fun little surprise. And so on top of that, we got Summer CL, so like, and Summer Rush Google, so let's fucking go. And then he specifically stated that we want to still act like FGO development team, but at the same time, we want to give you guys good, tasteful surprises to run on full throttle, which is pretty good. And so no G spotted, yeah, that too. The problem is the chance of getting CEs and stuff, though. Well, don't worry about it, right? If you've watched my 9th anniversary stream, they are slowly but surely putting back old CEs, including the newer ones, into the Mana/Rare Prism shop. So you're gonna get more of those later on in life, especially the event CE ones. But simultaneously, you're gonna have a gacha rerun banner anyway. So you shouldn't worry too much about those gacha CEs, because if you go look back, right, we just had our summer rerun banners for both season, year 1 all the way to year 8. Go back to those summer gachas. We got all of them. So don't worry, they're still thinking. They are still cooking. You say the event CE is gone forever. It really isn't. They're slowly bringing it back with the banners. We're waiting for Chiffon release? Yes, one day Chiffon. 9th year 9年目で印象的に残るストーリーや期間限定イベントについて聞かせてください。メインだと総称にもあるのですが、それと同じくらい印象的だったのが魔法よコラボでしたね。ちなみに魔法よコラボは総称よりも新機能が多く非常に大変でした。Only one, number one, shiny star there. Oh, yeah, speaking of only one, number one, Destiny fucking gacha shit. Somebody memed our current situation. Somebody currently memed that situation with servant coins. It says, we got more functionalities, right? We got more functionalities to our waifus and husbandos, but the problematic factor is that we needed more servant coins. Because if you read the event, only one and number one, in order to produce your wishes, next level shit had to happen. Next level shit had to happen, so it was pretty funny. So let's talk about the 9th anniversary. Mr. Kano, could you tell us about the story or the limited events that you have permanently impressioned on during this 9th year? If you're talking about main story, of course, it's the Sosho 2, aka Edo. But as almost, if not more impressionable, was definitely the MiHoYo collab. By the way, MiHoYo collab had more functionality needed to be added into the game than the newest Edo, the newest main chapter of the story. So it was quite rough and quite tough time, quite the hurdle we had to go over. For an example, only one / number one shiny star battle. ストーリーの上で重要な演出をバトルの最初に入れ込んだものそうですし、青子がスーパー青子に変化するなどの素質もあって、いろいろてんこ盛りでしたからね。イベント全体で言うとものすごく作量が多かったです。So yeah, essentially saying that during the beginning of the story, a very important battle, motions, and videos needed to come out. At the same time, Alco turning to Super Alco was definitely a materials and scriptures and backgrounds needed. It was quite a lot of things stacked on together into this event for it to make it happen and to make it as amazing as it was. As the event for itself, we definitely had to work quite the effort to make it happen the way it did. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, like for instance, at the beginning of the event, right, like minor spoilers, there was no sound. There was no color. There was no sound. At the very beginning of the event. That's on purpose. It's on purpose. That was on purpose. Like the very beginning of the battle, they had no color, no sound, and we had to battle it out because that was the whole point, and you'll get later why that was the case. And at the same time, like as the event went on, they added like additional wind effect. They added a minor color effect to a larger color effect, and then at the end of the battle, like the final battle, we had like this whole fucking orchestra, lights lit up like fucking crazy. It was pretty cool. And then yeah, changing Alco to Super Alco, that itself, like, you know, had to change seasons and animations and megabytes like wildfire. Oops, excuse me. 苦労が多かっただろうなとプレイしている側も感じたと思います。So, yeah, interviewer also have stated, oops. Interviewer have also stated that as a player, witnessing it definitely felt like you've all had quite a hard work on yourselves. It was amazing, which I do agree. プロジェクト内にも魔法屋が好きな多いので、短期時間で熱い熱量を込めて作られてきました。私自身、せめて自分の後はもう最後までクリアした時はやりきった感覚がすごかったです。シャイニースター線でグレーの色が、so he specifically talks about the thing that I just explained here. So, and yeah, the interviewer specifically says there was a lot of effort definitely shown and pushed and love in the event. As a player, I felt it for sure. And Mr. Kano answers, within this MiHoYo event project, there were a lot of MiHoYo lovers, aka the people who enjoyed Witch on the Holy Night. So in a short time, we were able to have amazing amount of passion and an amazing amount of effort being created this amazing product. I myself simultaneously, on my own time, able to clear the event to the very end. I definitely felt like an accomplishment of sincere and happiness at hand. During the final fight of the shining stars, from the gray color circumstances, little by little, color started to come back, and an amazing display of animation being played out was pretty awesome. The very difficult battle, yes, the arch nemesis or the last boss of the last battle. 価値観があると言いますが、戦っ 戦っていて異常に楽しいシチュエーションでしたね。It says it definitely felt like you've won the battle, but on top of that, it was a fun little situation while fighting. It was pretty funny. Yes, so Mr. 2 answers, our entire goal was that it was a last battle and needed to be intense, but at the same time, we definitely wanted to clear it as fun as we could. Like, for instance, at first you only heard the wind sound effects, but little by little, the BGM started to hit in, felt really wonderful, and really glad that it was accomplished just like that. And I really think this event was definitely one of the awesomest and the more more satisfying one that we've created. For my personal opinion, as a user base opinion, I believe it was the best. It was the best event 1 to 2過去1、2を争うくらい好きなイベントになりました。So Mr. 2 officially has put Mahoyo event as top 3, which is understandable. Speaking of Mahoyo, now Mahoyo is available everywhere around. FGO の中でもできる限り Mahoyo を再現していたような印象を受けました。It says Mahoyo is known by its amazing pictures and their music. I sincerely feel like you've all done your very best within FGO to recreate Mahoyo's feelings as much as I can, much as you could was the impression I got. That's the interviewer asking Mr. Kano. Mr. Kano specifically says that is 100% true. When it comes to the scripting of Mahoyo, my definitely favorite part was the main script. 一番好きな方がメインスクリプトを担当して、独占のキャラ、選手を再放送として、スクリプターの中でも、マホヨを一番好きな方がメインのスクリプトを担当して。So, the person who loves Mahoyo the most was in charge of scripting this event. So, therefore, they were doing their very best to get characters' emotions and expressions and feelings recreated into the game as best as they could. It says we definitely wanted some of the characters to have their backs turned and talk about it the way they did, but as a player, it felt a little off. プレイヤーとしての在用感を感じることで個人的には応用しないのですが、そういった表情も魔法用だからこそそのものですし、スクリプターもやりたい放題。Yeah, so like he's specifically talking about, like, for instance, this person, you see a black silhouette. It's essentially, it's pointing towards him and he's talking to him, right? The effect is like that. So Mr. 2 is specifically talking about those type of things, right? The character is showing your back at you while you're the reader reading this conversation, actually seen as a conversation. When the player happens, it felt it felt like you're witnessing a conversation, but it felt a little off as an FGO player. So personally, we didn't add, they didn't personally add more to it than that. But these expression was definitely shown in Mahoyo, and because the story has Mahoyo involved in it, it has it fits right in. And simultaneously, the person who was the lead scripter wanted to do it, therefore we attempted it. And that is why that is why our goal was to show and express Mahoyo-like script and feeling towards the event. So yeah, so if you don't know, there's a lot of Mahoyo. They kind of do this where black silhouette talking to a scene silhouette. kind of has given you guys the feeling of you're kind of looking at a shoulder overview of a conversation, which is really cool. And then, yeah, Mr. 2 specifically says the lead scripter wanted to make this happen, so he did it. It says the shoulder, right, the back shown dark silhouette. I feel like it's really good for resource management, in my honest opinion, though. リソース的には対応できる範囲で言ってるんだというのが感じられました。So it says when it comes to back silhouette of their and their back shots, I feel like you guys were using as much as resources you could to use it as much as you can. It says yes, of course we couldn't, right? We couldn't afford to have every single character and every single new characters have a dark backside silhouette, but because we know we wanted to make it happen, the scripters knew, and it was definitely worth the attempt to do it with the ones we had. Okay. So, Mr. Essentially, the interviewer said it felt like not a lot of this was happening as much as they can. Like, a lot of the, NPC had it, but not a like Alco, not a lot of Sono G kind of had this sort of thing. Like, Protag didn't have it. Like, MASH didn't have it. Not MASH. Yeah, it was MASH. Couple other new, older characters didn't get it. And so, yeah, he understands. Mr. 2 also understands, but he wanted to make sure the scripter answers scripter's call and actually still pull some of off. 4人の立ち絵が表示されている場面もそれぞれ妙な角度やこれ以上に違ってこれまでの FGO にあまりのない区分差の仕上がったように見えます。So, interviewer specifically says the 4 people having their standing pictures in motion, the peculiar angles and the step sides, right? Like, if you've seen the show, like if you played the event, you'd understand how complex the picture is, because whenever we're talking to somebody, somebody's always at an angle in a background, and then if we're going to talk to somebody else, the background also rotates a bit, but it's a completely new picture, and then kind of talks to that person. It was pretty awesome. And you would always see the character portrait kind of like if you see how he's turning that way, right? Like, you know how he's turning that way? If he's having like a actual one-to-one conversation with you, he actually has his direction moved this way. So like you see a lot of flip-flops on these models, but because of flip-flop of the models, you can clearly see the character's movement or their direction of conversation, which is pretty awesome.
I'm a very beautiful young man.
It says, yeah, not a lot of FGO has pulled that animation illusion off, right? Or picture illusion off. そういう奥行の表情表現なものは普段あまりやっていない部分なのですが、みんながここで話しているんだよというのを伝えたいときには、マホヨでの演出を参考にして近距離感を意識したり放置にして空気感を出すようにしています。So Mr.2 specifically says, in FGO we don't do a lot of this illusion of sort, but in MaHoYo, we used MaHoYo as references, right? MaHoYo's style and its animation as references to make sure that people are having a conversation, people are whispering to each other, or people are suggesting things in a certain manner or yelling things out loud. We use references of MaHoYo's to purposefully engage and understand the distance and the atmosphere was definitely in mind while creating the script. 今後も魔法用コラボのようなスクリプトを期待してしまうのですが、そのあたりはいかがでしょう？ It says, by showing us the Mahoyo collab, we definitely expect more of this type of script being played out in FGO. Will this happen later in the future? 会社のポジションの表情については、アトランティスやオリンポスあたりから強化しておるので、表現をうまく作っておかないと難しいんです。ただ、最初にスクリプターの方でポジションを読み替えて、それの表情でできるようなカメラワークをするというのは恥詰めずっと試しています。もちろん表現のレベルを上げるとその分制作時間も必要になってくるので、ある程度強弱をつけていく必要はあると思います。So the interviewer specifically asked, the Mahoyo collab was such a banger. And the script and the positioning of the characters and their expression was so phenomenal. Can we expect more of that in the future content of the main story and main event? Mr.2 answers this by specifically saying, when it comes to conversations and positioning of expressions, we've started to additionally strengthen that from Atlantis and Olympus. However, things are very difficult if the background is not created to set that motion, decently. However, we have started to put scripters to put the position, 最初にスクリプターの方でポジションを読み替えて、それを表現できるようなカメラワークスをするというのは恥詰めずっと試しています。So it's essentially, Mr.2 is saying that the scripters writing the position of where the conversation will take place, and then using the expression itself and making sure that the camera works adjust to that expression to fit more complex and detail motif they are constantly experimenting on. Because if you've seen the newest event, the Parfait event, they kind of did a lot of that very decently. And then Mr.2 specifically says, of course, in order for us to level up even further, we need to increase the expression levels as well. However, if we go too much onto that, the amount of expression needed and time to create those will definitely come into play as well. So we definitely have to balance things out to an extent. So Mr.2 is saying that while they are working to improve upon it, they also have to worry about not to have too much expression, because it will take a longer time to create that character or that entire settings, because they'll be all working on each individual expression of the NPCs, main character, etc., etc. So he's saying that there is going to be a balance of sort that they are doing. Mahoyo Collab. Mahoyo コラボでは変身や全体攻撃が可能な青子さんの機能面接でもバランス成長が苦労されたではないでしょうか。青子さんはタイプーン作品の中でも重要なキャラなので、常に議論内を重ねましたね。ただ変身すると全体攻撃ができるようになるというのは結構前から決まっていましたのよ。その前の前哨ではないんですが、その手前のタイミングにユー・オルガ・マリーがいたので、ここでミを見まして全ての新機能を圧縮するというタイミングではあったんです。実質2キャラクター分作っていたので、バランス調整は本当に大変でした。Oh, true. So, the interviewer specifically asked for the Mahoyo, right? During the Mahoyo collaboration, transformation and all AoE auto attacks was a functionality of Miss Aoko when it comes to balancing and adjusting and tweaking her entire existence. I bet it was quite difficult to handle. And then Mr.2 specifically answers it by saying that Miss Aoko, within the Type Moon, she is a very important character. So we definitely did our due diligence. However, after transformation, her auto attacks becomes AoE. That was already been set in motion from a very long time ago. It wasn't like it was decided before her creation, but we had a good example beforehand, like the timing that we had you Olga Murray. So we wanted to make sure that we use that functionality as a test drive and make sure that we did everything we could to condense the new functionality as we could at that time to make sure that function was functioning correctly. That was the timing we definitely wanted to go by. Simultaneously, we had to create 2 characters worth to create Miss Alco. So balancing and adjustments and tweaking things surely was difficult. It says that is true. During Mictoran, you were able to use temporarily you Olga Murray came into fruition, I see. It seems that Miss Alco's functionality is being solidified in stone. Yeah, you guys kind of, wait, how do you read that one? 要注意制度があったのでしょうか。機能そのものは大きく変わるわけではなかったのですが、バランス試しにはせめぎ合いがありました。変身の宝具のために1ターン少々してしまうので、時間をかけて強くなる分、最大ダメージをどれくらいに跳ねさせるかという少々は多分重ねた部分ですね。Okay. So that now I get the question then. By Miss Alco's functionality being decided, was there a decision making, like discussion, breaking backs here and there occur? The functionality to transform wasn't that big of a deal. However, when it came to balancing, we definitely had a hard discussion for it. So it's essentially they kind of fought a little bit. They kind of had an argument talking about the balance side of things. After all, once you transform her with your noble phantasm, you do lose 1 turn worth of effort. So we wanted to make sure that while she gets stronger as the time goes by, we wanted to make sure what kind of limit she will be able to dish out as max damage, and just adjust and balance it was definitely our hardest point. I bet calculating AoE damages amount and MP gain and what stuff definitely came into a difficult salt grain adjustments, didn't it? Mr.2 answers yes. ユーオルガマリーで知っている形を上京することが分かりやすいと思われることから仕業は引き続き全体攻撃を持った上でのサーベント全体の強さバランスに一番注入しています。実際した後にも変身時にコマンドカードが変わることで扱いづらい面も残してしまいユーザーの方には申し訳なくなったと思います。Oh, he even talks about so yeah, the MP damage amount and the MP gain adjustments were very difficult, I bet. And then it was very difficult to adjust and understand and calculate. So it says, yeah, that is quite correct. You Olga Murray, knowing Yuga Olga Murray's knowledge and test, the functionality it was. The functionality was given away, and then ユーオールがマリーで知っている形を散乱することで分かりやすいと思われることから仕事作業は引き続き全体攻撃を持った上でのサーベント全体の強さバランスにも一番注入しています。So, Mr. Kano is specifically saying that when it comes to this MP gain and damage amount of AoE and etc., they are putting more efforts than Yu Olgamuri, because Yu Olgamuri is just Buster, so she don't gain MP. Because when we released her, when she transformed, the command card also changes, and because of that, it was very difficult for the first players to understand this, and we feel a bit sorry for the user base. So, Mr.2 specifically acknowledges that, because if you guys don't know, the Alcos card and Super Alcos card, the card variant changes once she turns into Super Alco. And so he does acknowledge that when transforming, command card does change to an extent. So it does kind of make it a bit difficult for the newer users to understand the command card changes for the transformation. So he feels a bit bad about it that he can't really simplify that down, right? Because if you don't know, Alco, there is a way to read it correctly, right? There is a way to read it correctly, which command card could definitely help with your card reading, which is pretty cool for Alco, because one of the command card actually changes color from like, I think it was Buster to Arts, or Arts to Buster, it might be vice versa. But you can tell which card it got changed by the command code, which is pretty cool. But it is very difficult for a newer player to discuss. So from here, they're going to be talking about explanations and giving us alignments before the 10th Annie. Functionalities and sub-attributes, right? The quote-unquote, like we can now, if you guys don't know, in FGO, we can officially see the alignments now, finally, after millions of years. It's Buster to Arts, thank you. Yeah, so Mr.2 kind of feels bad that not a lot of people can, like for us, if you've been in our stream and kind of discussing about it, we now know how to function with Alco better, because all you need to do is put that Buster command card with a command code, and then you'll know card counting once more, because you know exactly what card is going to change into Arts, and you can kind of jury rig it to make it into Arts, which is pretty cool, by the way. But yeah, getting to 10th year, alignments and more. What command code should I use on her? Let me finish reading this and then I'll discuss about Alco and what kind of command code she should get. Mostly crit though. Mostly crit. Because Alco is such a attack-oriented character, most of the time it's crit. So yeah, from the ninth year forward, a lot of event limited servants functionality I feel like have tremendously increased in its aptitude. Essentially, he's saying, hey, ever since the 9th year started, a lot of servants that are limited got insane fucking gimmicks. When it comes to gimmicks, 機能に関してはタイムーンさんとの協力会議の上で協会の上で決めており、最近配布サーベントが様々なシチュエーションで性能を発揮できるようにしています。まず最初に第7章における配布サーベントでも乗り切っていけるように性能を上げていった一部でもあります。やはりプレイヤーとして一番のご褒美になるのは配布サーベントだと思います。 イベントを遊んでくれた方に対してしっかり活動できるサーバントが手に入れてきた方がいいだろうと思って思いもあって性能の基本が昔よりも高くなっているかもしれません。Oh, what a fucking base comment, Mr.2. That's you've won my vote already. So essentially, from the 9th year, a lot of the limited servants, including welfares, have a lot of gimmicks, and I feel like their functionality increased tremendously, is what I felt. That's the interview said. Can you explain that? And so Mr. 2 says, yes, when it comes to functionality, we always discuss this Mr. Type Moon, right? Type Moon, owner of FGO, technically, and Fate and Type Moon franchise. While we go with a conversation and discussions and committee for it, recently, the welfare servants, we definitely wanted to make sure these servants shine in their own situations, in their own different ways. Starting with the 7th, 当時は第7章に向けて配布 at the very beginning, we wanted to give out a welfare servants that can beat what's chapter 7? Is chapter 7 Babylonia? Or was that Camelot? I'm assuming that's Babylonia. Yeah, I think chapter 7 is Babylonia. So yeah, at the very first, we wanted the welfares to able to at first our goal was to make sure that the welfare servants can overcome chapter 7, aka Babylonia. But I believe it was the best reward for our players is a welfare servant. Because you guys played the event, and because you guys played the event, we wanted to give out a very good welfare functionality that is, so イベントで遊んでくれた方に対してしっかり活動できるサーバントが入手してくればいいだと思っていて、性能と基本が昔より高くなっているかもしれません。So yeah, Mr. 2 says, I believe the greatest rewards for a player base is a welfare servant. While playing the event and finishing it and enjoying it, at the same time, in the end, having a servant capability of doing a lot of things, I believe is the best way to as a reward. And so probably comparing it to a couple years ago, I believe their basic functionality and their gimmick has increased in depth because of it. So TLDR, Mr. 2 is specifically saying at first, welfare was made in order to beat LB7. But Mr. 2 saying that welfare is one of the greatest rewards that a player can get and should get. So as over the years gone, they made it so that the welfares are more elaborate and more useful and more able to function and shine in additional different situations. So Mr. 2 does admit that the welfares are getting better over the years. It's because Mr. 2 wants you to have a good welfare as a servant because he thinks that's one of the greatest rewards to play the events. And then Mr. Interview asked, will you continue with that direction in the future? It says yes. 下げていく予定はありません. Yeah, we're definitely not planning to lower that expectation anytime soon. とはいえ FGO は急激なインフレを招かないように使い勝手を考えながら使い手段を考えながら調整してるので、そういった方向も踏まれて性能になるとは思います。So Mr. 2 says, however, FGO has inflation, right? A lot FGO can have a sudden inflation of OPness, and because of the combinations and whatnot. So we are constantly thinking of how this character can be utilized and adjusted accordingly. And they need to make sure that you know, like, while it's not going to change that direction, understand that the gimmick might change, and like depending on circumstances, things will vary, right? But he is saying that servants are gonna get better and have a more complex usefulness in the event. All right, so AKA welfare gonna get better over the years. Let's go. 1987. It says it's been 9 years now, Mr.2, and we can now see the alignments of the servants. Can you give us a reason why did that topic come out? Thank you. タイプムーンさんとの会議中でそろそろ出してもいいのではないかと以前から話には出ていたことなんですよ。大きなきっかけになったのがマホヨコラボで青子も遠坂でアリスも戸崎アリスも戸崎でアリスも再臨によって属性や副属性が変わりますよね。それがゲーム内で確認できないのは良くないだろうということでコラボが始まる前に機能をつけました。Well, you can thank Mahoyo. You can thank Mahoyo Collab for the alignment view for FGO. Because apparently they did have a discussion. They did have a discussion with Mr. Type Moon that it's high time to bust that out already. The biggest reason that they were able to push this through was during Mahoyo collab, Alco and Alice, depending on their ascensions, their attributes and their alignments would definitely change. And for that to not be able to confirm it in game, I believe was not a good thing. And we were able to use that to push that functionality before the collab started. So make sure you guys thank Mahoyo for the alignment view, because Mr.2 needed another bullet or like another reason, and Mahoyo was the good reason that Type Moon said okay. コラボが大きなきっかけであったということは、今後のゲームシステム的に副属性が重なって重要になってくるということはないのですね。そうですね、サーベントの個性を理解していただく上で、マホヨコラボがタイミングしてちょっと良かったなということになります。So it says, because the collaboration was a big gimmick, are we to expect that more sub-attributes and alignments were to be implemented into the game system because it's going to get super important? It says, well, it's just that Mahoyo collab timing was perfect to push this upgrade, and simultaneously, we do like to want the player base to know servants' personalities and understand them further into the future. So, is this the next page before? Yeah. バージョン 1.2 担当した先生. So we got Holy Grail War Talk, Aquamarine Battle, new challenge towards the final chapter, and feelings for 10th anniversary and the beginning of the second season end. Seems that the interview doesn't get to question servant coins. But he's definitely trying to hint at it. There's no like big words of like, hey, what the fuck is wrong with serving coins? But he's definitely roundabout saying it by saying system and functionality. Okay. And we'll get there. We'll get there. Have you already translated the huge text for Nasu about Oberon? Not yet. I'm probably gonna do it today. I'm probably gonna do it today because right now I'm gonna do the Nasu interview and then I'm doing the Nasu Takeuchi interview with Mr.2. I'm just about to finish Mr.2 interview. But before, let me eat some ice cream so I can recharge my brain cell. I've been only just started recently using Shiki Welfare and I'm super impressed with her. She's useful for insta-kill and her damage is nice. I agree. So we can all cope, guys. We can all cope that the 4-star caster at the end is Ida's field. We can just cope for that. I've been on Reddit reading what peeps have been saying about Anniversary. Well, that's your first problem, Dapper. You've been reading Reddit, listening to people's garbage. About Anniversary and the current state of the game, and while their opinions are understandable and even valid, they can sometimes be a ill teeny bit tinsy-bincy negative about it. Nah, bruh. Get out of there. FGO Reddit is nothing more than toxic, friend. Get out of there. That's all I can say. Just understand. Ah, see? Thank you. LOO Licks. Yeah. Lolix. I like what he commented. Remember, social media, the more you bitch, the more attention you'll get. So, and more it feels like a lot of people are agreeing to it. But they're just looking at that, you know. And some people circle jerk it. Some people try to add to that negativity. Most of it, it's meta to be negative because you get an attention. And if you get attention, a lot of the internet peeps think they won the war. So it is what it is. I never go on Reddit. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Like, while I shit talk it, you're gonna see a lot of those social medias. If you concentrate enough to it, you're gonna see the stinker, right? And simultaneously, chat. What do you want to see, right? Do you want to see? It's the same concept of reading a news, right? You're gonna pay attention to a house that's on fucking fire, like 50 minutes away from you, than a 4 dogs getting rescued from a tree, okay? That shit, unfortunately, humans have been hardwired to see tragedy more than happiness. So that's why you don't watch the news, because the news is nothing but depression, right? And simultaneously, it's the same thing with FGO. Nobody gives a fuck when people says, hey, it was pretty good Annie. Hey, by the way, new functionality. If you need to farm chat, you don't have to look up a guide anymore. Because if you need that certain map, if you beat every single story, that specific map, it will show you the optimal farming site. In-game, right? It's a fucking awesome technique, right? And at the same time, we got ourselves a, we essentially know where to farm, how to farm. We now have alignments. On top of that, GSSR, Destiny. So essentially, you only need to spend super little, right? Super little. We're talking about less than 50 bucks to get a chance of at least 2 SSRs. That's going to cost you about, like, what? $400 now, right? $400 because the ceiling is permanent. So we now can hit pity left and right. There's a lot of good upgrades that 9th Anniversary provided us. But a lot of people would complain about just the coins, right? And while the coins had been a problem since day one, it should not ruin the 99% of FGO getting better by the moment. Where's the auto battle? I don't know why you want an auto battle. That's just KW, friend. Like, if you add auto battle to the game, why play the game? Right? Right, that's like you writing this entire story, right? If you write this entire story of how amazing, how great this fucking, you know, story of a hero saving the day, and somebody goes, TLDR please, I'm not going to buy your product, TLDR please, and you're not gonna make any money, whoever made the story feels like a dumbass, and you're just spitting in their face. Just farm. The fastest auto farm is 3 turns. So make a 3-turn comp that you have and just farm that node, no problem. You've got all your berserkers. You've got all your booty blasters. You can, you know, it doesn't take 15 minutes of your life to click 9 buttons and clear that node. My Koyansuke has already bond 15. Well, then find somebody else, right? Maybe gotcha. Or have you thought of this? Ready? Screw bonds, right? If that person is your waifu, right? You shouldn't care if she's bond 15, right? You will still use her. It'll be inefficient, sure, but who cares, right? It's your waifu. Or are you just going to put her into the second archive because she reached bomb 15 and then you're going to find a new waifu? Right? Because it's easy to farm a couple APs, right? Because right now you can do maybe about 7 rotations, right? Because it's 20 AP each. So you can do about 7 rotations, depending on where you do it, right? If you're feeling lazy, farm some statues. If you're not feeling lazy, 3-turn that shit with just Black Grail, 50% charge, Friend Oberon, double Oberon, Booty Blast, right? It's not that hard. If you want to farm, now, Shin, you gotta understand, the person just wants auto farm, right? If you're going to farm a mat for farming's sake, I understand. But if you're farming for the mat's sake, that's a volition you've taken onto yourself, right? It's not the game's job to fucking change your diapers. Because games will give you events, games will give you hunting quests, they'll give you advanced quests so you can farm your mats easier later on, right? So, I mean, like, if you're complaining about game needs to auto farm, that's like, why play the game? Right? Like, let me get this macro on this cookie clicker. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. And guess what? Most of the game is trash. Most of the game is not, is forgotten, isn't it? Right? Name every game currently that has auto farm that's on the top of the sales list right now. On the sales chart. On top of the sales chart. Is Withering Wave auto farm? Hawkeye Star Rail. Does Hawkeye Star Rail have auto farm? Ah, that's cool. That's cool. That's good to know. I'm glad that Honkai Star Rail has auto farm. So let me ask you something. How much rewards do you get on Honkai Star Rail? We call it the fun button. Oh yeah. I got you. So if you have an auto farm button, that means that if there's no events, all you need to do is you log in, you click on this auto farm button, and you just go to another game. Right? Is that how it goes? It's bare minimum, but don't save that much time because the game playing itself doesn't skip battles. Oh, that's funny. So wait. Wait. You say you have auto farm, but you still have to watch the farm? What? Wait. What? Are you stupid? What? You're wasting the exact same time. If both farm requires 5 minutes, you are staring at the screen for 5 minutes. It autopilots. It doesn't skip. Oh, I see. I got you. So you rather be watching porn on the side and your Honkai Star Rail getting back shots while your auto game is playing play. I got you. It's the same shit. I got you. I see why y'all farm. I got you now. I think I'm on the same page. You don't have to watch it if you're a multitasker. Well, fun fact, Red Procrastinator, right? Can you window Honkai Star Rail? Can you make it small? Can you make Honkai Rail small? Or is it full screen only? And if so, yeah, I can see why people just do auto farm and then do something else entirely. Then are you really playing the fucking game though? Right? Really playing the game? You can tab out of it? Okay. I play it on PS5. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. You're gonna need like another PlayStation 5 while you gotta farm this game. You think you can do window mode? Yeah, then if you can do window mode, yeah, you just... Why are you playing the game? Hell. So weird. But I can understand, right? But at the same time, if you don't have enough attention spam to do a 5-minute farm on Honkai Star Rail or FGO, are you even playing the game or are you just following a streamer? Or flexing your waifu booty call rolls? Which, by the way, don't you need like MP7/8 for Honkai Star Rail or any of the Mahoyo to get like max level? Just feeding into the rolling addiction, most likely. Alright, I took enough break. Let me read the rail front. I was talking shit for y'all. I don't care. Honkai Star Rail's alright. I'm just giving y'all shits for funsies. Version 1.1, Holy Grail Front has now reached version 1.1. How does it feel and afterwards?
Yes, did you fix it up for me all right?
It says, I wanted to ask you this question. A great scale variant of the Holy Grail Frontline event has finally begun. It says, this time it was a map event of sorts. その中で、聖杯戦線がこう進行している意味では初めての試しみでした。It says, yeah, it was a map event, and on top of that, Holy Grail Front was continuing onward in that sort of meaning. It was our first time attempting it. Essentially, event during the Holy Grail Fronts occurring, right? 3つの城があることがわからないようにするか、各聖杯戦線のバトルで使う背景がほとんど使い回しできないとか、いろいろと苦労はありましたね。一体何枚のマップを書けばいいんだと思いました。そういう話を1年前間から詰め始めて、本気で大規模な巨大聖杯戦線をやったらこうなるというものを作ろうという話はライターさんともしていました。1年くらい前から三玉誠さんと打ち合わせしてシナリオも1年以上前からいただいていました。Wait. Yeah, that's what I thought. So the person who did the Typhon, right, aka the Pertom, the archer, right? The archer, the interchangeable archer, is the person who made Case File and Elamaloid Adventure. So essentially, in order to hide 3 castles within this entire event, it was very difficult. Because every background we had to use on not only the Grail front, but at the same time, background and conversation, we had quite the struggle. We were asking ourselves, how many maps of the same place did we needed to draw? Lol. While we were discussing that and having fun for about a year and a half ago, we started this project, and the writer who is in charge, Mr. Sanda Makoto, who's the writer and the author of Elamaloid Case File and Adventure, we received his scenario from over a year ago, around a year plus ago, in order to create this serious, large-scale Grail front war. We also talked about it 1.5 years ago. And the interviewer asked, that's quite the pacing, that's quite the long time you guys started your project. Uh, 他のイベントやメインショーなど進行しつつ、その裏で材料を構成していって、最終的に全てを合流していった形ですね。いわゆるストラテジー的なマッピングを進みながら、各ポイントで何かが起きているのか、だからこそ気になるといったところでもやっていたので、実は AI も全部作り直しています。Wow! So it says, we had a lot of events and main scenarios to move forward. So in the back, little by little, we were collecting materials and materials and scripts, and in the very end, we just kind of combined it like alchemy, right? Like just conglomerated into a pile and made it happen. It was a strategic, it was definitely a strategic option for us to make this Grail front happen. And at the same time, we wanted to make it a strategy like that each point of the map, at certain points, there were events were to occur. And so things that would occur here and there would have like a, cutscenes and whatnot, and we were tying things in together. And because of this, by the way, we recreated our AI once more. Oh shit. So yeah, if you guys don't know, Grailfront AI currently has been remade 4 times. I think it has been remade 4 times. Once was the OG. The second one's to fit the narrative. The third time was BB. Now the 4th time is to fit the event. It's for this event. こんばんは、ラテモカさん。また作り直したのですか? It says, they made it, so you recreated the AI again. Yes, lol. 今回はこれでファイナルアンサーになったと思います。シナリオに合わせて NPC が動くというセッティングがはっきりしていたので、変な動きをしてしまうと 伝えたいことが一気に伝わらなくなるのは分かっていました。なので AI も結構前から別のチームで作って改良を進めており、私も2ヶ月ぐらい缶詰になっていました。それぐらいかけないとできないものでしたし、Damn! Mr.2 was in a fucking tuna can for 2 months as well. 自分たちがもともと考えていた聖杯戦争を作り出そうと頑張っていたのが今回のイベントでした。So he says, yes, again, I believe this time this might be our final answer to the type of event that we want, the AI type we want. We wanted the NPC to move according to scenario. That was the setting we needed to work hard on. And so that setting did not need to falter. So if the AI were to move unexpectedly, the messaging and the event will instantly not be able to convey or have the atmospheric feeling of that certain scenario. And because of that, the AI も結構前から and because of that, the AI from a very long time, we had a different staff members or different team make it once more and modify it. And I myself involved on this project for 2 months straight. So kanzume means a tuna can, right? Like Mr.2 was also in this ship for 2 months, like he was in a tuna can. So he probably was just try-harding this AI to work for 2 months straight, which is kind of wild. それぐらいいかないとできないものでしたし、it was something that needs to happen to that caliber in order for us to pull a stunt like this. And simultaneously, we wanted to create our ideal Holy Grail front and did our best was this type of event. And because of that, it finally became version 1.0. Is there any more updates to this we should expect going further on this Grail front line? Timing は考えないといけないと思っています。Mr.2 specifically says right there, I believe we do have to come up with a timing for additional upgrade here and there. It says we did create an AI that's now stable. AI などもせめて作ったので、小規模な聖杯戦線であればチャレンジするクエストとして作ってみるのはありじゃないかというようには思っています。So it says we have this AI ready to go. So I believe we might be able to use this Holy Grail Front War as a challenge quest or a quest that you can challenge on, right? So I believe that's a possibility for the future case, is my opinion. So Mr.2 is thinking about making Holy Grail Front a challenge quest, which is not too shabby. But he's just saying utilizing that AI as a gimmick, right? He's not saying that he's going to do a challenge quest about it. He's just thinking that if it's a super minute Holy Grail front, right? Super minute Holy Grail front, they might be able to just throw it in as a challenge quest. So essentially, on an event, you might have a challenge quest that's just a small, quick Grail front, right? That's it. Which will be pretty cool. I really do enjoy Purito Mayos giving us battle tactics and a couple of hints and pointers. I think that was very kind of him. 聖杯戦争にはもっとトゥトリアル的な要請を入れて理解してもらった方がより多くのユーザーに楽しんでもらえるじゃないかとサンダさんからお話をいただいた部分です。序盤はプレテマイオスに教えてもらって中盤以降はそれを応用して遊ぶ形になりました。結果として多くの方が遊べるようになってではないかと思います。So, the quote-unquote interviewer specifically says, I liked that Pretamayos gave us battle tactics, hints, tricks, and tips. That was very cool, right? And then Mr.2 answered by saying, Mr. Sanda, the quote-unquote, the author who is in charge of the Pretamayos story, and also the author of Elmaloid case file and Journey, he has suggested to us that Holy Grail Frontline should have more tutorial-like elements in order for more people to understand it so more users can enjoy it. And we took his advice and implemented it as such. At the very beginning, Puretomayos would teach us and give us tactics, and from the mid side of the story and onwards, you would utilize the tactics and hints given in order to play the way you want to. As a result, I do believe a lot more people were able to play Holy Grail Front, in my opinion. Aquamurray battle animations and balance difficulties or balance question. Origami Quest 2でウェーブがやり直せるようになりました。これは最初から想定いた機能なんですか？当初は10ウェーブやり直さなくてもそれほど苦しいすぎないバランスように意識して調整していました。ただユーザーの皆さんから多くの意識があったことと、やはりいざやり直そうと思った時には予想外以上の時間を用意してしまうので、急ぎ計画して実装を進めた結果です。Oh, interesting. It says here, Origami Quest 2, the waves are now easier to do than ever before. And you can redo the wave if you want to. Was this planned from the very beginning of said function? It says at the very first, we created 10 waves so that it's balanced enough that you don't have to retry them. That was our consciousness and adjusted it accordingly. However, the user player base has specifically stated, a lot of the user base specifically stated that they wanted to have a redo and they wanted to have checkpoints. And they specifically yelled out that if they wanted to retry or redo, it took a lot longer of a time than they anticipated. So we quickly came up with a plan and made it optimal for the retries and redos to be possible. It says now that it's more playable, I bet the clear rate is higher. Can you tell us more about that? Mr.2 specifically says, unfortunately, it's not that high still. やり直しもできるので、空いた時間にはちょっとずつ挑戦してほしいとは考えているのですが、もともと異常コンテンツなものもあって、後でやろうとなっている方が多いのだと思います。 It says, so Mr. 2 specifically says it's not that high. Even though you can retry and redo, right, some of the waves. I would like for people who have a spare time to challenge it bit by bit, is what I would hope for. But there are decent amount of contents to do, and those people want to do it later will most likely be the majority of the people thinking about it. So, TLDR, aqua clear rate is still low. Interesting. Aqua clear rate is still low, even though you can redo it. Can you give us the details that you went for in this event? The more you go forward into the storm, 嵐の中を進んでいくと最後のアクアマリー戦では橋になっています。そこまではアクアマリーがだんだん漁っていく様子を嵐で表現していて、それに合わせて難易度も上げています。そこは結構こだわった部分ですね。It says the more storm that you go forward, in the very last Aquamarine battle, it's like, you know, it's like wild. We wanted to make sure the sweatiness, or quote unquote the agitation that the Aquamarine was having every time her brake bar breaks, expressed through the background storm. And we definitely wanted to increase the difficulty while breaking the bar as well. That is definitely the part that we focused our effort to, for sure. Comparing it to the Battle of Flare Murray, what were the things that you were having a hard time adjusting for? And Mr. 2 answers, バッジの数とバッジのスキルの調整ですね。今回は10個のバトルでいかにバランスを取っていくかということだけを考えれば良かったのですが、今回習得したバッジの数でバランスがだいぶ変わりますから、またバッジのスキルがどれくらいあればうまく攻略できるかというラインも何度も探っていたので、そこは非常に苦労しました。It says, quote unquote, the difficult part comparing to Flare Murray was the badge numbers and badge skill adjustments. The last one, the Flare Murray battle, was a 10 battle of balance. That was the only thing that you needed to think about it, so we needed to balance the characters and quote unquote each and individual accordingly, but this time you needed to earn badges, and depending on the number of the badges, the balance of the game changes. And we needed to figure out what skill of badges required to conquer it more efficiently, of sort. And so we constantly went over and over and over and testing to figure out that to found its balance or its clear motive. We definitely struggle very hard to find that answer. どのくらいのバッジ数でアクアマリンに挑戦無想定なのでしょうか? So it says, how many badges did you anticipate the player base to use in order to fight Aquamarine? 半分しか取っていないと少し難しく、7、8くらい取っていると攻略性が見えていくようなイメージです。It says here, how many badges do you require to get to the Aquamarine was your prediction. It says if you only took half of the if you only took one half of the badges it's going to look it's going to look a bit difficult. But around 70-80%, you'll able to see a strategy that can be utilized. It says, ただ、ダイブの方はウェーブごとにしっかりとバッジを収入しているようですね。It says, but from what I've seen, most of the waves have been earned. Most of the waves, a lot of the players have earned badge in order to move forward to fight this, Aqua Murray. There's 2 more elements left. Will the difficulty increase here on out as well? It says, me and Mr. Tight Moon are going to discuss about this as planned into the future. Each other element will have their own personality played out. And so we will come up with a new gimmick that Flare Murray and Aqua Murray does not have. 構成を活用化しないがらクエストを制作します。そのため単純に上がるといえば難易度が上がるといえば必ずしもその要素はないと個人的には考えています。いろいろと発見があった方が楽しいはずなので、単純に強さが上がっているというよりは攻略のベクトルが変わっていくようなイメージです。So the interviewer says, hey, there's 2 more elements. Will it be harder than this ever before? It says, perhaps in a simple term, increasing in difficulty, yes, but in a weird way, we don't want to make it, we don't want to make the difficulty the necessity of this challenge, right? He sincerely believed that finding things out more is more entertaining and fun. So think about it, just instead of just getting harder, think about changing the changing the vector, right? Just come up with a different plan of conquering. Might be the image from here on out. Oh yeah, Mr. 2 is saying that the last 2 might not just be fight, right? It might changing vectors, right? Changing perspectives, changing things up. Because in technicality, the next one should be easy. The problem might be the last one. Chapter 2. Season 2 final chapter. What is the challenge and the things that you are going forward to? So the interviewer asked, by the way, Mr. 2, I believe some masters are starting to run out of blue apple seeds. Is there any opportunity we can get to recharge those said blue apple seeds, perhaps? Mr. 2 specifically says, we don't have an exactly said due date, but we are discussing about this circumstances. It says in the near future. So the interviewer also asked, by the way, in the near future, will Pure Prism exchange rate increase or refresh, or do you have any plans to do anything more to that one? Mr. 2 says, we've already discussing that already beforehand. これも1ユーザーとしての気持ちですが、ピュアプレゼン交換できる数は復活してほしいですね。It says, by the way, this is just my user opinion, but I do wish Pure Prism trades can refresh its number every so often. Lol. Once we hit 30 million download campaign, perhaps something might show up. Speaking of 30 million downloads campaign, how is the speaking of 30 million downloads campaign, how far are we? Are we hitting that anytime soon? Let's see. ダウンロード数があってのキャンペーンなので、正直、時間帯的に読み切れないところがあります。当然増えたり逆に伸びなくなったりということを繰り返しているため、近いうちに来るかもしれないくらいの感覚ですね。皆さんあってのお祝いですので。It says the download number. The campaign is when we hit the download number. To be perfectly honest, it's something that I even can't read exactly when it can happen. All of a sudden, it can increase, and sometimes it just doesn't grow. And sometimes, sometimes it increases, and sometimes it just doesn't grow. So just think of it as it might come it might come soon. I believe is the feeling that we all should have by now. 逆に伸びなくなったりということを繰り返しているため、近いうちに来るかもしれないくらいの感覚ですね。皆さんあってのお祝いですので。It's a celebration because of you, because of everyone, after all. Mr.2 is kind of being vague here. But he is saying that suddenly increase and sometimes just not growing at all. Constantly of this influx occurs. So he's saying it like it might come in later future. Just think of it like that. The anniversary timing update to recharge your command seal to 3. What is the meaning of this? メインショーを進んでいるときに宝具展開で MP を100をしたり、ユーズ正規不服でサーバントの HP を回復したりいうシチュエーションがマスター感があって個人的にすごい好きなんですよ。これまでレイジを温存しすぎてそういった楽しみを味わえないという方もいるからと思い、終章に向けて特にメインショーでの活用してもらえばと思った。Okay. So it says, command seals now refresh 3 a day. What's the meaning of this? What's your angle? It says, whenever you want to continue to the main story, activating a noble phantasm to 100 or healing your HP to 100, these types of situation feels like you are actually a master in a story feeling, personally. So I like it personally, in my honest opinion. So there were many times you wanted to savor your command skill for a pure restart, or savor your command skill for a specific situation that you might hold on to. And so we wish that they could use this opportunity to feel like a master and enjoy the functionality more than ever. And in order to continue on forward to the final chapter, especially we hope you use the command seal in the main story. Was the angle I've had. I heard about streaming guideline changes as well. Can you tell us specifically, Mr.2, about this? Last time, we've discussed with the live stream folks, and we had a conversation with them, and we were allowing up to midway through Solomon was the OK Gold line. And so, with the final chapter's announcement timing, we wanted to make it up till Sin, aka LB3. But in the later future, we would like to unlock them little by little. The angle for this is that everybody enjoys the final chapters together. Everybody will have a goal to reach and create a flow that little by little that makes that goal a possibility. That is what I am thinking.情報交換の範囲を広げることにはいい面も悪い面もあるとは重ねて承知しておりますが、新しい FGO の取り組みになります。So it says we know there is positivities and negativities when opening up official information. Official information. So it's essentially loosening the leads. There's both good sides and bad sides to it. But I believe this will be our new FGO implementation in the future. So he's saying that I'm pretty sure the reason why it's only up to LB3 is to prevent NA players to fucking not go balls deep crazy. But at the same time, they are preparing little by little to, by the end of what? I think at Valentine's Day, they'll probably let us live stream till like LB6 or something.最終が配信されるときにネタバレのラインもそこまで追いついているのでしょうか。オーディールコールまでは早めに到達する予定ですが、総称以降は未定ですね。最新章まで公開していいのかというのは我々とても悩んでいるところです。最近はアニメなどでもクライマックスを知った上でその過去を知るために最初から見る人も多く増えていると聞いています。しかし当然ネタバレをしないで遊びたい人が多いのではないと思っていますが、一瞬にこれが正解というのはないかと思っています。ひとまず今回は一つ新しい方向にトライしてみるというところですね。ライブにも入ってからはストーリーのボリュームや演出もより濃くなっているので、そこをみんなで共有し盛り上がる流れができたなら最終章に向けて対策の一つになるのではないかと考えています。So Mr.2 is cooking. So the interviewer says when the final chapter gets live streamed or announced, right? Will the spoiler line catch up to us to that an extent? And then Mr.2 actually gave us a really good whatchamacallit. Mr.2 gave us a really good line here. We're definitely planning to reach Ordeal Call Prologue as fast as we can is the plan. But from Sosho, it's still undefined. Because there are some Sosho and the new story, right, the final chapter being officially publicized. It is one of the hardest decisions that we are constantly battling about. Recently, there are a lot of players or a lot of people that, knowing the anime's climax, wanting to know the root of it from the very beginning and start the game, started to increase more and more, is what I've heard. However, naturally, there probably are more people that would like to play the game without getting spoiled. But I do not want to make this a one answers all kind of ordeal, and are still contemplating with the others. So as a new direction, we wanted to use this as a new trying, and want to use this forward to try out a new direction, is what I think. After all, entering season 2, stories, volumes, and animation gets a lot more intense, and so I would like to use that opportunity to get everybody to synchronize and get excited with the flow and the festivities all together And when that occurs, hopefully to encourage everybody to continue the story up till the final chapter. I believe that is the best way to slowly but surely reach the final chapters and have the storyline get public little by little, is what I think. Very smart, Mr.2. So essentially, he doesn't want it to be one answer, right? And he also just wants the player base to hype out new players to, and then help them out to whatchamacallit, get to the final chapter.今後のシステム監視に対して加納さん個人としての優先度が高いものはありますか？細かい部分にはなりますが、自動修復をもう少し使いやすくしたいとは考えています。私は意外と自動修復を使っていまして、メインショーをいつもの詳細だけではなく自動修復で出てきたサーベントで戦ってみるのも結構楽しいんですよ。さすがにフェーテルバトルやグランドバトルまで行くとしっかり修正を考えないとバトルはしませんが、特に道路の途中に規制の限りであるパーティーの組み直しが必要なものはまず自動で選ばれたものでトライしてみたいですね。絆がマックスになっているさ。So, it says, from here on out, Mr.2, do you have any system that you want to prioritize? Do you have any other system changes and other things that you want to prioritize that is on top of your list? This is super niche, and this is personally my opinion, but I would like to make the auto, the auto team creation a bit more easier to use, in my opinion. Unlike the other people that might add, I like to use the auto team creation in order to go through the main story just for fun. Not the ones that we constantly make to one shot and move forward, but utilizing this auto team creation, utilizing those servants in fight is quite the fun to have as well. Of course, during fatal battles or grand battles, I do bring my own properly team in order to fight this hardship. But while on like the roadways or in the midways or something that requires a restricted party setup, I usually try to just press auto and try out the game by playing the auto-selected characters for just to try. Okay. Coin fix is not an immediate priority. I'm going to tell you right now, I believe the coin question has been mitigated by the higher-ups. I'm pretty sure coin questions have been mitigated. So, don't blame Mr.2. And at the same time, Famitsu Article was made before the coin updates. And I believe I think the coin updates, he should ask Nasu and Takeuchi. I think Mr.2 can't fix coin fix anymore, so I think the interview stopped asking it. And I'm pretty sure this interview, I like this guy, so he definitely tried to ask it and got mitigated. 100%. So the interviewer asked, personally, I would like to remove max bonded servants in your auto servant creation, or just automatically making the thing happen. You're definitely right. So Mr.2 says you're definitely right. I'll look into it. 今後も話した ことですが、FGO を遊ぶ上で時間を省略できることは自分的に取り組んでいきたいと思います。プレイ時間の大半をバトルやストーリーを楽しむよう時間にフォーカスできるように今後も機能修復を進めていく予定です。個人的にはマックスになっているサーバントは排除できないと嬉しいです。So interviewer says, I wish we can remove max bond servants in the auto servant making thingies. And Mr.2 says, I understand that. I'll look into it. As I've spoke to you before, we're here to definitely make sure that FGO playing time is not cut but shortened as much as possible to an extent when it comes to creating teammates and other aspects. We want the playtime to be mostly focused on battles and reading stories and having fun as a focus variant. So we're definitely going to add additional new gimmicks into the game in the near future. What is this auto servant making thing? Auto servant making things is that you can now, there's a button you can press in FGO now where you can where they can specifically make auto teams. So you can make your teams automatically depending on some of the parameters that you put. So in a team, when you need to create a team composition, you don't have to click all day. You can just press this autofill and it automatically fills your team from scratch, right? Mr.2 likes to do this during walking through stories and places where you don't have to try hard, right? And Mr.2 of course says during like fatal battles and grand battles, he does have his own composition and you have to play properly to fight, right? But some of the easier ones he likes to play autofill and kind of see how servants work out. And then the interviewer asks, I wish that you can take out max bonded servants in the autofill list, because I believe currently if you pick autofill, it does prioritize to an extent your maxed bond characters. So that's why he's kind of saying, I wish there's a button or a parameter that removes max bonded servants. But this is all on autofill stuff, so don't worry too much about it. Oh damn, he's cooking. The interviewer is based. Speaking of time efficiency, is there any implementations of losing 3 times the amount of AP in order for 1 rotations to get 3 times the amount of mat drops? Has any of those sequences came into play or planned out for the future? Based. It says, Mr.2 says, それは現状考えていません。Oh.総称まで公開していいのかというのは、新章まで公開していいのか。Wait, where the fuck is that? Oh, there we go. 周回の時間の効率を上げてしまうと、その設定もその効率が前提になって必要な周回数が増えてしまいます。それよりは1回のバトルにある定時の時間はかかるけど周回数が少ない方がいいかなと FGO としては人によって差が大きくなるような時間証拠は入れない予定です。周回数が少ない方がいいかなと FGO としては人によって差が大きくなるような時間周行は入れない予定です。 現状それは考えていません。集会の時間効率を上げてしまうと、設計もその効率が前提になってしまい、必要な集会が数が増えてしまいます。That's interesting. 必要な集会数が増えてしまいます。それよりは1回のバトルにある程度の時間はかかるけど、周回少ない方がいいかなと。Interesting. So, interviewer asked, how about we lose 3 times the AP but get 3 times as much as the what per rotation, right? Mr.2 specifically says, at the very moment, they're not thinking about it at all. Because if they increase the efficiency time on farming, that farming setup will become the new norm, and they have to increase the rotation amount. And so instead of doing that, they need, doing one battle and taking some time to make the rotation smaller is better, in his opinion, as an FGO player. And FGO is not going to implement anytime soon of those time super restraint sorts of effects. So it's essentially they're saying, hey, if we times 3, the higher ups is going to want us to make more shit require more things. So they're saying, hey, you don't want this. It's pretty funny, right? Because this shit will be OP for fucking Lotto. 100%. Just increase AP amount. They won't. What? The fuck? They won't increase AP amount. AP amount is restricted, so you guys will spend apples. And if you guys can't spend apples, you use Syncworms. So yeah, it's essentially Mr.2 are saying that we can't do this. You don't want to do this. Because if you do it, it'll become the new norm, and you're going to be farming practically 3 times the amount of AP with 3 times the amount of mat drops. Is what Mr.2 is saying. So he's saying that the more efficient it gets, the more rotations of rounds that you might have to do in FGO. Because remember, FGO is a money-based game. So they're just saying that, hey guys, don't think about doing auto farm or super efficient farm, because once FGO gets more efficient than it is now, you're gonna have to farm more, which equates to using apples more, which equates to using Syncworms more. So Mr.2 is kind of warning us here, saying that if the efficiency of mat gang gets more efficient, you're gonna have a bad time. It'll go from 90 bronze skills to like 140. Yeah, something like that, right? And Mr.2 is also warning that, hey, the events, right, in order to completely clear shop, you might actually have to farm 3 times the amount. Right, so he's just like, chill. So 10th year, their feelings, ikigomi. So their thought process going to 10th year and feelings towards the end of season 2. Lastly, I would like to hear your, themes and devotions going through the 10th year, Mr.2. So Mr.2 specifically says, 来年はいろいろな意味で FGO にとっても大事な年になります。まずは終章に向けた年にもなりますし、そこにみんなで達 したいという思いもあります。それもあって終章前点の限定期間のイベントについては参加条件を引き上げていかざるを得ないかなと考えていますよ。今回はひとまずせめて夏のイベント参加条件もありゴールディールコールに到達してもらうように呼びかけてきましたが、そこはあくまで通過点。次は総称クリアし次は総称をクリアしていただけたいですね。10周年に向けてそういう流れを作っていく予定です。So Mr.2 answers, next year, aka the 10th year of FGO, in many different meanings, it will be a very important year for FGO. First and foremost, I would like a lot of the players to reach the final chapter of Season 2. On top of that, before the final chapter, when it comes to limited time events, its requirements are slowly but surely going to get raised up. This year, we made it so that our summer event requirement is going to be Ordeal Call. But that is merely a progress point. Next, I would like the players to slowly but surely reach and beat Soshos. It would be greatly appreciated. We're making that a theme topic in order to reach 10th year as planned. So it's essentially Mr.2 is saying Ordeal Call requirement is just the beginning. The next few events might require Sosho clear. I'm assuming it's just Sosho 1 till like next year. In order to get to the 10th anniversary, they are planning to make sure that a lot of players can reach Ordeal Call and Sosho. That is their plan.ターベント育成を処女する面倒などでも含めて総称への準備を進める年になっていくと、ここまでの1年も全力でやってきましたが、10年はそれ以上頑張らないといけないと思います。9年目にやろうとしていたネタを10年目に回すといったことは全くしてなくて、全部やりきった上で10周年をどうするかを考えています。第2部の終わりが来るということで、私自身本当に感動深いものもあって楽しみにしています。第2部ディレクターとしてはちょっと寂しい思いもありますが。So the interviewer asked, this year will be a preparation for the final chapters in order to level up your servants and moving forward in story. Correct? It says we've done this for an entire year up till 9th anniversary as well, but I sincerely think going towards the 10th anniversary we need to double down on that effort as best as we can. We have not done 9年目にやろうとしていたネタを10周目に回すといったことは全くしてなくて、it says, we have not done any of backtracks or taking the 9th year events and rotate it back to 10. We didn't bring it back. They didn't push anything back for this 9th year. They didn't push anything back for the 9th year. And while we're going to accomplish everything in the 9th year, on top of that, we are still thinking, we're with that in fact, plus thinking of 10th year and how we can go forward about it. The season 2 of the story is reaching its conclusion. To me, I have a very complex and heartfelt emotion. And in a little way, I am excited for this. I am excited for this to come. However, as a season 2 director, I do feel a little sad about this coming soon.そういえば第2部が完結したら加納さんの肩書きはどうなるのでしょうね。どうなるんでしょうね。母。もう第2部ディレクターと呼べなくなると思いますが、期待される限りはこれからも頑張っていただきたいなと思います。So it says, after season 2 has concluded, Mr.2, what will you do with your title? What will happen to you? Mr.2 specifically says, I wonder what do happen. Haha, right? Lol. Unfortunately, probably people will not call me season 2 director anymore, but I will do what I can. Until my job is finished, I will answer all the expectation within full extent of my ability, is what I would like to do. Essentially, Mr.2 says, until he's done, he ain't stopping. Doshouに向けて仕組みが進んでいるかと思いますが、何かしらのヒントをいただけますか？It says, we're finally getting to the final chapter. Little by little, we're moving forward to that direction. Can we get any hints of sort?那須さんと話しながら進めてきた終章での大きな新しい仕組みはこれまでやってきたことの盛大大祭性になると思います。あの時にこういうことをしたのはこれがあったからかなとつながってくるはずです。So it's essentially the interviewer asked, can we get some hints towards the final chapter, things that we should expect? Mr.2 specifically says, I've conversated with Mr. Nasu and continue this onward. So, Shusho, the final chapters, a lot of the newer gimmicks is going to be the conglomeration of all the gimmicks that we've done together and more. The reason why we did certain things here and there is because this was going to happen and it's going to connect and understand and connection will be made. So the interviewer specifically says, that's why you keep asking us to level up your servants as much as you can. You constantly say this, but is there any difference now that we've reached the 9th year? Mr. Kano says, I believe you should definitely get all your servants to Bond 10, in my honest opinion. Simultaneously, when it comes to skill-wise, do your very best to level them as much as you can, and if not, at least to a fine line, like level 6, right? He's trying to say level it to at least level 6, I think would be a good idea. Oh, damn! Then fucking interviewer says some next level things, huh? Oh, I see. So a lot of servants are going to play a forced role soon. Is that what it? Is that why you're telling us to level everybody up? And then Mr.2 says, 深入りを入れていきますね。笑い。そこはフェイトならではの取り組みになるのではないかと思います。スキルを強化するとなると素材の必要数が一気に上がるので後回しにしている人も思いますが、ぜひ進めておいてもらえたら嬉しいです。So it says you dig deep yeah, you will, yeah, that's, yeah, 強制出撃になるみたいなことでしょうか. You dug deep on this one, and then laughs, right? そこはフェイトならぬの取り組みになるのではないかと思います。I think it's best to say it's going to be like a fate, tag team structure. 取り組み、そこはフェイトならではの取り組みになるのではないかと思います。そこはフェイトならではの取り組みになるのではないか。を強化すること。So yeah, I think Mr.2 is saying that there's going to be a lot of forceful, so I genuinely think there's going to be a lot of forceful, forceful servant that needs to get slotted in to fight certain battles in the final battle, I suppose. So, when it comes to skill strengthening and whatnot, requirements of the mats increase tremendously all of a sudden. So some people just put it in a back burner for a later time and moments, but I do believe using these opportunities currently and later, you know, in the future to level them up would be greatly appreciated. Mr.2, by the way, says, by the way, these bond, interviewer says, by the way, these recent bond obtaining ups is 20% and more. These niche craft essence have increased. Are there going to be more niched bond craft essences coming into the future, or will there be more increase in percentages later on in life? It says more craft essence wise, increasing a possibility is definitely, but when it comes to increasing its number percentages, I sincerely believe 20% will be the maximum for the MLB. But he does put ... 最大ではないでしょうか. So I do think maybe, right, there's a yeah, MLB maximum 20% might be the max. I believe so. それより例えば特定のクエストでは絆がより上がりやすいようにして、そこで 20% の礼儀があればよりお得といったことはやるかもしれません。Oh, interesting. So, それよりは例えば特定の at a certain quest, making the bond increase up, and on top of that, having that 20% craft essence might be a affordable or cheap, right? Like effective. They might do a couple of those. And then last but not least, the interviewer answers with the final chapter. Can we expect the final chapter to be more exciting than the Temple of Time Singularity? And Mr.2 answers, もちろんそこを目指しています。とはいえ、一部とはいなる体験を生み出さないといけないとも思っていますよ。まだ 100% 決定しているわけではないのですが、目指したい体験はある程度見えていて、それをどう実行するかを検討している段階です。ご期待ください。So yeah, the interviewer says the final chapter, can we expect it as amazing, if not even more crazier than Final Singularity? It says, of course, that is the pinnacle of goal that we are currently reaching for it. But then again, we definitely think to ourselves that we need to create an experience that is different from Season 1. Things are not 100% ready and decided on what that is just yet, but we've seen what we want to look forward to, and the experiences that needs to happen is in the horizon. And so currently, how we can make that a possibility is in our current step and verifying it. Please look forward to it. Yeah, the Interviewer, we're talking about the niched bond CEs. So we're gonna get more niched bond CEs, but the maximum niche bond CEs are 20%. And I believe that concludes Mr. 2's story. It's not bad, not too shabby. No coins, unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure it got fucking omitted. Or, was told not to question that. So don't get too hung up on it. It seems that Mr. 2 is cooking. And final chapter is hype. It's a shame that we didn't get to learn more about Summer. But then again, the Summer kind of spoke itself. Glad to see the Holy Grail front might get added into a challenge quest. That'd be pretty cool. Surprising that not a lot of people finished Aquamarine. Interesting. Good to hear about Mahoyo. Good to hear about all these surprises we got. Not too shabby. There was not a lot of things that he was able to open up in this interview, to be honest. I genuinely feel like my man... I feel like the interviewer's question got fucking gated. Which kind of feels bad, man. But what can you do? So currently, the 20s, 46.9% is around 20 to 29 years old. And the 31% is 30s. There is 1.9% of 50 plus years old. That's kind of cool. Master level. A lot of people are 120. 32% is 120. Holy, 32% is 170. Excuse me. That's pretty lit. Yeah, the maximum user increased from last year's 0.7 to 32%. That's insane. Holy shit. 32% increase in max level. It's pretty lit. And then 60 to 69 is about 19. I do like a lot of the masters are now higher level. That's cool. That's cool. A lot of 56 players. 40%, 43% female. Master history. 19%. The highest percentage started at 2017, which was Temple of the Time. But a lot of the newer player base is increasing overall. 2.2% increase on 2023. So there's a chance that more users will come in at this anniversary. Continuing on the quest, who's moving forward the quest the most? Ito, obviously. And then you've got Paper Moon. It seems that the 90% of the survey people have already reached Sosho. Because it says there's about 1.3 people that did not clear not even season 1. But yeah, everybody and their mom, everybody that's surveying is currently in the Sosho Ordeal Call 2. Ordeal Call spoilers. I mean, you're just seeing pictures, bro. Calm down. What was your favorite main quest? Favorite main quest is Ito, and then Avalon Lefay, Naui Mictoran, Atlantis, Babylonia, Solomon, Camelot, Shinjuku, 5.5, Anastasia. So the favorite main quest is Ito, but the favorite anime that needs to be main quest is Avalon Lefay. Hands down, 100%. Alright, anime list is Avalon Lefay number 1, Ito number 2, Shimosa number 3, Atlantis, Naui Mictoran, Shinjuku, Heiankyo 5.5, Anastasia, Trom, and Season 2 Prologue. True. They want to. 78 people kind of want to see some fucking. 78 people wants to see people get ripped. The most favorite limited event, number 1. Servant Summer Festival 2023. Mahoyo Grail Front, the newest Grail Front with Pureto Mairosu, Seraph, Saber Wars, Harlem Lilith, Gura Gura Missing Nobu's Head, Summer Festival, the, actually 9th place, that's pretty lit, Mago Ichi, the Super Gochokaku. This one is the Uegi Kenshin and Takeda Shingen having sex. And then the 10th place is the Eigetsu Kendo Buto. It's Samurai Remnant collab event. Which is your favorite April Fool's game? Number 1 is Fate Grand League. Number 2, Fate Dream Striker. So it's essentially the baseball game at first. Second one was the soccer game that was that came out this year. And then 2019 Fate Grand Order Quest. And then Pixel War. And then wow, the 5th place is 2016 Saint Graph got pixelated. 6th place is You and Me and United Warfare, Minecraft Lost Belt, Guten Omen, and Guten Omen Ados. Nice. Here are your characters. Who is your favorite 5-star servant that you want? 177 people voted Sodom Beast Draco. I read the story. I gotta welcome her. Then again, during the collab, and even on the rerun, I wasn't able to welcome her. She ripped off all my summer changes. Yeah, she ripped off all my summer funds and more. But next time, reading Lilium Heart made me want to make her as happy as she can. I will continue to self-destruct until this happens. Damn, that's a 40-year-old female. A 20-year-old female. Damn, a lot of girls want Lilium. A lot of the girls want Sodom. Definitely her fighting capacity is awesome, but the sheer fact that she's a beast class, I would like her. I would like her because she has mystery and magical strength of charm to it. As a revival event character and now seen for everywhere else, I've become grown to like her. Another female. A kao no ii onna. Oh, she makes good facial expressions. She's definitely my type. Currently MP4. Let's go MP6. 20-year-old degenerate male. Red-dressed young girls are the best. Unsexed. 20 years old. Alright. Skasascadee, number 2. She's cute, useful, useful quick support, so please, female. I need a quick strengthening, concentrated supporter, please. I want to make my, Dante's the strongest. Another female. Because she's the cutest of them all. Mini exclamation point. Especially second ascension. Male. Another male. Level 100 Takasugi. I want to rotate him in farming nodes. When it comes to quick support, I choose you. Third place. Monte Cristo Dantes, or Cavern King. I need one more to make him MP5. My favorite servants, and so I want to level him up. His face looks amazing and his voice is great. His stature and his existence is great. His costume is great as well. 40-year-old female. I've started FGO because of Cavern King, aka Dante's. I do wish the Count version of the drama CD Dante's as a costume will be nice, or another Saintcraft of him would be very awesome. So I've waited for him for a long time. A 20-year-old female. Fourth place, Tesuka Toripoka. He says he's I already have him, but he's very powerful, and he also looks yeah, he's already powerful, but man, he's definitely looking for more power. That's a 20-year-old female. 40-year-old male says he looks poka poka. I don't know what the poka poka means, but yes. Sarasara no Gino. His silky smooth golden long hair with sunglasses with black jacket with a pistol. That's not fair. To be perfectly honest, the little kid, the little kid heart that's inside of me still thinks that he's the coolest. Other than that, I've got no words to describe him. So it's essentially, his inner child says this guy is pretty awesome. A 20-year-old male. Fifth place, Archetype Earth. It says, to this day, the legendary Saint Quartz amount of 7th anniversary, she took it all and only brought MP1. My princess. I need to combine you more. 20, my queen, excuse me. My queen, I need to combine you more. 20-year-old male. It says, during her first arrival, I was not able to pick her up. But witnessing her noble phantasm was so beautiful that I kind of want her more and more. I'm constantly waiting for her pickup to occur. 30-year-old female. Number 7, Oberon. It's my favorite servant, my Oshi. I already have him, but I want him more. 30-year-old female. Number 7, Doman. We know that there's going to be a better perfected Omyoj man soon. So before that happens, I want to perfect Doman. 20-year-old female. So, I Sesso Osai Naraba. So it's essentially she's just commenting on Doman and says I'm quite versatile. 20-year-old female. Alice. Alko and Shojiro is waiting for you. It's only you, Alice, is my feeling so far. So she didn't get her. 30-year-old female. It's because she didn't come out in my gotcha. 30-year-old male. 9th place, Aozaki Aoko. In the event, she was like a senpai main character vibe, and it was pretty awesome. I wanted her, but during the limited time, I wasn't able to pull her. 20-year-old male. Alice to awasete hikenakatta kara desu. It's because I couldn't pull with Alice either. I want to hold all 3 of them next to Sonno G, aka Sojiro, 4-star Berserker Welfare. 30-year-old male. Last but not least, 10th place, Artoria Caster Berserker. She's cute, and her facial expression is quite a lot in my favorite. I am a fairy regiment Oshi, but she's also powerful. 30-year-old male. Want her because she's not MP5. 10-year-old male. Nice. Question number 11. Who will be the next swimsuit servants? Tesuka Toribuka will be the male swimsuit servants. So this is male servant top 10. 10-year-old? Oh no. Well, when it says 10-year-old, they're most likely like 18. They're like, what, 16 through 18. Whenever you see like a 20-year-old right there, just think of it as 20 to 29. So him being 10-year-old is just from 10 to 19. So he's somewhere there. And then they don't tell you the exact age to keep it secret. But it is pretty funny that the age bracket it says it's 10. They're probably 18, 19. So here are your top 10 swimsuit servants that people have voted. Male servant wise, number 1 is Tesuka Toribuka. Number 2, Ku Fulin Lancer. Not the prototype. Number 3, Senji Muramachi. Number 4, Saito Hajime. Number 5, Tai Kobo. Number 6, James Ruler Moriarty. Number 7, Takasugi. Number 8, Arthur Pendragon Prototype. Number 9, Astolfo. And number 10, Enkidu. The female side. Swimsuit servant number 1, Ereshkigal. Number 2, Toraroku. Number 3, Van Gogh. Number 4, Archetype Earth. Number 5, Creamhilt. Number 4, Koyanskaya of the Light. Number 6 is Koyanskaya of the Light. Number 7, Kukulkan. Number 8, Passionlip. And number 9, Jofku, aka Jufu. And number 10, Yang. Whatchamacallit? Fuck, I forgot her name. What's her full name? Yang. It's fucking Yang. It's the foreigner one. It's this one. Young Gun Fei. Yeah, Young Gun Fei. There we go. I forgot the Gun Fei part. So far, we got 2. 2 in the top 10. And by the way, he did have a Tescatori. Tescatori Boko has such a influence in the 2020 Summer Servant. That's why. Which type moon character would you like to be servant? Number 1, CL. Is that Toko? Yeah, it's Toko, huh? Because we got Aoko. Aozaki Aoko. Where's my Toko? So number 2 is Toko, Copium. As always. Number 3, Tsukihime Shiki. Wait, who the fuck is the 4th one? Mato... Oh, is that, Oh, is that, Shinji's dad? Zeltridge? Zeltridge probably is at the bottom. Oh, sure. That's Shinji? It could be Shinji. Yeah, it's probably Shinji. I gotta make sure I got the, Shinji's, kanji spelling right. It's probably Shinji. Yep, it's Shinji. I just needed to double check the kanji was correct. Yeah, Mato Shinji. Damn, 4th place Shinji. It's kind of high. But why? Oh, because I needed to make sure I got the spelling right. 5th place, Monica. Which is the, Kujo Manaka. It's, Kujo Manaka, right? I'll just put Monica. Seijo, excuse me. Yes, so Seijo, Monica. Wow, nobody wants, Ayaka Seijo. It's kind of weird. Because technically she showed herself at Fate Strange Fate. People don't want Seijo Monica. They want, Ayaka Seijo. They want, fucking Monica Seijo. They want the beast already. 6th place, Gilgamesh Prototype. 7th place, Archimedes. 8th place, Hakuno. Kishima? Yeah, Hakuno Kishima. AKA the extra / CCC main character. 9th place, Abeno Seimei. 10th place, Archer Samurai Remnant. But which one? If you guys don't know, the character is this one. It's Zhou Yu, right? Last but not least, 10th place is Zhou Yu, which is the femboy. Top 3 was definitely Tsukihime and Mahotsukai main character. Simultaneously, Mahoyo collab came in. Toko went up on the reach for sure. Simultaneously, new Samurai Remnant Servant was being named. Did not want to spoil it, so we used the Archer. Abe no Seimei was definitely there, and definitely had a comment that says, I would like to see a peek of Abe no Seimei at this point. People who voted for CL, my favorite Oshi. The fact that Arkuig got shown, I'm expected this to come soon. 30 male. I want to see the conversation she'll have with Arkuig. Simultaneously, I want CL to talk to Master like she's a senpai in life. 20 male. Aozaki Toko, 20 years old male. You know about rocket pencil? Dude, that's all you need to know. Fucking, do you know about that's funny. He fucking knows. Do you know about rocket pencil? Oh shit, dude. Shiki, since Arcuid is here, I would like for him to experience Karate as well. 30-year-old female. Mato Shinji, it's been 9th year already. I want Shinji to finally be coming to Karodea. If you can come, my good friend, come whenever you can. 20-year-old female. Hamino Seimei, 20-year-old female. Just show a figure of... I would like a silhouette. Silhouette, please. That's funny. People will roll Shinji just to burn him. Well, yeah, a lot of the newer Fate fans definitely would roll Shinji just despite of hate. But if you've read Shinji in other places, while his personality still remains tact, he still is one of the remarkable characters, right? If you look into Shinji, you'll understand that he actually is really in-depth character, especially in Extra and CCC, and on top of that, CCC Foxtail. And if you know what Shinji had to do in order to do what he is doing in Fate Stay Night, that accomplishment itself is a worthy of him being who he is, right? Because if you know Shinji, a lot of people see him as an asshole, and he is. But at the same time, that's also a facade, right? But on top of that, when it comes to magic, right? Shinji is D tier. But even if he's a D tier, he was able to accomplish a lot of shit as a non-mage mage to be able to put a servant in a be able to be control it through like a grimoire, right? Even though it got easily burned up, right? But at the same time, Shinji is he's an asshole. Don't get it twisted, right? But the shit he had to endure and the shit he had to do to get to that point kind of made him who he is, right? Can we get a less shithead Shinji? So you want extra Shinji. Extra Shinji is a little bit more less shithead, for sure. Like, you know how Shiro got Shiro got his response point from whatchamacallit, You know how he became an orphan and got picked up by Kiritsugu? Just imagine you just had a shit spawn, and once you spawn into the world, your forefather, right, aka your grandpa, said, hey, we got a replacement that's gonna replace you, and you're practically useless, okay? I don't know why you're existing. You're probably just going to be a seed and nothing more, and if you fail me, you're fucked. Right? It's one of those. There is a moment where Shinji. There's some fan arts where a fan story where Shinji doesn't get raised by Mato, and he actually becomes a really decent person. It's just that if Shinji was with any other motherfuckers, if Shinji wasn't with any other motherfuckers, he might actually turned out okay. He could have been in like any other household and Shinji would have turned out okay. It's just that Mato is fucked and Zoken is fucked, and Mato Zoken together is just Omega fucked. Question number 13. Which servant do you want to go around school grounds with? Your childhood friend category. MASH wins by quite the amount. The second place is Artoria Caster. Third place is Mondo Ricardo. Fourth place is Oreshkagel. And fifth place is Jufu. I want to eat box lunch that MASH made. 20-year-old male. If I can have a school life with MASH, my life will be happy. 30-year-old female. Artoria Caster. I want to have food at night together, and I want to see Artoria stuff her cheeks with food, and I would like to see it up close. 20-year-old female. Jufu. I have a distinct remembrance of when I was in elementary school. I played Smash Brother with her. Damn, she's on that full fucking D-Gen drive. Damn, her illusion drive's on max. 20-year-old female. Sixtova? What? Red hair? I want to see him grow. I want to see him grow up close and personal. Simultaneously, I might become a horse rider. Lol. 30-year-old female. That's a D-Gen. It's essentially, she's just saying that she wants to be his Uma Musume guy. It's essentially, yes, it is essentially Grand Carnival Gurako. We're talking about like red hair as in servant red hair. Like the rider, 3-star, red hair. As a teacher, Keiron takes the first place. Second place, Morgan. Third place, Pureto Mayos. Fourth place, Junji, Elameloid II. It's fucking Komei. Fifth place is Salieri. Keiron. I feel like as a student, he will look after me. He'll try to make my studies go a long way and help me out where I'm struggling. Has teacher vibe. 20-year-old female. K-Ron. All-knowing, very cool, kind yet strict. A responsible person. 50-year-old female. Morgan. Strict but cool. Definitely going to be taught. A perfect female teacher. 20-year-old female. Saito Hajime. He's definitely the yada yada type. I kind of want to get caught in his lazy life. 20-year-old male. Senpai.
Hello?
For the Senpai directive, Gekka Bijin, aka Consort U, takes first place.
Yes?
Takasugi gets second place. Emiya, third place. Charlemagne, fourth place. Fifth place, Achilles.
Oh, very well.
The reason why I picked Consort U. When it comes to senpai, it's definitely Guchan senpai. 20-year-old female.
Hello?
You want yakisoba pan and coffee milk, right?
Yes?
Leave it to me, senpai. 30-year-old male. Takasugi.
Yes?
He'll probably say, treat me a bowl of ramen. But I can't hate him for that. A charming, a senpai, he will be. 20-year-old female. Melisande. A prince-like type senpai that would walk the kingly road so elegantly. But in front of me, she will show the dere side of her. That is something that I would like to see. 30-year-old male. Somebody call FBI. FGO, the #1 NPC character. First up, NPC character #1, Kamachacho. It 一見理解不能な教授に見えるが芯の立った男だから。It's as a man that's incomprehensible, a madman. Yet, if you look at him, he's a fucking man, waiting for his servant. 20-year-old male. Design and characters are awesome. 20-year-old male. #2, Umi Sachihiko. Designs and personality-wise, the fact that he's not playable is a shame. The man is nothing but charm. 20-year-old unknown. I would love to hear his voice. Let me hear it. 30-year-old female. #3, Agravain. even though as sent as a spy. Forever so faithful and loyal to the Lion King is so cool. 20-year-old male. I want to get all the Knights of the Round Table in my pocket and gather them all. 10-year-old male. 4th place, Romani Akama. I love, we all love Dr. Roman. There's no reason. I don't have to explain myself. Do I? Unknown female. Because the story of love and hope, I want to believe it forevermore. 20-year-old male. Fuck. Tsukita Matsugoro, right? It's easier if I just go fucking Takasugi, and then get his shit from the event. Disciple of Shoka Shonjuku. Oh shit, that's not a teacher. Ah, there we go. Yoshida Shoin. Yoshida Shoin. If you don't know, you'll see him in well, technically you've already seen him, no? Or is it this Gura you're gonna see him? When are you gonna see this guy? You'll probably see this guy soon. Is it this year Gura? No, it's next year Gura. I thought you've already seen that guy. I'm pretty sure you guys already seen him, no? Am I tripping? Yeah, you've already seen him. He's with Takasugi. Did you guys not play the event? No? No shot. You saw it in 2000, Yeah, you saw it, I guess you saw Remnant. You saw a lot. Actually, you're right. A lot of them. This has been mentioned. A lot of it mentioned. Yeah, a lot of it has been mentioned here. A lot of it's been mentioned here. You're going to see him on Boys' Day next year. Okay, yeah. You're going to see him here, but a lot of the mention was in the Gura beforehand. But yeah. Yoshida Shoin. For Takasugi's sake, I want him now. 30-year-old female. Because he lives in the same, he was born in the same prefecture I was. And I also want to see him mess around with Takasugi. 20-year-old female. 20-year-old male. Character design が好みなのと I love his character design. And when he joined in, his event was awesome. 30-year-old female. What was your favorite chocolate scenario in Valentine? Toneriko, Oberon, Takasugi, Saito Hajime, Morgan, Teskatoripoka, Gomen, Ashia, Pureto Mayosu, Creamhilt, and Sodom Beast Draco. Torineko. It was so sweet. 20-year-old male. Torineko. ASIC. Remember. First place is ASIC. The sheer fact of dead mode, right? Dead mode, and able to shadow clone 3 variants of themselves is unfair. Oberon. I love Oberon, so anything I receive from him, I'm happy. 20-year-old female. Morgan. The fairy kingdom Morgan's story gets continued and be able to be told in many different meanings. The atmosphere and the mood of the scenario, I liked it. Simultaneously, the voice actor voicing it was a phenomenal job. 30-year-old female. Kureto Mayus. Because after Karudia's journey is over, provided a road path that we could take. 30-year-old female. Deska Toripoka. The fact that he knows his honesty and his unluck more than anyone. The interaction between him and Kukura Khan. 40-year-old female. Yui Shosetsu. The wholesomeness she shows is a cutie for sure. 20-year-old male.
Both of you quarreled and scrapped until I lost track of which is love and which is hate.
Oh,
But I'm
sorry. NPC, spoilers. Spoiler.
I'm going to help myself.
They're gonna be talking about. Oh, wow! They're doing Nasu interview and then Takeuchi interview. Oh, interesting. Oh, by the way, spoilers. Yeah, by the way, guys, you're from here on out, you gonna see hella spoilers. So be careful. I can't save you from all the spoilers.
To help myself.
So let me leave my ass here real quick. Let me go take a restroom, and then we'll finish this page and we'll go Nasu reading and Takeuchi reading. Let me get another reload of Dranky Drank.
But I'm through being your punching bag and your referee and your battleground. I'm going to help myself.
Alright, let's get this second part started. Excuse me, had to BRB. The next limited event, which servant do you want to be protagonist for? Archetype Earth. Teska Toripoka, Ashia Dillman, Oberon, Senji Muramacha, Toraroku, Morgan, Melisyn, Asik, and Ereshkigal. New 5-star. Which 5 stars do you want to see servants that are under 4-star? 4-star and under. Number 1 is Hercules. A lot of people wants to see 5-star Hercules. Second place is Arash. Sasaki Kojiro, Chacha, Toraroku, David, Mondo Ricardo, Kufulin, Hans Christian Andersen, and Passionless. There's a 20-year-old Wani Matahari. I wish it to be 4-star. I would like her to be 5-star, but 4-star's okay too. I want to use her cuteness, and I want her to be strong. True, true. What are you expecting in FGO? Expecting a fake collab. Fate Strange fake collab. 20-year-old female. The end of a long journey for Fujimaru Ritsuka. Able to hang around kids around his age. Return back to normality. 20-year-old male. Would like to finish the entire story while I'm still alive. 30-year-old male. I want, yeah, Yoshida showing. I love Yoshida showing as a servant. Please bust out more cute servants. Would love to see more special gacha animation. Would like a light novel, visual novel, CG model for masters that are not too old to be able to interact with past events. Any opportunity, manga, anime, anything, please make it happen. The story's conclusion. Yeah, a result that makes it all worth the while. Make this a Tight Moon All-Star. Make it into PC, NPC, don't matter. Make the scenario as awesome as awesome. GSSR. Please let us roll it twice. One word for 9th anniversary FGO. It seems that my elementary my first grader became a middle school third year. Damn. Elementary guy became a middle school third year this year. As an elementary schooler, watched a commercial for Emmate, which is my daughter's event, by the way. And I'm now here. The time flies fast, doesn't it? 10-year-old female. She must be like 18, 19 then. That's crazy. She actually watched that shit like when she was actually 10. Crazy. I won't say much. I want Melt to enjoy Karudia as she desire. Don't stop at 10th year. Let's go for 20th year. Let's go. Look over their journey together. During midnight, my neighbor knocked on my door to tell me to shut the hell up because Merlin came along. I never thought that my life would change so much because of this game. I'll follow it forever. 30-year-old female. Currently running with Charlemagne, Gilgamesh, and Parvati. I'm excited to see more to come. 20-year-old female. I fell in love with the gameplay, and it's been 5 years. The sheer fact that I'd be able to live through a game's lifespan and more, half of it is insane to me. Yeah, different individual masters and servants love. I would like for their passion to be saved, and their passion to be answered. Grand finale. I believe in you all. We'll be with you till the very end. 20-year-old male. Enjoying story every time, losing emotion, composure left and right. Please continue to do so. 30-year-old female. Give me Kamasoso. 10-year-old unknown. Do your very best. Congratulations on your 9th anniversary. Thank you so much for creating my Oshi. And sincerely pray and hope for everybody's safety and health. 20-year-old female. Abundance of Pickup is going to start assaulting Master's wallet very soon. Are you prepared? Can you survive? 30-year-old male. Congratulations on 9th anniversary. It is part of my life now, but I'm ready whenever they are. I don't want this to end, but I'm excited for the future to come. We'll watch it till the very end. 40-year-old male. We're almost there at 10th Annie. 30-year-old female. So here's all NPCs. And here's all NPCs on events. And then Kinoko interview. Here we go. Let's see, let me get a quick rundown here. This is just gonna be all summer. LB7, you Olga Marie. Mahoyo collab. LB2. Base Areshka goal. Base Areshka goal. Swimsuit events. Takeuchi. Mahoyo collab. Swimsuit. NPC. Torineko. Character comp. Edo 2, CL, Swimsuit Areshka goal. Nothing of the coins part for sure. And then there's an interview of a person who made Fate Extra, which I'll read, of course. Alright. Let's get this started, shall we? Alright. Nasu interview. Ninth year was the preparation year. New systems being implemented, preparing for the final chapter. Mr. Nasu, it's been 1 year. Once more, we come back at it again. Can you tell us about the 9th year development? How has 9th year development been?メインがだいぶ7章以降、特に悪章と称してない章はすべて第2部まで終わってて、総章という最終章に向けた最後のクッションが始まった年でもあり、それをまがみめず受け止めてもらうためにはどうするかといった考える1年でしたね。総章がおまけではなく、この章が必要なんだということを示すのに注力しつつ、いつもの FGO らしく楽しいイベントを飾り回せました。サーベントが向かっていて、やることも見えてきているユーザーに新しい遊び方を満喫させる、その準備を進めてきた期間でもありますね。So, in the 9th year, starting with the main story being Season 2, Chapter 7, aka Mictoran. Now that it has ended, Sosho became a chapter of final in order to prepare for the final chapter, a final cushion has began this year. In order to make sure that everybody is acknowledged and want to make sure that this doesn't feel like a extension date, I needed to make sure a lot of things to come into fruition. That's the entire was kind of felt like. I wanted to make sure that Sosho was not just an add-on. that you need to know this. You need to know these chapters and for the future and the answers that is all to come, while concentrating on that point and simultaneously making sure that the FGO fun little event was able to be in the mix amongst it all. There was many servants all prepped and ready to go, and now there are things to see in the horizon, and wanted to make sure that the users had fun and new gimmicks and fun little play. That was definitely the timeline we kind of had to prepare for things as well. So the interviewer actually pokes another question saying so that we are getting additional new systems from here on out as well. It says, ゲームシステム的に一番大きなものですし、ユーザー的にも納得がいくものだと思っています。最後にこれをやるためにここまで頑張ってきたんだなと思えるようなものを考えています。It says it's one of the bigger game system type for sure, and it would make users understandable why we are doing the things that we are doing. In the very end, it was all for this sake we were able to push ourselves this far, is the thought process that we're hoping that you all get to once it's implemented. Main の7期以外はあんまり育てていないというユーザーさんはなんだと驚くかもしれない。ただ今からでも全然間に合うので、これを機会に気のままいろいろなサーバントを教育していただければと思います。It says for those user players who are only leveling up the main 7 and nothing else, you might be wondering what the heck. But even still to this day, you'll still make it even if you try to level up the extra servant. Please use this opportunity to level up many types of different servants that you like and have fun with it, is my opinion. I would like a little bit of hint, Mr. Nasu. Why is bond and class score so important later on in our timeline? Oh, yes. On top of that, servant growth in general is also coming to fruition as well. As you know, in the Season 1 climax, Bond itself gave additional servants more strengthening. It's a game-like gimmick type. But in Season 2, we're going to make more complex gimmick that will kind of play a similar role. But it's even bigger on the scale, is what we are planning. それが今年あたりにようやく実装できるかなというところなので、せめて9年目は本当に準備の段階でした。It says right around this year, we were able to finally, fully, almost be able to implement that gimmick to fruition. So on top of it all, 9th year you can say that truly was the stage of preparation for the final chapter. It doesn't say final chapter, but the implementation is that final chapter. Why we were able to call upon Nokunoria, the permanent permanent departure even after leaving, permanent departure after restoring, after the restoration of humanity. I would like to talk about the summer event that happened right after 8th anniversary. To be perfectly honest, this Servant Summer Festival. What was the reason for you to create this continuation verse? Nasu answers, because I wanted of servants that gathered all around and celebrated festivities. That's all. After all, every year, Comiket, right? Comiket, aka Comiket, has happened every year. So, I think now that there's more servant faces and there's more servant faces and more people gathered around, I think it was time for us to bring out Summerfest once more. And want to bring everybody along for the first time was the thought process. なので FGO が終わる年にサバフェス2をやればいいんじゃないかなとスタッフ内には言ってたんですけど、竹内くんのせいで早まりました。ははは。Wait. Hold on. Interesting. So when FGO when the FGO ends, why don't we just bust out Servant Festival 2? That's what the talk about was going around the staff team, but due to Takeuchi's fault, it came out earlier. Haha. So the interviewer asked, then from here on out, if the servants increase more in numbers, are you saying that the third summer festival is a possibility? ... I don't think Servant Festival 3 will occur. Maybe. Will not occur. Maybe. So he specifically says Servant Festival 3 will not happen. Maybe. So who knows? It might actually happen. But maybe. I heard the reason Nokunorea came to FGO was because Mr. Takeuchi played a certain role. Is this correct?
He doesn't love me anymore.
We knew the summer servant. Yeah, we knew the summer servant was already decided. So the sheer fact that if we inserted Nokunorea, the summer servants were already decided. So if we were to put Nokunorea in there, it kind of just became an LB6 after party.
Don't fight before dinner.
First, in order to achieve Servant Festival 2, we needed to create Morgan banking notes and created new symbols and do all this funny stuff was the first intention. Then someone, aka Takeuchi, said, this year anniversary, I want to bust out Morgan, aka Toneriko. Because of certain someone, Takeuchi, was said to be certain. It says now that Morgan is going to be intervening Summer Festival. I suggested that we're going to have a servant festival if the anniversary servant is going to be ASIC and Morgan's going to get involved in the summer event. However, if it's just regular Hawaii once more, we'll actually have a power down. So we created a new servant festival from scratch. So that's how it went. I see. So the very first servant festival was about creating your doujinshi, was the theme. But this time, we wanted to make it so that even ordinary people can enjoy themselves, was the theme. 一般参加者で楽しむこと. So yeah, instead of creator, you're more like a purchaser slash, just kind of like there, right? You're trying to be a guest instead of a creator, or a content, instead of a content producer, you were like the audience, you were like the viewer. After all, doing the same thing would be quite silly. On top of it all, inside of the content, we wanted to make sure that if there's an LB6 members, we're going to self-parody the entire event itself as quote-unquote prophecy and 3 bosses to make the game even more exciting. Is the process, and I think it was pretty fun. And the result was the Sursano series. That is true. They did have a little fun summer. It was like, oh, there's a prediction, and every prediction, 3 fucking calamities hit summer. Please do explain what caused the Sursano series to be on the board. When we decided to do Southern Festival once more, we went back to Hawaii and got the in order to get more materials and information, we went back to Hawaii. When we went to cruising for Hawaii, we thought to ourselves, wouldn't it be funny if Sursano's comes from the sea? Then let's do it. And it just kind of happened. If there's a sea Sursano's, then there's got to be a fire Sursano's. It was kind of like that, and it kind of got the idea kind of just got thrown around and got accepted right away. Simultaneously, there is a misunderstanding on the third one. The third eye of Yamerunosu is not harmful, Sursano's. It's to stop. It's to stop Sursano's. It's the stopping the war and to stop the fight, stop the calamity. And so when people started to fight amongst each other, the stop Sursano's comes in. That's the third one. Understood. Going back to the topic of Nokunorea. It's my understanding that Nokunorea does not exist as a fairy in the human proper history. How was she able to be summoned? Is what I'm very curious about. Was it the power of Artoria Avalon strength at its finest?基調は違いますが AA は英霊の座と同じものではないので強引に一材料を追加することもできます。具体的は違いますが AA は英霊の座と同じようなそれでワンジナという精霊の思いを同じように理解できる代行者を用意した。他の要請でもよかったのですが、そこはシステムとしてではなく AA 個人的なわがままでもう一度のクネラルに祭りを味わってほしいということで出しました。普段は人類が回復するまでの戦力として特例で呼ばれた異世界の王ですが、例えばゼウスも戦力として召喚できるのでしょう。 異世形態ととってもゼルスはそもそも人類にいる存在ですから、呼ぶのであれば、からでしょう。異性の形態のみ成立する上間違っています。体の王は永遠のように異文体の存在をこちらに配布できるのでしょうか。どのように縁があればできます。要請しないともうそんなもんなんだし、体に育っている英霊であればこの事件が起きて召喚できないでしょう。ということは人類が回復した時には逃げられない別れが待っていると。もともとサウンドはそういう存在ですからね。特にイベン性こうなると今のうちに第7章の異世界形態の縁があるなら何かの利用で述べる可能性はあります。ただ、7章でやりきっているので、個人的にはそう知られると青になっています。あと、周りに電話して、レイジー・アバロンを知らないかって聞いたら、彼女なら、トラリラ部屋で YouTube を見ているよって言うじゃないか。なるほど、あまり信号を考えてもいないですね。安心しました。レイジー・アバロンも FGO の世界においては政治的な存在ではないので、正体を知られると泡になって消えるというのは言い過ぎですけど、いつか人類が回復したらそっと自分の世界に戻るのだと。アルトリアキャスターバーザーカー戦記2神からウサ耳アイスになっていますが、タイプムーンの大ヒロインには大体がバニーの姿になっていますね。ウサギに可愛さを見出せない人類はいないでしょう。ウサギにはとにかく今後クレードも一応バニー、クレードはもともとウサギ属性だから。着せ替えるとしたら、Alright, excuse me. Let me go back to reading. Because yeah, it got very complicated explaining Nokunorea there. Going back to topic of Nokunorea. Yeah, she's a fairy that technically doesn't exist in proper human history side. How was she able to be summoned is one of my questions. Was it the power of Artoria Avalon, aka AA's play into fruition? To an extent, you're not wrong, but AA is practically close to the heroes of the throne, so she is able to, she's able to technically pull any materials and resources necessary to make it happen. So, when Wanjina came in as a spiritual being, she needed to, when Wanjina as a being came to about, AA needed to create a representative that could understand the same feeling as the great spirit, the great elemental spirit Wanjina, and that's why it was prepared. It could have been any other fairies, however, it was not the system's fault. It was actually AA's own stubborn fruition wanting Nokunorea to enjoy the festivity one more time, and that's why she was thrown into the bin. So essentially, TLDR, AA has the same power as Heroes of the Throne, and it was her own selfish desire to bring Nokunorea once more into the FGO world to make her enjoy festivities once more.
Have you been drinking?
Morgan は Morgane came in as a specialty, right? Exclusivity as until humanity is restored. She's a Lost Belt King. She's one of the few Lost Belt King that was been summoned. For an example, can we use this logic to be able to summon Zeus into our fighting force? Even if we're talking about Lost Belt, to be perfectly honest, Zeus already existed in proper human history. So if you're going to call Zeus, you'll probably call Zeus from the proper human history side and not the Lost Belt side at all. Lost Belt wise, Morgane is the queen that sets up an exception, and things would change when explaining that. Speaking of Lost Belt Kings, can they pull things off just like AA have from the Heroes of the Thrones, able to manipulate things to their own will to summon things that they want? What kind of requirements require them to able to summon things like that? The most important part is if they are connected by fate, by it. Fairy Knight Warriors are a practical example of that. And when it comes to カルデアが関わっている英霊であれば、この事件が起きている間は召喚できるでしょう。If Caldea is involved into this incident, if it's a Caldea servant that's involved, until the incident is over, they have a chance to summon the fated people. So it's essentially, they're saying that serving kings and essentially anything Lost Belt wise can summon their own own historical characters into existence, into their own Lost Belt, which is very interesting. Does that mean? Oops. Does that mean when humanity gets restored, are there goodbyes that cannot be avoided? It says, after all, servants are usually like that in the very first place. Especially the Lost Belt side of people will not return once proper human history gets restored. Oh, I see. Then if that's the case, I would like LB7's Lost Belt King. I would like Kamasoso to come by and visit. That is kind of the feelings that I have. Is there a possibility for him to show up anytime soon? It says yes, it's a possibility. It's a possibility because we are connected by fate, and with some additional reasonings, it's possible. However, I would like to leave, personally, I would like to leave Kamasoso alone and let him rest after LB7. Okay. 7章でやりきっているので、個人的にはカマソスはあのままで休ませてあげたいです。So yeah, essentially, Nasu don't want Kamasoso coming out anytime soon, boys. Get wrecked, scrubbed. But one day. I've got one more question. That's about Lady Avalon. The term when she specifically says, if you know the true me, I'll disappear like bubbles. Can we take that literally, or is she playing around? It says, due to the fact that we already have Merlin, perhaps maybe she doesn't have much existence to go by, and she's trying to exaggerate it. At the same time, because she, aka he, is technically there, so it's kind of embarrassing to see himself once more. He's probably, if she has disappeared, and if you were to call Merlin on the phone and ask where's Lady Avalon, he'll probably answer, she's probably in the next room watching YouTube. You can take that as so. Oh, I see. So we don't have to think about it so deeply. I'm quite relieved. But understand, Lady Avalon is definitely one of those characters that doesn't exist properly in the FGO world. So even if her real self were to be known, it's a bit too much for her to say she might disappear like a bubble. But when humanity gets restored once more, she'll just return to her own world. That's all. Talking about Artoria Caster Berserker, her second ascension is a bunny girl Alice Wonderland style, but it seems that every Type Moon 4 biggest heroines have a lot of bunny style imagery, don't they? It says, I don't think there's any human being that don't look at a bunny and don't think it's cute, right? I hope. Lol. After all, bunnies are very cutie and cutesy.
Another galaxy.
Then the interviewer asked, will we able to see Arcuin in FGO as a bunny outfit anytime soon?
I have heard of evolution. It's immoral.
Nasu answered, Arcuin is already a bunny type character, so if she were to change clothes, it'd probably be quite drastic, and I would like her to be I would like for her to dress unexpectedly, for sure.
Where do you come from? Another galaxy.
Now we're talking about Yu Olga Murray. Yu Olga Murray could have been friends. Yu Olga Murray Elementals. Now, right after summer, Olga Murray Quest has came about. Can you explain a little bit more of that? We wanted an event that gives out servants that you've been raising for these past few years, maybe around 30 of your best, and wanted to do a quick battle, was the concept. It was not like it was life or death battle circumstances, but if we don't create contents like these types of things, there were no meaning to constantly push servant leveling up and growing them. Olga Murray after LB7, she doesn't have much role. She doesn't have much role once she finishes a role, and Olga Murray will not show up as much after LB7, so it's just kind of a reminder to not forget about her, but at the same time have game system gimmick being semi-pushed in order to get the concept of our goal move forward. So essentially, TLDR, she's just gonna pop up every so often. At the same time, it's just a best game system to be like, there's a reason why people are pushing you to level up those servants.
Now
It says, 堤防で触れられていた10年目に出てくる新しいシステムの交渉なんでしょうか? It says, is it the topic that we talked about at the very front, the 10th year anniversary preparation new system, perhaps? And then Nasu says it in bold. Correct. 多分オルガメリーを全て倒したらやっと最後のシステムが解放されてるくらいの覚悟を持ってください。It says, think about it as once you defeated all the Olgamuris, the last system will be unleashed. Think about it as that and prepare yourself and please be patient. So whatever the new system that they're going to implement later, in the main story-wise, is going to be implemented after we defeat all the Muri. Please explain about the design of Olgamuri. Can you give us an example of why Flare Murray's right horn is shattered? By the way, that was not my decision. That was Mr. Takeuchi when designing. He wanted to make Takeuchi wanted to design one with a distinction of horns in order to create a semi-separation to get semi-separation to get different designs going. 一体くらいはの差別化しようと話が出た。So while discussing about horn types and features and unique, Takeuchi wanted to design a little bit different than the others. We decided this when we simply divided her to 4. That's about it. So essentially, the reason why Flare Murray's right side horn was shattered was because it was just a quick decision making, and Takeuchi wanted all the horns to be different, but one of them be semi-shattered. Semi like different than completed horns altogether. Wanted to create an incompleted horn to create differentiation. I believe Flare Murray came in with a immense intensity without saying a word. What was she thinking during these times?
Many of the people you destroyed were still alive.
To be honest, she was definitely a knight. She had the quote-unquote knights, the knight trained up as a knight mentality type. So whenever it comes to fighting, because you were her enemy, she was fighting nonchalantly, and there was no ill intent or any harbinger of hatred or evil towards the person she was fighting. There was a possibility that if we were to conversate correctly, she could have been our friend. Uh, 仲間になっていたかもしれないフレアマリーが1体目の相手とは運命のいたずらですね。It says the sheer fact that the Flare Murray could have been our friend and had to be our very first opponent. What a fickle fate is. It's essentially tease of destiny, right? What a tease of destiny. 立場を違いを分かった上で協力してくれるタイプでしたからね。他の奴らは相手の話を理解しても自分の立場の方が大事だから絶対に仲間にはなりません。そこは他の3人と大きく違いますので。It says, by the way, by understanding each other's circumstances and situation, Flare Murray was definitely the type that still would have collaborated after all. Others would still try to conversate and understand their positions and their perspective. However, they would prompt themselves that their position and their role is much more important, so they will never be our friends. So comparing to the other three, she was a bit different. First つ目のオルガマリクエストはグラウディウスをやりたいと言ったのが発見したんですよ。横スクロールで進みながらどんどんパワーアップしていて、パワーアップのやり方次第で戦闘が楽になるし、使いたくないものは取らなくてもいい。それに FGO システムで表現したらあのようになりました。グラウディアス The hell's a Glaudius? Isn't Gladius a fucking shooter video game? Like Bullet Hell? Yeah. So okay. So they had the Gladius as a motif. Yeah, it's Gladius is a spaceship shooter game. The scroll. Okay. Aquamarine Aquamarine was giving away president badges. What sort of things was that implemented, and what was your thought process for that? Second Olga Marie quest, we wanted to have a Gladius. We wanted to make it Gladius-like type event. Like the side scroller, by continuing forward, you can get a power up. And depending on how you power up, the battle gets easier. And what you don't want to take as a power up, you don't have to. Using that circumstances, we implemented that idea to the FGO system and tried to show it as best as possible. I heard that the presidential badge design looked very similar to Olga Murray's command seal. Is that on purpose? Yes, the badge design was definitely on purpose to get the command seal design of Murray for the president. It's not something that Aqua Murray purposefully put her thought process or effort into. It was just a simple sending salt to an enemy. It was just a simple tactic of giving salt. Giving salt to an enemy item like. It's like putting your own portrait as your own currency and gifting it out. That's about it. Lol. Can you tell us where and what were the Can you tell us the rest of the elements, what they are doing currently? To be perfectly honest, there's one moron that's actually doing some moronic things, but other than that, nothing so special. 日本にオルガマリークエストは4体に分かれたエレメンタルオルガマリーが敵。To be perfectly honest, Olgamari quest is going to be quite simple. You're going to have to fight 4 different Olgamaris of the elements. I think that's the easiest. Yeah, I think that's the simplest way to understand the circumstances. Scenario might be short, but in the very end, she does say something very vital to the story and crucial to the plot line. So, after you finish all of them and reach the final chapter, you will start to have more understanding of why things are happening of sort. We made it. Yeah, we made sure that to an extent you don't have to do them, and you'll still get to a point. So apparently, one of them is doing something stupid. 若干1名バカなことをやっているやつがいるのですが、I'm assuming that is assuming that's the presidential enjoying life, happy. Ki do ai raku, so enjoyment. So I believe the elemental of enjoyment is doing something stupid. Because Nasu's saying one element is actually doing something stupid, but other than that, nothing too special. Just think of Ogumare quest as just 4 elemental Ogumare needs to be defeated. As simple as that. However, scenario is short, but in the end, they will drop a lore bomb. And if you were to do them all, you'll understand why final chapter is the way it is. We made it so that technically you don't have to do them, and you'll still understand it to an extent. 残り2体も準備は進んでいると. It says, the interviewer asks, 2 more elements are being prepared as we speak. And then Nasu says, correct. 1 is currently enjoying their presidential life to the fullest. And 1 is sincerely hating humanity for all its might. Please be excited for the future content. Yeah, bent over heels. A lot of shenanigans happening in Mahoyo collab. Alice and the words of determination. Mahoyo from here on out. Mahou Tsukai no Yoru from here on out. Mahoyo. We would like to hear about the Mahoyo collab, Mr. Nasu. How did this collab come about in fruition? Nasu answers, to be perfectly honest, the collaboration was already in play way before than a lot of the things. Because of circumstances, a lot of the timings did not work out. We weren't able to schedule it. And yeah, we weren't able to schedule it to put a proper timing to it until May of 2024, when all the schedule puzzles started to fit into pieces, and we decided the due date to be on May 2024. First, we wanted an easy event. The first thought process was to give it an easy event to have fun. But as the time go, as the time go, we decided that we needed to write a proper story to it. Natsu event で疲れ切ったところではあったんですけど、できりゃって。It says we were very exhausted in finishing the summer event, but yeah, we were very exhausted finishing the summer event, but we said, fuck it, we ball, essentially. It's not exactly that translation, but yeah. Nasu and the team said, fuck it, let's do this. Parentheses, lol. We wrote this scenario during the same time, roughly around Nemo's Christmas event was being written. So, ネモのクリスマスイベントも同じ期に書いていたのでカツカツではありましたがなんとかしました。It was a little rough, but we managed to pull through. So first, the interviewer asked, I would like to know what kind of scenario was provided for us at the 1.0. At first, we wanted to talk about witch hunting, like a serious, the serious, no joke witch hunting was our first idea. Somewhere around the middle of 20th century. We wanted to do like a Germany trip. And Noishuru Stein. Neuschwanstein. The castle, yeah, they wanted to talk about the castle of Neuschwanstein and any more old castles memories. And using that atmosphere, we wanted to create a Silent Hill motif was our first idea. While that was happening, around October 2023, me and Takeuchi was talking about schedule, and we went to a hot springs for a couple of days to discuss and bing chill. Essentially, they spent a couple of nights in the hot spring and just kind of chillaxed. The Showa, aka Japanese era, right? Japanese era of back in the day, smell of the hot springs. While we were enjoying ourselves, we suddenly exclamated, "Oh, I see. The housewife, no, Komadori, right? AKA the bluebird, see it." And then we started the everyday Alco murder mystery sequences occurred. That's wild. So essentially, Nasu and Takeuchi was just like, all right, man, we got to come up with a plan. We're going to meet at the hot springs to chillax and relax and come up with a plan. And then they were just like, oh, shit, dude. I think Alco dying every day in a hot spring event would be pretty lit. Because what do you mean? They were thinking, dude, the 1.0, a Silent Hill like Germany trip of Neuschwanstein Castle, that would have been so lit. But they decided to do mystery murder of a housewife saw this mystery murder shenanigans. But instead of changing the housemaid, instead of housemaid, it was the bluebird, aka Komatori. 昭和の雰囲気が感じられる温泉に身を置いてからこそ生まれたときめきだったのですね。It says, being surrounded by the Showa era, which is about like until the 80s and 90s. 80s and 90s. Because of the hot springs, letting your body relax, this idea came into fruition, I see. Because it was at that time of Mihoyo and its stories and it fits the timeline, I believe the stage was kind of perfect for the era as well. It says, unfortunately for FGO fans, this event definitely was all about Mihoyo and it was for Mihoyo fans, but we decided that was okay. それでもいいかと Komaya, which by the way, Komaya is Komaya Hirokazu, who is the character designer of Mihoyo. We were perfectly okay with that circumstances, so we asked the Komaya and Yakeuchi. Is it not Takeuchi? That's funny. There's a typo here. That's cute. I might have actually found a rare typo from Famitsu. That's actually a fun typo there. Instead of Takeuchi, it's Yakeuchi. It's supposed to be Takeuchi, but it's kind of a funny little typo that they, oopsie. Yeah, well, Takeuchi and Kotoyama confirmed all this. We got couple plot lines and couple plots shown just in case to make it happen. We decided with, yeah, Komadori saw, Komadori wa mita ga ichiban ii janai ka to omou koto kimashita. Yeah, so they did some couple of like A test, B test, and they decided that instead of having this whole fucking title of housemaid, no, the bluebird saw it, right? And so after testing some titles and plot lines, Bluebird seen it, made sense. It says, by the way, can you give us explanation of why Sonnoji's Noble Phantasm animation situation? What was that all about? それを知っているのは自分と小山あとは宝具演出を作るときに説明を受けた螺旋グルのスタッフだけです。Yeah, can you talk more about the situation with Sonnoji and his Noble Phantasm? Oh, by the way, people who know that is me, Koyama, and the people who got instructed to do the Noble Phantasm animation was single staff. Fucking not. 雪の日に廃棄でという状況を見ると青子の決戦の日を思い出しますね。ぜひそれを教えていただければ。It says on an abandoned location on a snowy day. That situation, from seeing it, it feels like it's the it's the final battle of Alco. The Alco's detrimental fight days is what I have hypothesized. Please, if there's any details, please provide it to us. It says I can't say it. By the way, speaking of Sonnoji, Sojiro's Noble Phantasm technically is a take 2. And in the first take, you would understand what was going on, what was happening, and it was such a more understanding Noble Phantasm. But if we were to give that Noble Phantasm to the audience, it was way too straightforward. Simultaneously, we didn't want to tease craziness right off the bat, so we needed to cut those motions in. After all, if it was all in one, if it all was in take 1, you would understand everything and anything that has happened, so it would have been quite problematic. The parenthesis, lol. Komadori is Robin? Yeah, the Bluebird. It's easier to say Bluebird to newer people than say Robin, because Robin is technically not the Bluebird in FGO. Sojiro. あとは宗次郎の大脳筋性格区の設定について当然答えが出されましたね。魔法をやるからにはファンの方にも新しい情報とかいうそうだったのかと思えるものを出した方がいいと決断しました。ネタバレにはなるのですが何も指定していないので当たり故障なのはシナリオより刺激のあるものが最大のファンサービスになるだろう。So essentially, the interviewer specifically talks about the brain functionality of Soji, aka the welfare servant. The welfare servant's functionality and his how he do things. It seems that the answer is kind of blatant there, and I'm glad it was answered. Nasu answers it by, if we were doing Mahoyo, we definitely wanted something of a new information, like I suppose for the fans, or at least a confirmation of sort. That was the decision we have come to conclusion with. Of course, it is a spoilers to some circumstances, but we're not going to point out where and who and how. Atari no shougai no nai scenario. Yeah, instead of a banger hit scenario, we wanted to make sure instead of a banger hit scenario, we wanted to make sure that the audience, the fans, would have a stimulating enjoyment of new informations and confirmations of event. Probably thought was the best course of action for the best fan service that we could ever provide.
I'm going to lift you up your vulgar ways.
It says, I saw the grown-up Sonnoji, right? I saw the grown-up Sonnoji's right hand. He was wearing a glove. He was wearing a glove, I believe. That has some implementation, does it not? Can you explain it? And Nasu goes, yes, she was wearing a black glove. Okay, that's all. Lol. Onoji wearing a black glove, chat. Do you know what that means? Nasu's holding back? Well, he doesn't need to talk too much about it, you see. Just understand that somebody was wearing a black glove. That's all you need to know. Smiley face. Oh, it's also a spoilers too, and it's one of those things that you'd rather just read Mahoyo, and if you read the collab event after you've read Mahoyo, it's kind of a OIC kind of ordeal. コラボのit says, yeah, I saw Alice touching the right hand of Sonoji and specifically apologized of that circumstances as well. コラボのアリスは一人だけ魔法用の10年後の世界にいる人間なので、アリスが知っているのはあの時代の宗次郎と10年前の宗次郎は違う部分がある。これ以上はちょっと。It says in the collaboration, Alice was the only one that was left. That was the only one who lived in the world of Mahoyo 10 years after the Mahoyo circumstances. She is a human that lives in that world 10 years ago. So Alice knows Sonji during that time, and Sonnoji's 10 years ago have some different circumstances. I'm sorry, can't go any further. It says, I understand. Then let me ask, how did Alice feel? Can I have the emotion expression of Alice? That is all. Nasu answers, I'm glad that he's safe and sound. 元気でいてくれてありがとう。という言葉に全てが詰まっています。ごめんなさい。という気持ちと10年前の出来事、今ここにいる全てに関して感謝しているという。あの時はありがとうも言えなかったからね。So it says, Alice says, I'm glad that you're doing fine. Oh yeah, I'm glad that you're, the fuck? 元気でいてありがとうという言葉に全てが詰まっています。All it comes down to the word of her saying, thank you for being healthy, right? Thank you for being well. The fact that she says, I'm sorry, and the 10 years, what happened 10 years before, she is quite grateful of the circumstances that happens in front of her. After all, she wasn't even able to say, she wasn't even able to say thank you during that circumstances. And if you guys don't know what's that mean, read Mahoyo. After you read Mahoyo, if you reread the event, you'll understand what Nasu is talking about. The implementations and circumstances are all there. Talking about Alice's third ascension. Specifically on the Takebo Nikki in the Nasu's journal. それはいつか次の夜でねと書きましたが、第2のコラボなの。It says, you specifically says that's for now. We'll see you in the next night. You've written us with that beforehand in your Nasu journal. Can we assume that there's going to be a second collab in the future? Nasu specifically says, hey, second collab ain't coming. No matter what the shape and form it is, I now have to write a continuation, don't I? That's just a post that I wanted to, type in clearly. So essentially, Nasu might actually write after The Witch of the Holy Night. So Witch of the Holy Night Part 2 might come one day. The interviewer asked, I feel like the collaboration key features are slowly but surely diminishing in my honest opinion. Thinking of the past collabs, do you not think of any of the collaboration can have a part 2 in an effect? Nasu says, you bet there's not a lot of new collabs in the future, right? But there's more. I might throw up. Lol. Wait, もう新しいコラボ先がないと思うでしょう。まだあるんですよ。吐きそう。Lol. 第2部をやりたいなと思うものもあるんですけど、そこは通常イベントでと考えています。Oh, interesting. So essentially, they're saying that, the interviewer is saying that there's not going to be a lot of collab products that you're going to be collabing. Do you think about doing a part 2 of a collab? And then Nasu goes, listen, you think that there's no collab that we can't collab to, but there's a lot. He specifically says, I might throw up. Lol. Oh, no, it's not I might throw up. It's, he's coughing out loud. Sexo. Is it sexo or hakiso? I'm pretty sure it's hakiso, which is throw up. Give me a second. Yeah, haku. Haku means, he might throw up. Yeah, he might throw up, lol. For some odd reason, the man wants to throw up when it comes to Giga Mega collabs. It says there are a couple of collaborations that I want to do a part 2 on. However, I'll put that as a regular event. So they're not going to do like a part 2 collab. It's just going to be a regular event. That's going to be a continuation of the collab as a possibility. は通常イベントでと考えている。ラスボスにとして登場したオンリーワンナンバーワンシャイニースターの戦いの冒険島の演出がすごかったですね。I gotta say, the last boss that came in, the only one, number one, Shiny Stars battle animation motions was quite intense. And then Nasu specifically adds, yes, the monochrome became color. The old it has turned into new. Attack can go through, and we were able to bust out the most comfortable and most amazing music fitted in the BGM. We wanted to make that, we wanted to make that situation come into fruition so badly. We wanted to make sure that the Shiny Stars battle, we used a lot of efforts on different animations, motions, and graphs and pictures and CGs. We definitely pushed that for sure. ここまで魔人王や魔人王や役神 ORT みたいな、ボス自体のデザインに力を入れてきましたが、それだけだとマンネリになる概念系なので、シンプルなデザインがいいのだと思いました。It says, compared from here on out, like Demon God King, right, Gotea, and like Sorcenos and ORT, when it comes to boss design, we were definitely putting the boss design at first and put a lot of strengthening into it. But if we were to do that, it'll become manneri, right? Melancholy, simplistic in pattern, and it would become a bore. So we wanted to have a simple design at best to show you a boss. It says, and then the interviewer goes, that is certainly true. It was unexpected our final boss was. And then Nasu simply says, that's right. Something as simple as that can eradicate the world. We wanted to make it super simple, but we wanted to make the stage, the ambiance, everything else maxed up to an 11. We wanted to make sure that the shiny star itself might be tiny, but things circling around it is an abundant amount of stars circling left and right. There's stars that you can see, there's stars that you can like feel. That's kind of those things that we wanted to make a stage that made your heart flutter, kind of scene and excitement of sort. I believe Mr. Losengo and Mr. Takeuchi had a hard time trying to perfect that and work out. It was very difficult for me to try to make the image come out just by wording. So when the first stage came out, I specifically rejected it. It's not linear. Yeah, I told them it's not linear. It's not that simple. And 自分の中のイメージをなんとか書いて伝えて、竹内がこういうことって出してきたのがまさにそれでそういうこと。So I try to draw it with my own. I try to draw it to my best of my own abilities. What kind of things that I wanted to write, and when Takeuchi redrew the draft, we used it because it was the exactly the thing that I was trying to get. Very cool. Last but not least, Mihoyo's Collab's finale. I believe the family of Ryogu Shiki came out. It was quite the surprise. The sheer fact that the child saying bye-bye. The sheer fact of the child saying bye-bye and the parting words were quite meaningful and had sort of セリフが意味深いでしたが、何かつかみがあるのでしょうか。私は旅館に起きていたことを全部分かっていると。今後のカルデアのことも分かっているので、頑張ってねというメッセージですね。Oh, that's very cute. I gotta fucking make sure I don't mess her up. Shiki. Not Shiki. Let's put yeah, fuck it, dude. Just do Ryogu Shiki. Yeah, that one. Let's do that Shiki, which is 10 years later, and then have the child. Where is the child? Mana. Okay. So, essentially, Nasu, the interviewer is talking about the sheer fact that Mana has specifically said in Ryogu Shiki that she says bye-bye. And then as a goodbye word was quite more meaningful. Was there actual deeper meaning to all this? And then Nasu specifically answers, by the way, Mana Ryogi knew exactly every single thing that was happening in the event. So the sheer fact that knows what's going to happen to Karudeya, so it was in her own way, do her best, was the message that she was contriving all along. If you don't know, that is the daughter of Shiki, and I believe she is... the one who named Mana was Mikiya. She's in Lord Emeloid, she's in Illustrations, all that good stuff. She shows up a couple of times, and then she shows up in the FGO, whatnot. Very cute, very cute. But yeah, essentially, there was the last part where the child says bye-bye, and everybody was like, oh my god, there's a fucking... Because people fucking got hyped, because this was, I think, the second time Mana got drawn. Second time Mana got drawn after like a couple of years, so it was lit. Alright, so from here, Ito 2 spoilers. So be warned, this is 100% Ito 2 spoilers. Mana, and after you're at the end, you probably just didn't read what I translated. That's okay. Alright, Sosho 2. Looking back at Ito. The retired Avengers and how they're treated. Ito 2 stage was a Tokyo that was made up in protagonist's memory. Wait. So interviewer asked, the stage that was set in Ito, was the background of the location created in the protagonist's image, which was in the Tokyo that was faked? Mr. Nasu states that is correct. That is the memory from protagonist. But そのものではなく記憶を元にしたものだと思う。そのものの it's not just his memory. I believe it is based on his memory specifically. そうなると登場人物たちにも気になりますね。So if that's the case, then the characters that joined in definitely comes to fruition and question. 主人公の記憶にあるものをそのままサーベントや敵の人物に当てはまるのでしょう。カルデアに来る前の関係性にカルデア以降の人間関係を当てはめているからだと。普段なら主人公はあのような状態にはならないと思いますが、モデルとなった人物がいたのなら復讐に恩にかけられたものも納得ですね。事件の元ボスや元源やボスを憎むのは FGO の主人公の精神性からかけ離れていて正直ありえないことですよ。しかし今回だけはそうしないといけませんでしたね。身近な人が殺されて復讐心を抱えない者はいないんだ。その復讐心の心とどう向き合うかというのが総称2のテーマでしたね。テーマの設定をした後は担当のイラストさんに味付けをしてもらったのですが、学園物語をやると言われた時には本当にびっくりしました。でもシナリオを読むとなるほど、確かにそれなら納得感がありました。普段なら主人公、so it's essentially, so if that's the case, the characters that's shown is quite intriguing. It says probably the servants, サーバントや敵に当てはまるっていうのでしょう。Yeah, it's projected as the protagonist's memories as follows. And it is fitting the role of both servant and the enemies as best as possible. カルデア以降の人物は関係当てはまっているのかと。カルデアに来る前に関係性にカルデア以降の人物関係を当てはめている。So it's essentially the same concept as just kind of filling the role of the servants, fitting to each personality as best as they could, right? That's what Nasu's saying right there, that the relationship before he went to Karadea, he's probably adding them as Karadea personnel to kind of fit the blank. To be perfectly honest, in a normal protagonist setting, I genuinely think that circumstances, that situation doesn't happen. But if the model of a person is himself, and if the model of the person is that said being, then I can see that him trying to become a Avenger, Avenger to be seen is understandable. This is gonna be a spoiler, but TLDR, yeah, there's a certain moment in Protagonist where he kind of low-key almost became an Avenger because of some next level shit happened. So that's what a Protagonist is asking. Usually we don't see Protagonists in that state of beings, but is it perhaps the model of the person who set this all up try to make this, right, happen? It says in FGO, the mentality of protagonists, specifically hating the boss or the mastermind, does not exist. And honestly, it shouldn't happen. However, this time was a bit different. This time, it had to happen, and it needed to happen. After all, a human being that got their closest people murdered left and right, there's no way a normal human being would not incentivize or have a revengeful hatred in their heart. How you can see those, how you can feel those, and how you can see through these revengeful notions was definitely the theme of Ordeal Call 2. After I've given the theme setup, the illustrator that was in charge of the writing, I wanted him to add additional flavor to this text. But when they told me that they were going to turn it into a school life scenario, I was quite surprised. But when I read the story that they've created, I certainly understood their angle, and I got what they wanted to say. In Ordeal Call 2, interviewer specifically says, Avenger had to retire. How did you select those Avengers that needed to retire? Uh, 登場していないのは人によっては出会っていないアベンジャーです。メインストーリーはみんなやっちゃっているけど、イベントは人によってまちまちじゃないですか。そこで登場したアベンジャーたちが残っています。ただし、アンディ・マイエに関しては、カルデアの旅で馴染んだアベンジャーと違って最初からいるもんなので、例外的な立ち位置になっています。In Ordeal Call 2, Social 2, there were Avengers that had to retire. How did you select those characters? The Avengers that I've selected are all officially journeyed through Karudea. The Avengers, Karudea's journey officially, and they are registered. And those that 退場していないのは those that didn't retire are Avengers that did not meet them. 退場していないのは人によっては出会っていない Avenger です。So it's essentially all the Avengers that you met along the way throughout the journey / event would have left, but those who have not seen is not retired just yet. It says, I'm pretty sure main story, everybody does it, but when it comes to event, people do it here and there. So, Avengers that shows up in the event still still stays. So essentially, event Avengers kind of stays along a bit, but the main character Avengers kind of gets left behind. However, Angkor Manu is comparing to the Avengers that was born throughout the Karadea's journey. He was there from the very beginning. So his existence is outside of this construct. Because, Angkor Manu is a very important character later on, after all. So it's just saying that essentially all FGO journeyed Avengers go bye-bye. Angkor Manu is not, because Angkor Manu was with us the whole time. Because Angkor Manu existed from the first place. Please explain about Link Lost and Link Bad. これからの状態を何を示しているのか教えてください。What is the difference between Link Lost and Link Bad? Can you tell us the situation of what these mean? We started to think about what data... we started at first to put at data lost was our first conjecture. But the writer that was in charge specifically stated that if they were put into data lost, then that means they truly have disappeared. So the connection would be cut, and because the connection will be cut, we won't be able to call them. We want to make it so that the connection was bad. We wanted to make sure that the circulation was awful, so we can't call on them. We wanted to make some sort of a it's essentially we needed a roundabout and not delete them off the face of the planet completely. And that is the reason why we have the bad Link and Link Lost. They're technically not going to show up any longer, but they didn't really disappear. It's just think of it as our current connection is not good enough for us to contact them. So in that way, it's called Link Lost and Link Bad. So TLDR, Link Lost and Link Bad is a better circumstances of data lost, and canonifying, if you get data lost, you are gone. So yeah, they're probably saying that canonically they need to make a hyperplot convenience to get the Avengers back. So the way they put Link Bad and Link Lost is just a nice way to say, hey, currently, you can't connect to the Avengers.安心しました。総称1以降メインストーリーでは新しいオルターエゴが中根メインストーリー内では新しいオルターエゴが仲間になっていません。同時的に総称2以降で自警隊で新種のアベンジャーは仲間にならないのでしょうか。メインストーリーの上ではもう出てこないと思います。ただイベントはまた別物なのでそちらで出番はあるかもしれないですね。総称1以降メインストーリーの上では新規のアルターエゴが仲間になっていません。 When was Ordeal Call 1, chat? When was Ordeal Call? Ordeal Call 1. Ansa, Bazaka, Acha. Asashi. オルターエゴが来てねえな。That's a very interesting notion. Yeah, alter ego has not arrived in the main story just yet. And I believe this will be the last time we get Avenger in the main story. It says, I'm really happy, after all, ever since Sosho 1 in the main storyline, there's not a new alter ego friends that has ever arrived. At the same time now, Sosho 2 and onward during the canonical timeline, will there be no more new Avengers be of our friends? It says, in the main story sequence-wise, after Sosho 2, you probably won't see them anymore, I think. But when it comes to events are completely different than main stories, so those will probably have some time to shine as well. So meaning that we might have we might have Avengers and events, but when it comes to main story, you're probably not going to see a lot of alter egos and Avengers at the moment.
Isn't the plan right there to wipe them all out?
Just enough to keep the clear on this. I ain't out to no killing. I don't want to hurt nobody.
Why'd you kill him?
It says ordeal call theme seems like ordeal call theme, first time I've heard it, it's kind of saying goodbye to these kinds of said emotions and whatnot from the Shosho themes. During the alter ego chapter, there was no goodbyes. Can you explain a little bit of that? It says humans, their flavor of liking and disliking always wavers left and right. Think of it as yesterday you might have liked product A, but today you hate product A. Something like that occurs all the time. Don't you feel that every so often? Alter ego, in the very end, it's your different personality. So, and because it's a different personality, but it's still you, there's no reason for you to cut it down and shit it away. You just need to understand it. After all, it's part of you. However, the vengeful spirit and the heart of an Avenger definitely need to is one of those feeling conjunctures that need to be cut down and left behind. So what you're telling me, Mr. Nasu, is that everything doesn't have to have a goodbye, correct? So he's specifically stating that it's not always goodbye in these circumstances, correct? And Nasu specifically says that's correct. To be perfectly honest with you, when I saw the last part of the Avengers turning out exactly like that, it was definitely out of my imagination. I believe we might have busted it out way too early. ちょっと早すぎたかもしれませんね。あの展開をするのは to be ending it on that note, to be honest. Sosho, just like 1.5, I wanted the writers to have their own flavor and their own text and then their own colors and conjectures to be shown in the story. And it's a bit exaggerated, but I wanted to make sure that it was a product that they can represent themselves that was kind of backed up by our writing. In order to prepare for that, we were willing to prepare for a budget and expectation of timelines and whatnot, is what we've told them. 立ち絵も本来のイベントであれば、あれこそまでの数は用意できません。It says, yeah, because we had the budget and the expectations of a timeline prepared, the amount of arts, CG, and circumstances, if it was a regular event, we weren't able to provide that much at all. Uh, 一人のイラスターさんならそうでもないのですが、全員別の方角が書いてるから、全員別の方が書いているから、単イラストレーターたちに連絡してスケジュールを合わせてと準備することがたくさんありました。でもそういった準備があったおかげで 1.5 以上に各ライターさんの色が出ているかなと思います。So yeah, it's essentially everybody has a different notions, different directions, and writing styles, and that's why we're constantly calling the illustrators and contacting them and getting their schedules together and preparing for all these to come together. We had a lot of those, but because we had preparation and ready to go ever since from 1.5, we had a lot of the writers were able to have their own color, their own personality, their own niche added to their own story. So essentially, Nasu is saying here, he was not expecting the end of the Avengers the way it was, but at the same time, he's treating Sosho like 1.5, where he wanted to make sure that the writers have their own personality thrown out there and making it so that it's their representative, right? Like the writing represents them and they have their own flesh and flair to it. And they were willing to put budgets and expectation times to make it happen. And the Mr. Interviewer asked, so what I'm hearing is more things to come like these in Sosho, correct? And then Nasu says yes. It's specifically in Sosho 3. In many different ways, in many different meanings, you'll probably be taken for a surprise. It says, それをやっていいんだって. That we can, that we're allowed to do something like that. It says, please understand that comparing 1 and 2, we're not going to pull the same thing. We're not going to pull the same thing as 1 or 2, so please be expected, and I hope you are anticipated for the third one to come soon. Servant Universe swimsuit events and 10th anniversary thought process. Congratulations on your anniversary space Reshkagul. Congratulations on your anniversary space Reshkagul. But at the same time, it was quite shocking that she came in as a beast. It says, in the last interview, I specifically told you proper human history beast will not show up. Is what I've said. But Space Reshkagul is a servant universe beast, so it's no problem at all. The interviewer answers, oh, I see, parentheses, lol. So you're going to use this opportunity. Will you continue to further further increase the lore of the servant universe, perhaps. It says when it comes to universe, anything goes. So when in doubt, you can just throw it at it to have fun. Parentheses lol. Honestly though, I would like to do Saber Wars 3 in the future, but that's just conflicting with my current schedule. At this very moment, I might be able to pull it off, maybe not. That's probably the level I'm currently in. So, Nasu has specifically stated he wants to do Saber Wars 3, but he does not have enough time in his current schedule. At this moment, he probably can pull it off or not, is the level of certainty he's in. Can you give us a theme of this year's swimsuit event? Yes, this year's swimsuit event theme is rich. Kanko? What the fuck is Kanko? Kanko cruise? Rich cruise? It's not the cruising cruise like you're on a ship cruise. It's, what do? You fucking visit, right? You visit, you kanko, you fucking... It's visit, right? Like, it's a rich visit. It's like visit, kanko, visiting. It's like, cruise. Imagine space cruise. It's not the cruise that you're thinking, right? Like, it's more leisure than that. It's like going to another country to sightsee. I think that's the word. I think that's sightsee. Kanko spot. Yeah, what do you fucking make kanko spot? Tourist attraction. That's the word. I totally forgot the word tourist. So it's a tourist, rich tourist attraction kind of type of the event. Sorry, took a little wordplay that needed to come out. Totally forgot the elementary word tourism. Rich tourism. That's what it is. The swimsuit this year's event theme is called Rich Tourism. Not only just Space Ereshkigal, there's going to be 2 new universe characters. Wait. Hey, Toko swimsuit Kopyu? Hold up. So 今夜は今年の水着イベントはリッチな観光をテーマにしています。スペーシーレシカルだけではなくユニバース的キャラが他にも2体登場します。なんていうか最終的には魔法用コラボみたいなキノコワイワイワールドになってしまったというか、ナシキノコさんが今回の夏はジューシーみたいなものなんですね。Okay. So essentially, what's the theme of this year's swimsuit? This year's theme, swimsuit theme is rich tourism. Is the theme. Not only Space Ereshkigal will be coming, there's going to be 2 additional universe characters coming into play. How would I say this? In the very end, we're gonna have like a Mahoyo collaboration-like event, like a mushroom paradise world. 最終的には魔法用コラボみたいなキノコワイワイワールドになってしまったところっていうか。So, essentially, in the Servant universe, there's going to be 2 more Servant universe characters that's going to be playing like Tsukihime. So, knowing CL is coming, I genuinely think you're going to get a semi Tsukihime event. And if he's saying in the end, you're going to have a Mahoyo-like collab, meaning that we're going to get a set parameter of characters and fuck ton of those characters from that series. Assuming Space Ereshkigal and we have Space CL, right? I believe. Does he talk about fucking CL? Oh, does that mean one of the space characters is CL? Ooh, you fucking dirty interview boy. He's letting Nasu allow him to say that. Oh, you bitch. He's specifically saying, besides Space Ereshkigal, there's 2 more universe type characters, meaning that there's 2 more servant universe characters. One of them technically is CL. One of them. At this point, the interviewer does not talk about CL. We can assume that this first one is CL. The second one will most likely be Tsukihime. Tsukihime elaborated servant. So I'll be wondering who it could be. And then he specifically says, at the end, it's going to be like Mahoyo collab, Kinoko YY World. Meaning that, if you don't know, at the end of Mahoyo collab, you had fucking Alice, Sonoji, Aoko. You had like the triple fucking, like the finale of Mahoyo's taking care of the battle shenanigans, getting it done. It was pretty poggers my nodders. It had so many references to Mahoyo. It had Mahoyo side characters that fucking should not have shown, but it did, and was like the main reason it caused the problem and shit. So assuming this is going to be Tsukihime, because one of the universe servant is now confirmed to be CL, because Mysterious Enforcer C.E.E.L is practically universe speech. We're gonna get one more Tsukihime type servant, which will most likely be a female. So who the fuck is gonna be? I don't know. Who knows? Is this gonna be a Tsukihime collab and coded in summer event? That is correct. You're not gonna get a Tsukihime collab. You're just gonna get a Tsukihime servant universe summer. So technically, it's not a collab. It's an event. It's in a nice mid-term of, hey, Tsukihime is involved in an event, and Tsukihime is part of FGO. All right, next up, Mr. Nasu, will you be writing this personally? 今回の夏イベは2部の工作みたいなもんなんですよ。前半は担当ライターさんに、後半は自分が担当されて思いますし、お互いに連絡を取りながら分担して作業していました。So, Mr. Nasu, will you be writing this? By the way, this year I was in charge of... this year's summer event is TLDRing something of a season 2 itself. Yeah, okay. So, this summer is going to be a semi-TLDR. So that's why it wants you to finish Ordeal Call. So Nasu just said this summer is practically TLDR of season 2. Something like that. I let the first half the certain writers, allowing them to do their own thing. Later half is written by me personally. While conversating each other, we separated our work. We separated our work here and there properly. Interesting. So essentially, Summer 2 is, TLDR of Season 2. Last but not least, the interviewer asked, the 10th year. A big marker is right around the corner, Mr. Nasu. Can we get some words of encouragement and Words of encouragement and other infos that you want to throw out. Nasu specifically says, by the way, one game lasting for 10 years, that's not something that normal people can accomplish on its own. So on that side, in many different meanings, not only the development side and the user side, I'm pretty sure there's some sort of small, if not a large amount of fatigue starting to show up on the surface.
His Royal Highness will be very grateful.
Say you're pretty smart.
And that is why, for the 10 years, you've all been able to... 10 years you've all been able to join together and have fun. I want to make sure that the ending is beautiful and amazing. Making sure that your withered body is lit up on fire, and let's keep it through. What's the catch copy of Armored Core 6? It's くたびれた身体に火をつけて踏ん張っています。So it's essentially he copied the phrase from Armored Core 6. He's saying that he's lit up the withered body and moving forward, doing his best. So yeah, didn't want. It's a catch copy from Armored Core 6. Lol. By the way, 10th year is a large number. A large number, and it's a fantastic number to celebrate it. I want to make sure that this 10th year of experience, user will feel sad but enjoyable experience. Yeah, sad to let go and an enjoyable experience will be come into fruition, and we'll do our very best.
I trust you.
It says last year's interview, we specifically said we're just pre-preparing. 1 year of just pre-preparing was the answer, but now I can say it proudly that we are now finally entering the finale. In order to celebrate the 10th year, Lasengo and Type Moon are doing their very best. Then interviewer interjects, hey, from the talks of it, a true ending of FGO is right around the corner. In actuality, can you tell us anything about that? Nasu specifically answers, one day, humans will die. After all, there's nothing that has an ending, right? However, 突然パツンと終わるわけでもなくて FGO で大きなストーリーが終わりを迎えてその後どうなるかは誰にもわからないという感じです。So the feeling is that the FGO will finish their story, the biggest story that they've had so far. So Nasu specifically says that it's not going to end with it's not going to end all of a sudden. After all, FGO is about to end one of its biggest story, and from after that, afterwards and forward, technically no one will know the future, what it could hold, is what I'm trying to convey. So what you're trying to say, is that どういう風にするかというのはもちろん how you're going to bring things about, you already have it in your images, don't you, Mr. Nasu? And then Mr. Nasu answers the final question by saying, I do, just a little bit. But I'm not going to say exactly how it's going to be out of my mouth just yet. To be perfectly honest, I constantly keep telling people that after season 2 is over, set me free and let me go, but you know how it be. Lol. なかなかそうもいかないんですよね。 He says, unfortunately, that's not the factor here. That's funny. Nasu's like, let me out! Let me out! That's funny. Yeah, by the way, Doomers will definitely take this and times it by 100. 100%, right? Because Nasu, he is joking, but at the same time, he wants to be free, right? He said, let me be free. After season 2 is over, let me go. Let me enjoy myself. I've been constantly saying this out of my mouth, lol. But things just don't go the way it's supposed. So he's gonna make season 3. Like, he is saying that he's got a plan. But it's not a sure concrete plan that he's not going to say out loud. So there is a part 3 cooking at the moment. It's just that FGO season 2 is ending. Which is good. And Nasu specifically says, hey, I want FGO season 2 to end with a grand finale, right? It's not going to die all of a sudden. It's not going to disappear on you. Season 2 is going to end, and what happens after season 2, no one will know, right? Because currently, technically, no one does know. Because nobody can figure out the ending of season 2, because this could happen, that could happen, this can happen. So, Nasu is specifically saying, hey, nobody knows the ending just yet. But first, FGO is going to end this grand story, right? He's going to welcome this ending of season 2. Afterwards, we'll figure it out from there. And he does kind of mention that season 3 is cooking. But he does meme it by, hey, let me go. Let me be free! Essentially, he wants to play games. It's pretty funny. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's Mana. Says it as a young girl, but it's Mana. And then once you learn Takeuchi's answer, you'll know more about it. Yeah, I just quickly read the last segment of Takeuchi's final word. Nasu's trolling. I mean, listen, like, Nasu's getting old, right? Nasu is getting old, and he wants to at least finish season 2 before it kind of gets into this, like, quagmire of horse shit, right? So he wants to end it with a grand finale, right? Like, nice ornaments left and right, and then he'll come up with season 3. I think he's just genuinely tired, dude. I think the man has aged, right? These two have aged for a bit, but they're still cooking. And Aniplex and the others are not letting them rest. And it's also, Nasu doesn't want to let go complete control, as always. Because he knows that he has a 80% probability, right? He has an 80% probability in his guts feeling that if FGO gets let go and out of his control, it's gonna die. It's gonna die faster than Madoka Magica died on NA. Right, because it's true. Because once the IP goes in the hand of Aniplex, once the IP goes in the hand of Sony, it's Jover. They're going to milk it dry, not only the voice actors, but the animators. So, in a way, Nasu's just like, hey, season 2 gonna end. I'm cooking season 3. I'm not gonna say much, right? Because we want to hype up season 2. Season 2 gonna end. Not gonna talk about season 3 because they want to hype up that finale specifically. And what they're probably doing in the back is that after season 2 is over, they're probably gonna have another 1.5. Like, so you're gonna have 2.5 essentially, like actual 2.5. Because Nasu specifically did mention that while Ordeal Call is, while Ordeal Call feels like 1.5, it's not 1.5. So I have a sneaking feeling that in the back right now, Nasu and the others are making stories for 2.5, so 3 can come out like a couple of years later. But he's not going to say that out loud because he wants to hype up the finale of season 2. Alright, let me take a quick break and we'll read Takeuchi interview. It is interesting because Mr.2 and Nasu is saying that there's gonna be a functionality in FGO that at the final chapter, and once the final chapter comes in, it might get implemented. I feel like it's a PC. I have a copium that it's a PC port. It's copium. But Mr.2 and Nasu is hyping up this new technology in FGO that's going to come out soon. Oh, dude. Space Passionate. We gotta believe. Nasu did say anything goes with the universe. We got a Space Passionate possibility. Says, when in doubt, we chuck that shit. So if he did it for Space Ereshkigal, he might be able to do it for Space Passionate. So there's your another copium, child. Fuck! They definitely had to nerf the interview, I bet. Yeah, I feel like the interviewer guy got nerfed hella hard this year. He usually gets to say a lot of good shit, like, you know, the Edo, right? Like, what's the difference between bad link and data loss? Like, the interview guy is always good at interviewing shit. But I feel like this year, the man got fucking redacted a lot of things. Feels bad, man. And he can't say yes or no to the question, right? Like, I really want to tweet him, yes or no. Did you get nerfed this year? But he's probably MDA'd. He can't answer it. By the way, thank you guys all for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the whatchamacallit. Enjoying the translation, eh? Alright, let me get some quick snack. Some quick snack and water to finish reading Takeuchi. Holy ball sack of steel. I've been reading like 8 hours. What is this? FGO story? I ain't gonna fucking lie, ladies and gentlemen. I need a lot of sugar intake. Holy shit, my brain. Using so much brain power to translate and explain this shit. Ugh. There's no way he could finish season 2. No shot. Yeah, so final chapter, by the way. Final chapter is gonna definitely take in 3 parts. The final chapter, we're gonna have the beginning of the final chapter and the super middle of final chapter and then ending final chapter. So we're gonna have like a Attack on Titan style, where it's gonna be final chapter part 1. Yeah, I got myself some sugar. Oh, is it gonna be like LB6 time gate? Something like that, but it's gonna be more long. It's gonna be long. I'm gonna tell you, final chapter is gonna be longer than LB6, hands down. Hands down. Longer than LB6. Alright. Got some sugar. Got some salt. Here we go. This is the Takeuchi interview. Servant design. Deep cover. 特徴点の一つの FGO に魔法よコラボの誕生日の秘密話。So, 調達点 FGO に魔法よ。For FGO to reach a important point, right? Important point, important line, a goal point for FGO for Mahoyo collab and its secrecy. Num 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 num. The interviewer specifically says, I would like for you to think about all the 9th year work that you've done so far, Mr. Takeuchi. How has the year treated you? この1年は特にサバフェスに始まり、サムライレムレントや魔法使いの夜のコラボもあって、ここ最近の中でも密度の高い年だったと思いますよ。いよいよクライマックスに向き合って最後の準備期間という前提もあって、そのために細かな部分も進めて、順調に攻めていくような運営をしてきました。So he specifically says, within these years, we had, starting from the Servant Festival, we had Samurai Remnant and Witch and the Holy Night collab. Left and right, it was quite the thick, right? Thick in story, thick in characteristics, just overall very dense in events, in my opinion. We're finally reaching towards the climax. So in order to prepare for the finale, there's a lot of preparation that needs to be made at hand as well. And in those aspects, we're slowly but surely getting there as well, as a notion, and we're currently on schedule to get things going. No, Ordeal Call 1-2 is not written by Nasu. And he's gonna have more of that type of story later in life, I bet. during the 9th year, can you tell me the most impressionable stories or event that you've done so far? It's definitely Mahoyo collab. As a Type Moon, we needed to make sure that this collab was 100% guaranteed and needed to be done. We definitely were looking for a great timing to bust them out and set up as long as it needs to, but どのような測って次第でした。どのようなイベントにするかはナスとも話してあって、全体のプロットを詰める前に3つの案を so yeah, what kind of event that needed to be done? I had discussed with Nasu, and together we had 3 different plot lines in order to make sure that it worked. Plot line number 1. Plot line number 1. FGO の中のイベントしてのMahoyo. It had to be an FGO event Mahoyo. FGO の中のイベントしてのMahoyo. An FGO event Mahoyo. It needed to be that. Plot line number 2. The current Mahoyo has to be in FGO. 今のMahoyoをそのまま FGO に落とし込むのが仕込んだもの。So it's essentially the Mahoyo that you read on Witch of the Holy Night is in FGO. Right? The A, it has to be a Mahoyo event. B, Mahoyo has to be currently accurate in timeline to be thrown into FGO. Simultaneously, last but not least, the event that will be utilized is 10 years in the future. Those were the 3 shenanigans. Those were the 3 conclusions we had in the episodic episode needed to be done. Yeah, that was the when we gathered around. Those are the 3 plot points that we agreed upon, essentially. The reason why this scenario got approved in the first place. Nasu gave me the memo. Yeah, Nasu gave me a memo, and the third line specifically said had passion for Mahoyo and how ecstatic a Mahoyo fan would have been was the first and foremost. During the memo's detail, そしてこの言葉を見て、これをやってこそ本質としてもMahoyoのコラボを足り得るだろうと感じました。Mahoyoはタイプムーンにとっても頂点の一つな作品なので、それを汚すことはできないという思いは、特にナスと小山の中ではあったと思います。そういったプレッシャーの中でしっかりとやりきれまして、多くの一言に楽しんでもらえて反響もたくさんいただいたのが印象的でした。So he says it weirdly, very weirdly, but essentially to TLDR this part. He says, why was the scenario approved? In the third line, Nasu specifically says he wanted a passionate Mahoyo fans to be happy, right? And then within the memo detail, the 10-year shenanigans have passed, and that 10-year shenanigans was definitely for MiHoYo by MiHoYo, and it was a MiHoYo collab that can utilize its functionality. So, and he specifically explains that MiHoYo, for a Type Moon product, it is one of the pinnacle pinnacle product for Type Moon to show off. So they can't taint it, they can't they can't mess around with it. So Nasu Komaya, by the way, who's in charge of a lot of MiHoYo stuff, and Takeuchi, of course, they were very hardcore to make sure that this event came to fruition. During those pressure, they were able to pull it off. I'm really glad that a lot of people's responses were positive. That was the most impressionable thing that I remember. There were 2 more, correct? What were those conversations about?
一つは滝棒日記にも書かれていた城の中で起きる魔女狩りのお話で、多分 FGO に展開されるイベントに近い印象の内容でしたね。もう一つはMiHoYo物語でもなんか強く印象を残している。
So essentially, what are the 2 other ideas? Takeuchi answers, one of them is the witch hunt that occurs in the castle in the Nasu diaries. As an FGO event wise, it would have the closest impression. Simultaneously, the last one was bringing out the abandoned playground, or abandoned, what do you call that place once more? It's the playground. It's like, it's got like, it's Alice's Noble Phantasm before she turns the 3rd Ascension. It's that abandoned playground, playhouse, play area, theme park, thank you. The abandoned theme park, and entirely that location gets thrown into FGO and make it into a battle place. I believe as a Witch on the Holy Night promotion, I think throwing the abandoned playground into FGO event would have been the better option, but it didn't feel like FGO, nor did it feel like MiHoYo when push came to shove. The interviewer specifically stated, "I sincerely believe that if Karudia intervened in those fights, I think it would have been funnier in an interesting way." Takeuchi answers, "I agree. If the prompt, and if we were to agree to redo that battle one more time, something like that were to be approved, I think it would have happened." Yeah, it's the event. They wanted to put essentially that 3 options were, right? The 10-year, right? 10 years in the afterlife. 10 years later, MiHoYo. Throw the abandoned theme park, MiHoYo. And witch hunt within the castle. The interviewer asked, "By the way, during this event of MiHoYo, a lot of the characters have seemed grown up.
What kind of conversation did you have with Mr. Koyama, person who's in charge of the characters of these guys? What kind of conversation did you have with him in order to make this happen? With the plot and prompt ready to go, we needed a necessary design, so we talked about this with Nasu and Komaya. There were some characters that grew out as expectedly, and there were other characters that came out to us unexpectedly, and a fun little surprise occurred when that happened. Speaking of surprises, I see that Ryogi Kishi, the quote-unquote, the couple of Ryogi and the child, right? There we go. The parent of Shiki Ryogi and Miyaki Koto, right? AKA the couple, the K&K power couple. They came along, and that was quite the surprise. I believe drawing Mana Ryogi should have been the first time, is it not? Being drawn like this. Meaning that Baby Mana, technically I believe it is the first time they drew Baby Mana. Because Mana technically got drawn as like a teenager / adult in like Elamaloid Adventure. But as a child, the author is specifically saying that little Mana, isn't this your first time? And then Takeuchi says, I believe that is the case. She is younger. Yeah, she is younger than K&K, Kara no Kyokai. Future Fukuon, Future Blah. What the hell is that one? Fukuon. It's like Future Blessed Sound. The Future Blessings. It should be gospel, right? Because it's a good song. It's a good music. Because it's a blessed music, so it should be in gospel. Can I find it in gospel? Can I just type gospel and it'll fucking show up? There we go. Future gospel. Ah! Sorry. Yeah, and then Takeuchi specifically mentions K&K Future Gospel. She's younger than depicted, so whenever we were writing in scenario, a scene increase that's not in our main plot line and prompt is a usual Nasu. So therefore, having Shiki and Mikia was one of them. So you can thank Nasu for adult Shiki, Mama Shiki, and Papa Mikia. Because Takeuchi's like, you know how it be. Whenever it comes to writing stories, unnecessary shit comes up with Nasu's the usual thing. Oh. You can thank Nasu. It's both Miyaki and Mikia and Mana was written because of Nasu said it needs to happen. During the making of the CG, Nasu specifically told me if you have room for a couple more standing characters, at the very final scene, I need you to add these guys. What do you think? If you ask me like that, of course I'm gonna draw it. Damn it. Nasu was like, Takeuchi, you working, bro? Hey, if you got the time, can you draw these two? Yeah, 10 years in the future? Yeah. Oh, make Monica like a little child. And now Takeuchi's like, sure. Why not? Yeah, so the interviewer specifically says, I am quite surprised. Just to show those characters only in a few moments. You've created an entire, character for these two. It's kind of surprising. Yeah, because remember, it takes time for a new character to kind of like show up. Things don't, it takes time to create these, right? Manifest out of the fucking blue. And I believe there's a so the interviewer's like, I'm pretty surprised for like the screen time of like maybe two panels, right? Like 2 clicks. You made 2 new characters just for that moment. And Takeuchi has a really good answer for this one. It says, this is technically a MiHoYo collab. But at the same time, this feels like an all world around. Feels like Nasu's Type Moon get together party. So if there's some sort of fan service like that, 憎いところと言いますか、入れてくるところが憎いところと言いますかのもうないだろうと思ったところでありますけどと出してこちらの感情を揺さぶってくることはゲームマスターとしてのナスキノコの力を感じますよね。It says, so the sheer fact that the game's gonna get into the final. Don't you think it's hateful for him to do something like that so nonchalantly, lol. You would think that there's no more surprises, and then next thing you know, Nasu hands you a surprise button, bust him out to, mess with everybody's emotion. I genuinely feels like the power of Nasu as a game master plays a strong role here. 自分自身その遊び心にしっかり問えないといけないと思いながらデザインしました。I myself, feeling that same way, I needed to make sure that I answered his fun little jibby jabber of that, like fun play, fine game play. So I thought about it and designed it. So it's essentially Takeuchi is saying, isn't he a bastard for doing this, right? Like at the last moment, he gives you a surprise to make your emotions go wild. At the very last, thinking that there was no surprises after that. As expected of a game master Nasu, right? But in order to make that playful feeling, right, into fruition still in this FGO, he made sure he drew it, right? So he didn't feel like a corporate. It says, from what I've read before, the impression that I've got of little Mana, she's quite calm than before, isn't she? And Takeuchi specifically states that please do understand that she still is not fully recovered from her sickness. That was the settings we kept put on her. The very first prototype for her, we made her expressionless, like super expressionless, to the point that she had no emotions. But it turned out to be super scary and super creepy. So we redrew that right away. Parentheses lol. I'm glad that people were very happy and surprised by this amazing character showing up. And so it was definitely worth doing. So now we're done with Mihoyo. Okay. Next up, double turn to triple turn, the welfare of swimsuit. What does Takeuchi want as an NPC? I heard at the summer event, the swimsuit Nokunorea coming into the event was all due to Mr. Takeuchi coming up with the idea and wanting to do it. Was written in the Nasu diary. To my honest opinion to you, my season 2 LB6, the very scene that made me cry and bawl to tears was Nokunorea drawing her last breath. And so, impressionable wise, she has definitely left me a permanent impression. Nokunorea, Nokunorea was being shown and as a possibility of a character that'll be coming out later. There was a discussion of Nokunorea coming out or not as a main topic that we had. After Avalon Leifei has finished, in order to fill in the gap, in order to fill in the gap, not getting it too far, we wanted to have an LB6 after event. And during that idea, we suggested that Nokunorea to be a welfare. And that was kind of a topic that was kind of being thrown here and there. Uh, イベントで何をするかはアイデア勝負なところがあって、ここでこれが来たら面白いんじゃないのか、こういうのが見たいっていうところを言い寄せ任せて話し合うこともあります。ノクノレアやトネニコなどそういった会議から実装が決まったっていうサーベントなんですね。So it's essentially saying they wanted to have an after party of LB6, wanted Nokunorea to be a welfare. What sort of event they wanted to do? They had an idea battle, rolled it here and there, and had fun with it. They wanted to see things like that, and let the passion wrote it and had quite the conversation. Because of that, Nokunorea and Toneriko came in as a result from these discussions and became a servant. Oh, what the fuck? When did this decision get created? 2点3点してあった部分はあって、we revised it twice or 3 times. But our first idea was to give Toneriko as a welfare servant. From Nasu's suggestion, scenario-wise, Artoria Caster should have been a welfare servant, and it would have been easier to handle was the conversation. However, in the last notion, we've decided that Nokunorea will be the welfare servant, as the anniversary servant will be Toneriko. And then in the very end, we could we concreted that Nokunorea would be a welfare, and then start to design her character as itself. Damn, Toneriko welfare servant? That's kind of wild. And then I like how Nasu's like, let's put Artoria Caster Berserker as a welfare servant. Besides Nokunorea, do you have any other NPC that you would like to come out for? Just like my fans, and just like fans all around, I believe Kamasoso should definitely come out. LB6 has a special place in my heart, so Woodworth and the 3 Goblin brothers should come in as well. Personally, I would love for them to come. Orerico, Artoria, Caster, Berserker, and Takeda Shingen. Uesugi and Takeda Shingen. Design concept and info. Let's see. Last year we had Swimsuit Artoria Caster Berserker's first ascension was being explained, but 2 and the second, I would like to hear your concept about them. We wanted the third ascension to be Artoria Avalon. Once we thought about it, we thought about a one-piece-like refined lady with a swimsuit image came instantly in our mind. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we're currently talking about Castoria Berserker 3rd Ascension. One piece, blue, refined. One piece like, right? Elegant and refined swimsuit was the image that came into my mind. What gave us trouble was the 2nd Ascension. Artoria Caster was not a character that pushes erotica or charm of sexiness. So we needed to go on a different approach to kind of make this happen. And that's the circumstances that we came up with this idea. But then again, it is a swimsuit, so we did want at least a minimal amount of sexy element to her, after all. AKA, there's a summer meme of Castoria trying to be cute, right? Castoria tried to be cute but fails completely, and then they specifically says we rather have Castoria being cute than sexy, but we did put some element of sexy. So essentially, they're talking about like the open legs there, the space between the stockings and the panties. At the same time, these shoulders opening up right there to kind of show off the shoulders. Very halal. Very halal. In the end, the interview says, you went for the bunny-like outfit, but what became of sort of things to make it happen like that? There were a lot of Ascension 2 design rough drafts. A mountain of them, you see. And when I got the information and opinions from people, there was an opinion that specifically says, why don't we just give her a bunny outfit? A bunny ear outfit. Bunny ear outfit. I thought to myself, that's a little too on the dot, don't you think so? But once we started drawing it, it's not bad, is what we all thought as well. そこで思いっきりネタ新境で売り切ってどうせやるなら不思議のカントリーのアリスのモチーフでとデザインになりました。And so we went on the search for a joke. Yeah, we went on a search for materials and jokes and how things can be for cutting off her sleeves, right? Cutting her sleeves off to an extent, the shoulder sleeves. And we added an additional motif of Alice in the Wonderland mystery. And that became that design. Nasu gave us an okay on this as well, so I suppose we got the right answer. Type Moon, the big 4 heroines. Most of them have bunny ears. I sincerely thought, Takeuchi, you're the one who were incentivizing the bunny ears. Wow, honestly, to be honest with you, I'm a cat ear type, but within the staff, overwhelmingly amount of bunny ears is liked around the corp, around the staff members. So, as long as we had bunny ears, we would win was the motto for this ascension. Lol. So essentially, Tight Moon staff has a lot of bunny ear fetish. But Mr. Takeuchi is a cat ear preferential. That's why the Tight Moon heroines are bunny ears and not cat ears. Perhaps one day Takeuchi will draw them in all cat ears. We can cope. Next up, talking about the Savior Tonerico, the witch of the rain, Tonerico. Can you tell us the design? Ascension 1, we wanted to make a motif of the witch. We wanted to make sure that motif of a witch was the first and center the most. We wanted to make it so that it's modern-like, and we made her kind of a warrior type, a fighting style. We had a couple of armor, military clothing here and there designed and whatnot. And had many different types of attire for a witch to be, a magical girl and whatnot. And then we let Nasu decide on what it was. Then Nasu picked up the orthodox witch look. Personally, my second ascension was my favorite. 個人的には第2が一番描きたかったのデザインで、超趣味全開でやらせてもらいました。Personally, Ascension 2 was the design that I really wanted to draw for her, so I went full balls deep, no stop, no cap. So Takeuchi gave Nasu a lot of costume ideas for Morgan, aka ASIC. But out of all the military clothings and whatnot, he took this. Ascension 2 is what Takeuchi wanted to draw. So he went balls deep with Ascension 2. It's so weird because the staff is there, so that's good. Takeuchi went balls deep on Ascension 2. I like the connection with the swimsuit Banshee, Kettoku Mikokeru, second Ascension, and it was really cute. That is correct. Because understand that every Ascension that Summer Banshee has is a reference to ASIC. So, as you can see, nice reference. Second Ascension, Banshee, no, second Ascension, because yeah, the first Ascension is the second Ascension's mimicry. And the third ascension is mimicry of not the summer one, but it's actually the berserker one. The third ascension is a mimicry of her Morgane's third ascension, and she essentially finds herself, which is very cute. There is a mystic code, not a mystic code. There's also a dress, if I remember correctly, that mimics it too, but we'll talk about it later. ナスの中ではつながりがあったかもしれませんが、デザインとしてでは特に合わせたわけではありませんでした。赤貝丸い眼鏡なので、なんとなく通ずるところがあるというのもシンクロシニティみたいで面白かったからですよ。第3については多分普段の洋服が黒いので、逆に白い洋服スイムスーツにすることは初めに決めていました。いろいろ若干していた場合、ちょっとごちゃごちゃしぎてましたが、モルガンっぽい雰囲気になりましたと思います。一からだんだんと髪の色が変化しておくところも今回のやりたかった素質です。She does change her hair from blonde to white. You can see the clear color variant from her tips, and then it turns just like that, all white. So essentially it goes, I like how Summer Suit Banshee second ascension has nice touch to it. And Nasu's eyes and in his head probably had a design connection to it, but in actuality, we never really made it on purpose as a design choice. I think it was cute. I think it was funny and it was cute to have both of them circular glasses. That was about it. It was fun, just like having synchronicity. In the third ascension, since we've seen a lot of her clothing in black color, we wanted to make it an opposite contrast and make her a white swimsuit. That was the first. That was already been decided before anything else. After researching and after doing a lot of pattern matching, it did get a little bit rowdy, but we made it. We made it more Morgane-like theme, in my opinion. And my favorite part is from Ascension 1, little by little, her hair color changes. That was definitely the notion that I wanted to pull off. So, as you can see, blonde, semi-blue, and slowly but surely getting whited out into white and blue hair. By the way, feet. All right. Now I'm going to be talking about Uegi Kenshin and Takeda Shingen having that big sack. Talking about Uegi Kenshin. Continue this onward. I would like to ask you about Uegi Kenshin. When Mr. Takeuchi was going to write Kenshin, 剣士を書くと焦っていたとナスカラさんは言いました。これはなぜですか？おじさんの剣士を出したという話は以降が以前から出てきていたので、自分の中で長吉影虎のデザインの完成度が結構高かったんですよ。あのキャラクターの戦記の一緒だと思ったんです。かつなくてのらりくらりとかわしたり、性格的にやりたくないと言っていたりしてるんですよ。新しいくだりがいると植木剣士に譲る武田信玄が登場するでくるし、これはもうやるしかないん と腹をくくって、水泳しました。メトラの時にもう少しこうすればよかったなと思ったアイデアを切り込んだものにしました。ここはよし悪しあるのですが、これとは基本的には笑顔しかないピーキーなキャラクターだったので、表情もバリエーションがあまり作れなかったのも心残りでした。さんによってはその節を払って、と払っていろいろな表情をできるような存在として書きました。デザインは着までのは習いましたが、髪色の白い斑点という思いつきから斑点くらりつなぎで進んだが、デザインをしていく上で経験士さんから指導などありませんでした。経験士さんは漫画家 FGO ではグダグダ系のイベントをやっているようだ。Damn! Fucking Keikage-san based. What the fuck? Yeah, let's just have her a large fucking pole. Fuck it. Get her a large stick. Yeah, fuck it. It's so funny. Takeuchi said, I bet. Alright. Let's talk about Wiggy Kenshin. Would like to talk about Wiggy Kenshin. Mr. Takeuchi, you were definitely putting Wiggy Kenshin being drawn in the back burner, is what Mr. Nasu-san has told us in the previous. Why is that the case? 5-star Wiggy Kenshin being showed out conversation was already been done before, but to be perfectly honest, inside of myself, Nagao Kagetora was already pretty high perfected design of a character design that I wanted to keep. In order to get the Saint Graph Ascension levels. Oh shit, give me a second. Gotta get some water. Nagao Kagetoraのデザインの完成度が高かったんですよ。Yeah, so character's ascension thought process was very difficult to come about, and I was dodging the topic left and right nonchalantly. To be perfectly honest, I straight up told him I didn't want to do it and put it on a back burner. However, when the new Gura Gura event and Takeda Shingen was coming in, aka Harunobu, was coming in forward, I now had no more. I was put into the back wall and I had to pull it off. So I got to work. Lol. So TLDR that entire thing. Nasu asked him to do Uegi Kenshin for a long time. But Takeuchi was just like, nah, my Kagetora be bait. My Kagetora be bait. And he really liked Kagetora's style. So in order to come up with a better Kagetora, he didn't want to think about it. Or he didn't have a lot of inspiration just yet. So he put it in a back burner until the new event actually invited Takeda Shingen, aka Takeda Harunobu, right? And when that happened, he has decided that it is time for him to put on the adult pants. So he drew it, chat. Of course, he has the parentheses. Whenever it comes to first ascension, he made Kage Nagatora, added additional effect to Kage Nagatora what I would like to if I had some time. I just kind of added the idea here and there, no problem. It was a good thing and a bad thing at the same time, but Kagetora at the base, she was a peaky type of a character that technically did not smile. That only smiled, excuse me. That only had a smiling expression. And so something that made me regret is that not able to have Kagetora's facial expression. When it comes to the third ascension, I've removed all my limiters and added many different feelings, emotions, and expressions and whatnot, left and right, existence in plane. From design-wise, it came very difficult for me to what she should wear and whatnot. However, changing the white-black hair, instead of a white hair black to a black hair white, we started cooking, essentially. Design 行く上で、ケイケチさんからの指名ではありましたか? So it says, while design, Uesugi Kenshin, right? Uesugi Kenshin. Did you had the Mr. Keikenchi, Mr. Experience, which by the way is a Gura writer and a manga artist? Did he give you any instruction? デザインにアイディアがないという話をしたところ、大丈夫です。巨大な上等を持たせましょうと自分のキャラに限った話ではありませんが、グダグダのキャラクターについては経験値さんから明らかに指示が出ることが多いですね。好みもはっきりしている人なので、キャラクターデザインのディレクションは私とぶつかることも時々あります。So it says デザインにアイディア。It says, when design has no idea, the man says, don't worry about it, we'll attach a large cannon to him. It's not just when it comes to my characters, but whenever it comes to Gura characters, Mr. Keikenchi has clear image, clear direction, and clear, set all in his hand. And a lot of it is already in his head, made in plain sight. The man knows what he wants. And when it comes to characters, directions, and design, this person and I kind of clash here and there. Quote unquote, lol. Kage Toraのデザイン、Kage Toraのデザインでは、影吉の残したい重要とやり残したというようではないのですが、足回りをもう少し綺麗に見せられたらいいかなと今アレンジするこんな感じかなともうちょい。So Uegi Kenshin has legs because not Takeuchi. It says, what was your regret or things that you forgot to design more in detail, if you don't mind me asking? It says, those that are left in detail was not anything important, but definitely somewhere around the leg side. I definitely wanted to show her leg side just a little bit more pretty. If I were to arrange it, I would do it something like this and like that. Just kind of give it more leg vibe. So let's compare the legs of Nagao Kagetora and Uegi Kenshin. I suppose, yeah. I suppose not enough legs. The legs got hidden in the 4th ascension. The legs don't exist in the 5th ascension. I mean, this ascension. Oh, in technicality, isn't there a bigger version of this that shows legs? I swear to God, there's a fucking picture gallery that shows bigger version of this shit. No, it's the stage 3 full. Never mind. What the hell's wrong with the stage 1? What the hell was this one? Oh, did it look like... I don't get it. Huh? What's the difference? I can't remember what they did. Anyway. Ascension 2のデザインでは原始的なものですが、こちらはどういったコンセプトでしょう? It says, I gotta ask, second Ascension design was very modern. What kind of concept was it being shown to get this happen? 坂ではありますが、第1が戦闘服、第3が神がかかった姿となると、第2はもう宿だろだとな。It says, I know this is noticeable, but Ascension 1 was a battle outfit. Ascension 3 was possessed by a god. Or, acting like a god. So, Ascension 2 had to be modernized clothes. After all, we're putting Takeda Shingen into a red sports car. So if we're gonna put him in a red sports car, I feel like Mr. Takeuchi specifically told us Uegi Kenshin drives a bike. I feel like he said that to me. Going to E. Olga Murray Saintgraph. Why did you Saintgraph は別の方が E. Olga Murray Saintgraphs was drawn by a completely different person. What's the reason of this? Is it? I guess Supergirl got drawn by him, but you do illustration. He draw purple, but if you go to Servant and Titan Beast, it is actually drawn by somebody else. Interesting. It says, why is that? オルガマリークエストで登場するエネミーのオルガは作成数に映しされたオリジナルの色変えでいいと言われました。それなら角も変えたいと思って角変えポイントのデザインを用意したんですよ。その後ナスさんからオルガマリーの個性を長期するためにセイントグラフを別の作家さんにお願いしたと相談されました。それで複数の作家さんに人型の怪獣というコンセプトでイラストを描いてもらってそれを実践にしていく形になりました。Oh, okay. I mean, that ain't bad. Yeah, it's each drawn by different person, which is fucking awesome. So yeah, Olga Murray quest comes in at enemy Olga is in order to be cost effective, we'll just change colors in Olga Murray. Was the first approach to go. If that's the case, we wanted to change her designs and kind of change her horns in a bit. And so we brought a couple of horn design changes for her. Afterwards, in order to deepen the personal individual personalities and quirks of the Olga Murrays, we needed to have a separate saint graph provided by different artists as a concept of a humanoid kaiju, and they have drawn it well, and that is being implemented is the case. So from here on out, it is Edo Story Spoiler.総称にイラストの振り返り、ギャラリー機能のものの予定は自分の方でもデザインする時間がなかったので、今回はラサングルのデザインチームに案を出してもらいました。20件くらいデザインをいただいたので、その中からこれまで破っていなくてかっこいい制服を選びました。Social 2 illustration look back. And gallery functionality, and gallery functionality is due date possibility. We would like to talk about Social 2 from here onwards. 新書き下ろしキャラクターも想像して主人公も制服姿になっていました。The protagonist has now gotten a school outfit, right? Student outfit. That's kind of cool. Simultaneously, more new drawings of characters and a lot of story characters that came out. That was wild. Unfortunately, I did not have a lot of time to design my own student costume, so I asked the Lasengo designer team to come up with the idea and the plan for me. We had about 20 different designs, and from there, we wanted to choose something that didn't overbite and that didn't it's unique. It didn't have any references on its unique. A uniform that was cool looking was chosen. Of course, the female protagonist having loose socks. What the fuck is that? Loose socks. Oh, loose socks. Female protagonist having loose socks being wear was definitely Lasengo's side of design, so you can thank them. It is a design that did not come from my idea, so it felt refreshed seeing it, in my honest opinion. Oh, we don't get to... Damn it. Do we get to see any...あの制服はもともと主人公が着ていたものではないのでしょうか。どうなんでしょう。設定上は総称用のデザインですが、もしかしたら同じような制服だったかもしれないですね。So the player, the interviewer asked that uniform. Did the protagonist wore it from beforehand? Before he got into FGO. Takeuchi says, I do wonder, settings-wise, we've only prepared a design specifically for Sosho, but perhaps maybe it was the same it could be the same uniform, perhaps. ジャンルオルタがルーラージャンルにもう一人の方はあんたが殴っておきなさいよって言ってましたが、新しいジャンルを書いているということですか? Oh, interesting. It says when Jalter said, Jalter specifically said to Ruler Jannu beforehand, make sure you smack the other, make sure you smack the other one for me. But is new Jannu being drawn? Can that be the new indication of new John being drawn? So essentially, the reader asked, Jalter said to Jannu, punch the other one for me, okay? And then the interviewer is saying, are we getting a new Jannu anytime soon? 書いてないんですけど、そのセリフのシーンは楽しみに。So Takeuchi answers, no. However, that verb, the true meaning of that phrase, right? True meaning of that phrase, I hope you will. The true meaning of that phrase, I hope you will enjoy what's to come. So, interesting. FGO は初見イベント CG を出さないか放換でしたと思いますが、少々にでもかなりの数枚が登場しました。そろそろギャラリー機能があってもいいのではと思いますのが、ごもっともだと思います。点検します。ギャラリー機能があったら嬉しいですよね。So it says at FGO, first and foremost, FGO in the first time, there was not a lot of event CG. I believe that was the direction you guys were going for at first. But ever since Sosho 2 and prior, we definitely had a gargantuan amount of CG being thrown out there. I believe there's high time, don't you think, that FGO have a gallery option? And Takeuchi agrees sincerely. It says, sincerely, I do agree. So I will ask them about this. Because after all, having a gallery function would be quite fun. So Takeuchi agrees to have a gallery function in FGO. The interviewer says, I do sincerely hope that it does come in fruition. Event CG. How did Event CG increase to so much to this account? シナリオやキャラクターではなくシナリオパートも表情も常に挑戦を行う必要がありますから、その結果一つではありますよ。その結果の一つではありますよね。分水嶺になったポイントがあるとすれば、やはりアバロン・レフェですね。作者を通して私含めて作者側も意識も変わったと感じています。So the interviewer asked, there's a lot of event CGs, right? Gallery CGs. Why did it increase so much to this point? Takeuchi answers, not only scenarios or not just characters in general. Scenario parts and expression challenge comes to a necessity as a result of trying to show expression. The complete turnabout or the decisive factor point was definitely Avalon Leifei. Using that as a leverage point, I believe, including myself, the development staff, and the artist staff's consciousness of making that great was a necessity. In Sosho 2, there is a death scene of Kirie. Did you draw that yourself, Mr. Takeuchi? That is quite correct. That is quite correct. I saw the outline, the necessary meaning. The finishing touch was done by the company. That goes with MASH as well, but Shimokoshi got, specifically also with Mr. Shimokoshi's Da Vinci's death scene. We definitely compared it to make sure that it was how freshly and how insane, how, what's the word, namanamashi, yeah, freshly, right, like lively, how lively it's been bloody drawn. We've taken a balance and consideration and made it happen. And then using that to show the protagonist's reflection in the mirror, that he, in his expression being shown like this, was quite wonderful. It says, thank you so much. そこは単なる説明のカットにはならないようにと。We wanted to make sure that, thank you very much for their compliment. That part we definitely didn't want to cut in. あそこは単なる説明のカットにならないようにと気をつけながら工作をし。I said, yeah, we didn't want to cut in, and we needed to make sure that it was a simple explanation, and we did our very best to teeter-tot around that circumstance. Finally, CL is here. Reaching for the Supreme Variant dress soon. Uh, 今回の時にも、水着サーベントの位置がシエルと聞いたんですが、これは前々から決まったんですか? It says, from what I've heard, this year's swimsuit servants, yeah, from this year's swimsuit servants, I heard it's CL. Has this been already chosen before anything else? To bring out what type of character to bust out in this event, we had a whole discussion and argument over it. Choosing the anniversary servant, sometimes it's decided right off the bat, sometimes it's not decided right off the bat. This time it spinned 2 to 3 times, and during those times, CL's was in the idea, for sure. But me and Nasu agreed and specifically said CL ain't it. And so the interview asked, why is CL not it? Can I get a reasoning for you two to declining that thought process? It's simple, actually. As an anniversary servant of FGL, CL doesn't cut it, you know? For Archetype Earth, we had a special role for her to play out, which was Archetype Earth for arguing. I believe something of that caliber is a change-up in a wind-up special circumstances that can probably be able to be used only one time. But we still wanted to show CL, and that objective still came in. So we came up with the idea to make her a swimsuit servant and make it a universe-type character. That's where Servant Universe CL came to play. That's quite unexpected. So therefore, the design is a normal CL, became a swimsuit. On top of that, we're adding additional sci-fi-like, and sci-fi-like design will be added. やりすぎてしまうと知るファンにとってもこれじゃない感が出るので、we don't want to go over too much in order for CL fans to not get upset at us as well. So while adjusting it, we still have to make it FGO-like, and we were tuning a fine line for it. Damn, my boy asking the right questions. It says, will Ascension change things big overall? Like, for instance, maybe we can get a naked naked cape like in the Roa era, perhaps. I'm expecting some great things from Ciel's ascension. And Nasu Takeuchi specifically says, that's expecting a little too much. Parentheses lol. But since she is in a swimsuit, I believe I suppose something like that could have happened. Ciel is always specialized in battle, so there was not a lot of her image of being dressed up in a. There's not a lot of image of her being dressed up. ドレスアップにイメージがなかったと思うんですよ。普通に考えると戦闘服とかかっこいい系に寄ってくると思うのですが、it says, yeah, whenever you come to her in basic outfit, it'll be like a combat suit or some clothing that looks more towards to looks cool than pretty and beautiful. However, she is Tsukihime's I like how Takeuchi is saying that like the forward hand of Tsukihime, right? Yeah. As a quote-unquote first half of Tsukihime, as a quote-unquote first half of Tsukihime, it doesn't say first half, but essentially at a front of Tsukihime, right? At the front of Tsukihime, she is one of the two big heroines. So, we all thought to ourselves that just like Arcueid, she definitely needs some dress outfit as well. So on her third ascension, she will be in a dress outfit beyond your imagination. Ah, interesting. So, Ciel confirmed third ascension dress. Let's see. Archetype Earth. So you're saying that we're gonna be able to see a dress that can compare and rival Archetype Earth, correct? I don't know about compare or compare or rival, but in a way we've added our taste to have a motif. That's funny. Archetype Earth, in the story, she becomes light, right? Light form. She becomes a light form, and sometimes become a giant of the light, doesn't she? And that factor, just a little bit, is shown on her hair. I actually don't want to say that, so I'm just going to say light form. Just say what the light giant of light, like Ultraman. That functionality, that person, that essence slowly shows it in her hair just a little bit. So we were thinking of what Ciel's supreme form, right? Ultimate form. In the Kinoko's world, right? You know, in the Kinoko's recorded world, she is a character that is proud to be able to store a gargantuan amount of magical energy. 抑え込んでいても身からと脳末からエネルギーが漏れきているというイメージを限定しながら、そんなシエルのドレス姿をイメージしながらデザインしました。So her design is Ciel in a dress, right? Ciel in a dress. But the image is that the energy is flowing out of her even though she has suppressed this magical abundant. So it's essentially, you're just going to see CL just emitting magical energy, and that magical energy is going to look like an awesome dress. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. She is by far one of the biggest piggy banks when it comes to magical energy, by the way, guys. So that's hence Takeuchi specifically saying that CL's ultimate form is gonna be mentioning her super caliber, which is just magical energy stored like wildfire. In a weird way, it probably will fucking rival Galaxy Servant Universe magical energy. Like, I think Space Ashtaret the Origin would be like, damn, girl! Let's do it. So the interviewer says, I'm quite ecstatic. Will we able to have a hint of a fully armored, fully equipped CL circumstances anywhere to be seen? It says you will. When it comes to noble phantasms and motions, we've added many different references. So for us CL fans, I sincerely hope you are excited for her to come about. Mahoyo に引き続き宝具演習の原作作詞家も見た声がありますよ。It says, compared to Mahoyo, the recreation of the Noble Phantasm animation has definitely been recreated. So definitely worth the watch. Oh, damn. So, yeah, you know how Mahoyo's Alco fucking bust out the thingy? CL's Noble Phantasm is gonna be fucking 7. So, it's gonna be lit. Then the interviewer asked, are you saying the arrival of 7 is true? And then Takeuchi's like, you're expecting too much. So, no butt-ass naked CL. No 7. No 7. No 7's arrival, chat. Feels bad, man. No 7, but you're gonna see some cool shit, is what they said. Oh, no 7. Takeuchi says you're expecting too much if the arrival of 7 occurs. So there is no 7. Low key, I don't think FGO can handle 7. Your phone's gonna pop before that. Swimsuit Ereshkigal talk. Passion of the artist made a new system come about. Oh, is the fucking affection system came from just the artist? It's kind of lit. Please describe the experience to get Space-ish Reshkigal in the making. First, Swimsuit Ereshkigal materialization was one of the biggest objectives we had and a hurdle. To be perfectly honest, we were planning to bring Swimsuit Ereshkigal in the last year's Summer Servant Festival. That was an idea that did come out. However, bringing out Ereshkigal means that the story will have to revolve around her story. So ということなので、ナスにとっても実装はまだ持っていくハードル高いキャラクターだと思います。So Nasu specifically, even for Nasu's caliber, it was a very difficult character to bring online, in my opinion, because 実際で持っていくハードルの高いだと思います。サバフェスでは居場所がうまく取れないと予想できたので、先を先送りする形になりました。The reason why we did not do it is during the Servant Festival, Nasu has calculated that there was no location for a Reshkagul main story to be planted, so he put her forward. And then the interview says, and this time, in full peak, the anticipation finally arrived. Takeuchi says, yes, we definitely waited for a very long time, and thank you guys so much for your long patience for this to come out. It is a swimsuit, and she is awesome, having a strong affinity direction to it. She is a beast class. On top of that, she's an anniversary character. It came out just like that, right? Like she was just like, in the end, Summer Reshkagul, because we pushed her forward, she kind of became a beast class and an anniversary suit. Design and illustration perfectionist was already, don't have to say too much, the artist did her amazing best. 作家の圧量やアイディアは FGO に変化を与えるきっかけにもなることがあります。It says the artist's passions and their ideas to FGO always has a chance to make things change around FGO. To be perfectly honest, Miss Mori E, right? Miss Mori E, aka the artist of Ereshkigal, Space Ereshkigal as well. She draws Ishtar, Ereshkigal, Enkidu, Tristan, etc. Yeah, she gave us a ton of ideas for us to reference to. Yeah, she also got quote-unquote a lot of craft essence as well. 森井さんといえば大量のカレンの絵がマテリアルに照合されていました。今回もそのぐらい絵は届いたのでしょう。So it says, whenever I talk to Miss Mori E, we have the quote-unquote. So if you don't know. Miss Mori Shizuki, right? Miss Mori Shizuki is in charge of many things, right? This artist. When it came to Karen, chat. When it came to Karen, the interviewer knows the abundance amount of Karen reference pictures were being materialized and had quite the fun sequence. Did this happen as well in the Ereshkigal process? Correct. Takeuchi says, yes, it did happen. To be perfectly honest, even at the rough stage, there were so many ideas that she started pouring it in. As we started to solidify little by little, her ideas never stopped growing. Every time we added something, a new idea popped up in her head, and her passion was up. Her passion was so high and at its peak. I felt like this artist was going to constantly update herself in order to create the highest peak that they can ever reach and more. The character of Space Ereshkigal was the fruit of her efforts, honed to her maximum, efforts. It says, in actuality, please do tell us, because of Miss Mori E's passion, what sort of thing has changed and what sort of things have been taught by her. The battle affinity system, parentheses lol. So Miss Mori is the mother of the affinity system. of Space Arashkogel. So Takeuchi specifically says, using skills in battles, どんなリアクションをしたかによって depending on the reaction of what she said, その戦闘における嬉しければ行動があって yeah, depending on how it happens, the battle, Arashkogel's affinity rate will go up. With that, her functionality changes little by little. It says, at first, Miss Mori has suggested that depending on the affinity gauge, the Noble Phantasm animation should change just the parts of it, was the idea she'd given us. We were wondering if it's going to be a hidden parameter, and one said an RNG notion was going to be the case, but no. It was fully realized as a new battle mechanic system and came out top. Uh, もちろん元のアイデアであった好感度マックス時の宝具演出も実際されています。森育さんから出してもらったアイデアとしては、So essentially, it says, of course, when it comes to the idea, when the affinity is max, Noble Phantasm animation will also change as well. Miss Mori came up with the idea that at a third ascension being attacked, the screen at the end of it, she should look like a Sabrina, wait,動画の奥でサブリミナルっぽく絵が動く演出が入っています。開発ではビーストフラッシュと呼んでいます。On the third ascension, when auto-attacking at max affinity, in the corner side of the screen, back in the very far back side of the screen, the picture moves subliminal images move here and there, animations being added. Development staff call this Beast Flash. Oh, okay. So at third ascension, if you attack, there is a subliminal pictures moving in the background. We call that subliminal Beast Flash. Okay. I got you. It took me a little while. I was like, what the fuck is this person talking about? But essentially, there's a subliminal pictures moving about during her auto attacks in her third ascension. Damn, so she added the affinity system, the subliminal system. And then the interviewer goes, to be perfectly honest with you, それだけのものを登場すると, yeah, introducing a lot of stuff to this character, I believe other artists would like to add their own 2 cents and their emotions into it. I feel like your idea is going to increase in many a millennia fold. Takeuchi answers, the ideas we have received as a content director, the content director is doing their very best in their possibility to round it up and make it as possible as they can. If it does become hilarious or entertaining, we welcome every single idea with open arms. This Beast Flash was the concept of this new Beast Flash as well. Miss Mori will always come up with an idea that is far past from the normal rules. So getting idea from them, including her, it's quite refreshing every time, and it's welcome every time. 雑誌のカバーでもエレシキガルとイシタルにファミ通と言わせてみたいというご案内もありました。森さんのアイデアは例外のないことも珍しくないんですよね。でもそこに答えられるかどうかは自分の意思で問われる気がありますし、その遊び心とそれを形するために練り強さには本当に頭が下がります。Really? Damn! So the artist of Mori, specifically during the cover page that she's drawn for Ereshkigal and Ishtar, during the cover page that we've asked her to do, she also asked us that if they could ask the voice actor to voice act Famitsu to make it happen as a potential idea. So essentially, Miss Mori says, hey, I've drawn this. I want you to get the voice actor to say Famitsu in both Ishtar and Ereshkigal voice. Bruh, that's so cool. Only if I can have that as a voice line. That'd be so cool. And then Takeuchi specifically replies with, Miss Mori's idea is so peculiar and rare that it never has a precedence. But at the same time, in order to answer her question, in order to answer her call, I always question myself of my hypeness or the flow of the moment to myself. To have such entertainment heart and to manifestate shapes of many different ideas and sizes. It's tenacity. I kneel. Essentially, I put my head down of how amazing it is. Essentially, Takeuchi is showing respect of Miss Mori's amazing idea potential coming in hot. It's pretty cool. Not just limiting to Miss Mori, not just limiting to her. The sheer fact that there's a lot of passion and ideas being conglomerated and given idea is nothing but thank you from our side. Takeuchi answered yes. Any idea. 絵を増やすという意味で作家さんに負担をかけてしまっています。It says any idea, arts and all, increasing meaning that it will have more load for the artist side have to do. But recently, a lot of the artists do not mind doing these multi-loads, and they're doing it extremely diligently. Like for instance, Noble Phantasm cut-ins. Whenever it talks about a cut-in Noble Phantasms, parts needs to be moved here and there, and it takes really long time. But やはり花形なのでやりたいと言ってくださる作家さんが増えました。But because it is something that is awesome, and it's a part of the process, there's a lot more artists willing to work with us. I'm really appreciated from the bottom of my heart. And the sheer fact that the amount of expression limits have expanded tremendously. And because of this, users and other players also gets happy as long with it as well. Battle characters also included, 2D animations and circumstances all added. It's a game that makes this possible. It's worth going up and beyond doing something insanity and pour your passion to create something so phenomenal. I believe what FGO has currently cannot be implemented in a 3D game currently. And I think it's FGO's strongest weapon currently. We're doing our very best to make that happen. essentially like next level shit that you can do with just 2D, right? Essentially, Takeuchi is saying that a lot of the difficulty comes from Noble Phantasms because we ask so much hard work for artists, because we have to move parts and, you know, it takes so much time. But a lot of the artists are now like perfectly okay with it. They are anticipating it and adding more to it. And because of that, expression gauge has expanded to an abundant amount. And because of that, the user player base can be happy to show more feelings and emotions. And they're saying that something, because this is a 2D slash 2.5D, because it's not in the realm of 3D, we can do a lot of shenanigans that a 3D kind of limits themselves into. And I believe, Takeuchi believes that that is one of the strongest FGO weapons that it holds to this day and continues to hone. Final chapter, reaching for that goal. And the biggest challenge of the 10th year. And last but not least, Mr. Takeuchi, can you give us your devotions, your feelings towards 10th year? つい最近まで10年というものを意識していませんでしたが、いよいよもう来年になって初めて意識するようになりました。It says, to be perfectly honest, until so recently, I never really thought the process of 10th year coming along. But now that it's almost the next year, I finally had the first time starting to acknowledge it. この手のゲームはサービスである以上、何年続けていくかが目標になりやすいと思います。でも FGO は一貫してゲームの物語を完成することがチームの目標でした。そういう意味では何年を迎えるかという話は不実的なもので、結果に10年を経ってしまったという感覚ではありますね。とはいえ、これまで支えてくれたファンに向けてしっかりと記憶に残る最適な10年をゲーム内で用意しないといけないと考えています。終章に向けて盛り上がりを作っていくことになるので、おそらく過去最大規模のチャレンジになるでしょう。引き続き応援などご期待など何玉よろしくお願いいたします。So that was corporate talk to an extent. But essentially, Takeuchi says, as long as this game service type exists, it's easy to put a goal, right? Goal or a year to continue XYZ amount. But FGO, our original goal, right? Our FGO goal was to complete a game story. That was the team's option. That was the team's goal, not the service's games. How many years? In that essence, we didn't really care about how long, what year it took. And because of that, in the end, it took us about 10 years to finish season 2. That was kind of the feels for it. But then again, the sheer fact that the amazing fans that have been supported us to all the way, every step of the way, we wanted to make sure that this 10th year would be a memory that is etched into you, not only in-game but out-game as well, and we know that we're about to go through. We want to make sure that the final traveling through the final chapters, we want to make sure that we are creating something so excellently amazing, and it probably will be our biggest challenge yet ever before. We sincerely thank you for anticipating a lot, and thank you so much for supporting all these years. Please do support us more forever to come. So, Takeuchi saying that, hey, these service type games, right? It's easier to put a year and due date and goal, right? But Takeuchi is saying that FGO, First and foremost, it was a game to complete a story. That was the team's first and main oriental objective, right? And because of that, any like, you know, celebrating XYZ years was a secondary aftermath. And because of that, it kind of took about 10 years. And then again, they do appreciate the entire support all the way to this 10 years of all the fans, and we make sure that it's etched into everybody's memories to have a wonderful 10th year. Not only in-game, but as just in IP general, right? And Takeuchi specifically states that this 10th year is probably going to be our biggest challenge because we have to hype it up for the final chapter and get things done to get hype more than hype can ever provide. Then interviewer asked, by the way, will there be 11th year? Takeuchi says, of course we will. However, as story goes, 終章を目的に頑張ってきているんですね。So it says, yeah, as story goes, we are currently doing our very best effort to reach the objective of final chapter. In order to reach the final chapter's timing is definitely on user base level. But 最先端で起こっている戦いと冒険を一緒に体験していただきたいです。What? どのタイミングで終章に突入するかはユーザーの皆さんに委ねる部分ではありますが、やはり最先行で起こっている戦いと冒険を一緒に体験。So so Takeuchi says, will there be 11th year? Of course there will be 11th year, but when it comes to story topic, we're doing our very best to currently reach the objective, which is the final chapter. So for us to enter final chapter will depend on the user base, but we would definitely want everybody to be in the front line, fighting and exploring the adventure. Period. It's kind of vague. It's almost as if they want like a set percentage amount of player base to get to final chapter. And once we get a set percentage of player base, they are willing to unleash final chapter. Well, that, my good friends, conclude the FGO Takeuchi, Mr.2, and Nasu interview. That Elden Ring manga? It is Elden Ring manga. Indie horror. Himotamishi. Kakuyori actually looks good. Crow Country. Ooh, Crow Country got that fucking Resident Evil Silent Hill vibe. Content warning. Psychopomp. Selfie. Still wakes the deep. Don't scream. Nightmare Operator. Dropping in at 8. Riding on the number 8. Buckshot Roulette. Panic. Hell's a panic. A pool. Walking around the pool is scary. Murky Divers. Oh damn! Love School Days. It's the Doki Doki horror. Ah shit. She's gonna start fucking infecting you. Heroine gets deleted left and right. Aw shit. Murky Diver. Ooh, that's kind of spooky. Pro Country's pretty good. Oh, I see. Yeah, if you don't know, Famitsu is all about playing video games and just kind of showing video game stuff. So here's Shattered Space for Starfield. Indiana Jones. Doom, a Dark Age. It's like a Game Informer, right? It's like a Nintendo Power. Famitsu been like this since day one. AFK Journey, which I heard AFK Journey wasn't too bad. You get to see like reviews and other people's recommendations and rankings and whatnot. So there's Oruta Venet, aka Blue Exorcist. It's not exactly Blue Exorcist canon story, but you know, Blue Exorcist got a game that's coming out in 2004 summer. And that is FGO. There it is. In the back cover, 9th Annie. Very cool. Very cool. I don't get the illustration cards back. Come on, man. I don't get the illustration. What is the illustration card? Oh, illustration card is just these two girls. Got it. But yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. I'll read the Fate Extra interview tomorrow. I'm tired of the balls. But we read everything we needed. Nasu Takeuchi, Mr.2 Interview. I'll probably read Fate Extra Record tomorrow with other ones. You can now watch the new Nezumaru. That's right. It'll be pretty lit. If you guys haven't, make sure you guys hit that sub button. Don't forget to hit that follow button. Make sure to follow me on Twitter, YouTube, and the good old Discord action. VODs will be on YouTube shortly. So don't forget spaghetti. And don't forget, once you get the Ayaya button, can we add SFN bugs to React stream? Oh, sure. Yeah. On Friday, we can read at SNN bugs. Yeah. Put that shit on, Bird Post. Yes, sir. Thanks for the translation. Yeah. I mean, I'll probably TLDR it by tomorrow. God damn, boys and girls. Ooh, that was a lot. So yeah, they definitely ixnayed Big Day the coin fix. So that was rigged. So we can cope for 30 million download. If not, 10th anniversary fix. Bye y'all.